Hey everybody, and welcome to Championship Sunday of the First Cup here in Dragonflight. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host this weekend. Well, today here on Sunday, obviously. We've got Zico, Vanruki, and Zale. Hello, welcome back to the WoW Desk.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here. Got to do a little Wrath a while ago with some of these guys, so excited to be here for some retail.
Yeah, we're super excited to have you, and I'm sure you were watching Friday and Saturday's games. The games have been super insane. Did you get a chance to watch them?
Yeah, watched all the games. It's been really exciting. It's interesting to see, I think, some of the differences between live and TR. Obviously, everyone having 4-set, some of the people having different PV gear, brings in some more classes. So we were seeing so many like thug cleaves and stuff in EU that I wasn't expecting. So it's been kind of exciting.
Yeah, it's been exciting for us. I'm sure the audience is loving it as well. But that being said, if these teams made it to Sunday, they have really fought super hard to get here. There have been a lot of teams that are super strong, returning AWC veterans, and they've been knocked out in that lower bracket, and they're trying to get to that grand finals by being in the top 4 with these first 4 cups. So pressure has really been on for these teams so far, Ben.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Competition is fierce. I mean, you have teams like Waz, Raikou, Men, Chanimal. They've actually been eliminated. They're not going to be playing in Championship Sunday, which I think is a bit of a surprise for a lot of us. But yeah, with only 4 cups available, earning those points and getting into that top 3 is going to be very important. If you don't make it into the top 3, of course, you still have that chance to make it to the top 4 and the grand finals with that gauntlet. But that is going to be ruthless. Definitely a scary place to be.
Most definitely. I mean, you really got to be counting your blessings even early on in the the first stages of this cup. Everything is going to count to make it to that top 4 at the end of this season in April. But that being said, we can take a look at the schedule of games we're going to be seeing. Like I said, it's Championship Sunday. So Zico, we're starting off the morning in EU, and here's a look at that bracket as well. What can you expect from today?
Oh, this is going to be an explosive bracket. We got some surprises here and some more kind of expected results, if you will. We got Team Huhu versus CGN Esports up in that top bracket, and they're going to be battling it out for that seat in the grand finals. And you got the Agents, which you wouldn't really expect to be down there in that lower bracket with Zipai and company, but they're going to be fighting against the Fiends now. The Fiends has been pretty much the dark horse of the tournament so far, playing that Holy Priest Thug Cleave. They're essentially a one-trick team, and they knocked out the Poggers, which is Meh, Raikou, Waz, and Chanimal, with that 3-0 in that lower bracket to get to the top 4. So they've been really showing us some really insane plays with that Thug Cleave, and we'll see if they can take out Poggers and the Agents. Those are, I would say, the 2 favorites heading into the tournament. Then they might just be able to kind of have a deep run and just run through the entire thing here. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they can do.
Yeah, certainly. They've been holding really strong down there in that lower bracket. I mean, if you're knocking out a team like Poggers in the elimination bracket, you know that is a really not comfy place to be in. You can say the same as well for North America. We're going to see those games in the later half of the day. Here's that bracket as well. Azale, what's your take on this region?
I mean, looking good so far. It's obviously a very different style of meta than we saw in EU, right? There was a lot more hunters and stuff played in EU. Giants, I know, brought out a hunter in NA yesterday, but it didn't work out as well. Going to be really curious to see what Luminosity wants to do against Liquid. Liquid obviously running, the double evoker DK and shaman evoker DK. Those kind of comps just really heavily based around setups and one shots. So I think now the teams have seen what everyone is kind of bringing out, both in NA and EU. It's up to the teams to be able to adapt, whether it's changing gear, whether it's changing specs or comps, to really kind of try to change their strategies to answer what these opponents have shown.
I think so, and excited to see those series later on today. Golden Guardians versus Where's Gordy. That's going to be the first series as we head into NA, and it's going to be an elimination round. So that being said, let's take a look at the first series we're actually going to be seeing this morning. Back to EU, we kind of already mentioned it a bit when Zico was talking about it. It's the Agents versus the Fiends, and if you didn't get a chance to watch them over the course of the weekend, what kind of meta were they playing? What were the comps that we were seeing, and what do you expect to see from them today, Zico?
Zico, I think, is actually blue screened, so
no!
I don't know if he's going to be able to answer
frozen.
any questions. Yeah.
Don't say anything you think it's going to be a good game.
He's back.
Wait, he's back.
I'm back. Yeah, I
You
don't know
just
what
pulled the super
happened.
tease. I couldn't tell.
Yeah,
I don't
just
know.
a
Did you hear
quick
my
cloak
question?
vanish. I heard my name, but that's about it.
Well, why don't we just throw it to Ven then, since he heard what we were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So in this game number 1, the agents obviously bringing in some interesting compositions here. These are kind of more known players. You have Zeepai, Mercy, Asgrath, Brunhilde. I feel like they have a lot of different comp options. We saw the Warlock Elemental Shaman, which is something that is gaining a lot more popularity. Really, really durable kind of spellcaster comp. But the Fiends, they've been playing, but basically primarily just the Thug Cleave, which is that Hunter, Rogue, Priest. Kind of just 3 specs that you haven't really seen too much of. But I guess when you put them together, magic happens. The Survival Hunter, with the Mythic Bow on the Tournament Realm, as well as the 4-set, is able to put out a ton of burst damage. But if you guys would like to, we haven't really shouted it out today. If you guys want to, you can, of course, follow along with the players. You can see on these graphics, we have their Twitch as well as their Twitter. So if you want to give them a follow, and they are live streaming, you can check it out and watch from their point of view as well.
Yeah, I love that we're supporting their social medias and their Twitch platforms this time around. So be sure to check out the players. Here's the agents as well. If you want to check them out, you can see their Twitch links also. But a lot of just AWC veteran experience, I think, in general. Azael, how do you think that these players draw from, past just time playing in a tournament environment?
I mean, I think one of the biggest things about having tournament experience is being able to stay calm in these higher pressure situations. And also, I think adaptation, right? I think a lot of the teams that have played for years and years and played through all the different metas have a good idea of what adjustments you might need to make from game to game, series to series. And I think that just does give you such a big advantage, because there's so many times, especially early on in people's tournament careers, where you go play a series and in the moment, you can't think of what the answer is. And then, the next day or the next week or whatever, you think, oh God, we should have done this or we should have done that, right? And I think these top teams are really good at noticing exactly what they need to change game over game and adjusting on the fly.
Yeah, I think so. That really is what separates a lot of these teams, being able to make that adaptation even mid-series. And we see it quite a bit here in the AWC. So looks like we are getting game number 1 started here. Of course, it's on the Grand Arena. We know how important this blind pick it is. And it is going to be the Agents versus the Fiends in game number 1.
And it looks like we are going to have a Wizard versus Thug Cleave showdown here in game number 1. The Agents lock in Warlock, Elemental Shaman, Restoration Druid, and the Fiends with that Thug Cleave. What's your take on this one?
Well, Mercy is actually going to be playing Nether Portal, which is the interesting thing to me. So I think, if they're not going on this Warlock, he could actually really punish them. To really get high value out of that Nether Portal, you need to be able to spam cast, get those Hand of Gul'dans out, get a lot of demons out so you can get that fat Pit Lord. So we'll see if they're going to go on the Warlock, but it's a sap onto the Warlock for now. It looks like they want to open up onto this Ellie Shaman into the cheap shot immediately. The Thunderstorm is there, but the stun actually interrupting it, so not really creating any distance for Zeepai. And you can see in Tim's stun onto Asgrath. He's already thrown out that Ironbark very early here. He's going to get blinded. The Trinket has to come out, and Zeepai is taking a ton of damage here early on. The NS is going to get traded. The Ironbark is down. The Trinket is down. Now it's a full trap onto Asgrath, as Zenlin's just going to go into the Angel form here and just trying to spam out those heals. Zeepai looks like he's going to be okay for now, though.
Oh, big burst here on a Big Mex. Looks like he will be able to get behind the pillar. This is all that Pit Lord damage. Massive damage. They kind of have to weather the storm at this point of the game. Mercy and Zeepai are just going to be ripping in. But you can see Asgrath, he's got no trinket. If he goes into crowd control, it could be lights out. Rat getting blasted, though, in midfield. Could go down. That's a swap from Zenlin. It gets feared on it. Rat is in a lot of trouble. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. Looks like he will be able to re-stealth. Here's a setup. Cheap shot. Kitty shot now on a Zeepai, but it gets knocked away and denied. And this game is looking good for the Agents.
Yeah, the cloak is already going to be forced here. Rat is in a lot of trouble. They need to try to recover, but Zenlin, Big Mex, and Rat are all getting very low here. The pressure now is on Zen to try to recover. There's the trap on Asgrath. Can they turn anything around here onto Zeepai? The fear is going to come out, and that is just going to be it. Zen is going to go down as the Agents just putting on an overwhelming amount of pressure here onto the Fiends, and Zenlin just couldn't keep up. Everyone was dipping so low there. I mean, that's lot
brutal.
of damage going out. I want to see the scoreboard, see who actually did the brunt of that. If it was that Ellie just shooting out procs. I mean, the Warlock did get a tremendous amount of pressure. If you don't feel that you can go on the Warlock, then Nether Portal really will punish you, because if you can get a lot of cast out during that Nether Portal, it felt like when Pit Lord and everything came out, they got put so far behind. And Priest Hunter Rogue is not a composition that actually has a lot of answers for that kind of demon army, right? Like most of the meta healers, exactly. There's no Novas, there's no Mass Entangle, there's no, like Preservation Evokers can AoE root. There's like a lot of classes these days. Ellie Shamans have answers and stuff. Have those answers to actually just root up the demon army, but you can see everyone got put so far behind. Zenlin is incredibly low. He just gets put into a Howl of Terror there, which I think is a smart adaptation from Mercy. Almost every demo lock is going to be playing Coil generally, but being able to play Howl just allows you to actually play in the face of that healer and be able to get the fears down a lot more easily. So I think it's a really intelligent spec, especially if you're expecting them to be training the Ellie Shaman, both going Nether Portal, but also going Howl of Terror, so you can get that CC out very, very easily on Zen. There's nothing he can really do to avoid it, right? And you can see how much damage Zeepai was doing, even while being trained. He is by far the #1 damage in the game here. Ellie is just putting out like an overwhelming amount of pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's just a really good thing to shout out as well. There's no real answer for all those demons. Things like Roots and Ring of Frost, they're going to be super effective against all of them. But when that Demonic Legion is out for Mercy, Zen, Rat, and Big Mix, they are going to have to go on the back foot. They're going to try to run and get behind the pillar, but it's honestly like kind of what you want as a Demonology Warlock. Everybody's stacked up, everyone getting blundered down. I feel like they had a decent start with the Thug Cleave, but right after their first go, when they were kind of forced on the defensive, I wonder if they should have just kind of hightailed it out of there, like go to the other side of the map, try to just create as much space as possible, because grouping up on the pillar seemed like it didn't work out.
I agree completely. That's exactly what I was going to say. Is I think your damage in between goes is pretty much irrelevant, right? It's not going to really matter. Right off the get-go, they got Trinket, they got NS, they got Ironbark. Those are the key things there. I'm not sure if Asgrath is actually, I can actually check if he's playing. Okay, so he is playing Stonebark, which is like the 20% increased healing during your Ironbark. So that is the longer cooldown as well. That means it's a 1.5-minute cooldown on your Ironbark. So they got 2-minute cooldown on Trinket, a 1.5 minutes on Ironbark, a minute on the NS, and then they just have to try to capitalize during that window, right? And try to look to just retreat fully, I think, then come back in and try to get another good setup, and maybe you can kill off Zeepai there. I think the other option is if Mercy's going to be actually playing Howl of Terror and Nether Portal and stuff, you can try to just train the Warlock. I don't know if that's going to work, because Zeepai did so much damage even while being trained, so maybe leaving him free is just a no-go. But if you do train a Nether Portal Warlock, they're not going to be able to get enough Hand of Gul'dans out generally. Like maybe with Forset that changes, because you can have instant proc Hand of Gul'dans off of your Demon Bolts. But at least I haven't gotten to play with that. So at least for me, if I'm getting trained with Nether Portal, it's hard to really get a strong pillar out.
Yeah, definitely. And game number 2 is going to be opening up. We will be going to a larger map here on Ashamane's Fall. The larger map, kind of interesting here, coming in from the side of the Fiends, but this is going to give them more room to kind of kite and try to get away from all those demons. Mercy is able to get out. Rat moving in, looking for a sap here in the early stages. Can he find Asgrath? Would be ideal if he can, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. But playing it patient, decides to open up here. We got a scatter shot on Mercy, cheap shot onto Zeepai, big kidney shot as well. See if they can get the damage out. Stun into trap potentially here onto Asgrath. They get the full crowd control. They blind the Trinket. Beautiful setup here by the Fiends. This game could just be over in the opener. Zeepai incredibly low. He manages to get away. Big heals coming in. 1% health. Are you kidding me? Can he actually survive the sap on Asgrath into the shadowy duel? And Zeepai is done. The Fiends just looking devastating on that Thug Cleave.
Damn, what a nasty setup from the Fiends, man. That was really well done. And that's what those rogues can do to you sometimes. Being able to actually really harass the healers there. It's into him, into trap. That's pretty much unavoidable unless someone is there to actually really break that up. There's nothing the Druid can do about it. Instant stun coming out. That's going to be layered with the trap. He triggers that. He's instantaneously blinded. And then out of the blind, he's DR sapped. Out of that, you're going to be cheap shot, kidneyed, gouged, dueled. There's so much lockdown that rogue can do. And his job at that point is no longer killing the Ellie, who's down so low with no HOTS. It's all up to the Hunter. It's all up to the Priest. Zeepai did the best he could to actually try to gate out of there, to try to create that bastion of safety, create that distance for himself, but wasn't really able to do it, unfortunately.
Rat was just so quick. I honestly am becoming a Rat fan from watching these games. Like you can see the beginning of this, you can see the stun into trap. Asgrath's like, okay, well I have to trinket or you're just dead.
Instant
So
blind.
it's an instant blind. Exactly. I love that. They managed to get the Iron Bark, they get the wall, and then look at Rat. He's just sitting there babysitting. He's on babysitter duty for Asgrath, sapping him again, shadowy dueling him. He's trying to trank, but sorry, that's not going to be enough. So really, really aggressive start coming in from the Fiends. And this is basically exactly what you want. And that's one of the scary things. I mean, they just have such an overwhelming amount of burst. If Asgrath decides to kind of not pre-hot and sit in stealth, which you kind of have to, if they get enough momentum, it can just be so difficult to recover in the situation.
Yeah, it can be really difficult. But I'm gonna be honest, if you're getting CC'd that fast out of stealth anyway, as long as someone from your team can get in combat with the priest, maybe you should just come out. Like have just full pre-hot Z-Buy, pre-hot yourself, and like even if they're gonna try to like open on Azrath, if that's what you're worried about, then that would be a problem. Of course, your team has to be in combat first, because if you get sapped as the druid, then it's just gonna be lights out. But maybe you do have to come out. The other option, and this may sound a little bit troll, but if they're gonna be CCing you that quickly coming out of stealth, and he doesn't feel that he can just stay out and pre-hot, your first global may need to be Overgrowth. And just like get like full pre-hots out instantly, right? You come into stealth, you Overgrowth, you put up the Rejuve, it's gonna put up Wild Growth, it's gonna put up Regrowth Hot, it's gonna put up Life Bloom. If you do that in Iron Bark, like first global, then at the very least, even if you get instantaneously CC'd, you have full hots. And if they want to try to like wait 3 or 4 globals to actually dispel all that off before they start to CCing, then you can be reapplying Rejuves and actually like getting some healing rolling there. It gives you more of a time to react. I think the difficulty for Asgrath is just how quickly that CC was actually, coming across, because he wasn't really having the globals to kind of get done what he wants to get done. So it may be that he has to really just be willing to either come out early once Mercy gets in combat, or just first global, pop out the Overgrowth, slap down the Iron Bark as soon as you know that CC is coming in. And see if that can really buy your time that you need, because even if the Fiends try to like wait that out and full dispel, I think that's buying a lot of time for Z-Buy and Mercy to try to get things rolling, and that could put the Fiends on the back foot.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a good time to also shout out the AWC Companion. You saw it on your screen just a little bit earlier. With Dragonflight just coming out, obviously these tournament players are experimenting with their gear, their talents, and if you want to see what exactly they are running, you can go to awc.gcd.tv. And we are going to be getting into game number 3. The Fiends with a very quick game number 2 victory, tying it up here. The large map has been selected here by the agents, but we'll see if that backfires on them. We get the sap here on a Mercy. Once again, Rat's going to be opening up on a Z-Pile. Let's see if they can have that same kind of start. Immediate stun, but that's that Iron Bark you were talking about. Instant Iron Bark coming in from Asgrath, and that should help Z-Pile buffer through a lot of this damage.
And it looked like he actually did exactly what I was talking about. I think he overgrowthed out of stealth there, because I saw a Wild Growth on him, I saw the Rejuve, I saw everything up there onto Z-Buy. So Zenlin in a lot of trouble now. The Angel's going to have to be popped there, trying to stay alive. Will get back behind that pillar, going to be able to heal himself back up, but a much better start for the agents. And now the pressure is on the Fiends to try to get something recovered here, as Rat almost gets burst down. This Pit Lord army is just slaughtering the rogue behind the pillar. The MD's going to get dropped down to try to get them out of there, but Zenlin is struggling. Rat just can't get away. This is a fully stacked Pit Lord there that now finally expires, but they are heavily on the back foot, and they didn't even get the trinket off of Asgrath. They're going to go in with the kidney shot. The bomb comes down, but Z-Buy's just chilling. He's not even going to feel pressure to trinket there. Neither is Asgrath, who's now going to be into that scatter. Can they have any CC to come off of that? It will be a go. It looks like he's just trying to lock him down, but Big Mex is in a lot of trouble. I don't think Z-Buy is going to be the one falling behind here. The Shadowy Duel is going to get popped to try to pull Asgrath out of this, but it's Big Mex who's getting really, really low.
Yeah, that's a Ray, and it looks like he will get some heals there from Zenlin, but it's been really difficult for the Holy Priest. The good news is they did get the trinket from Asgrath with that last attempt, but Z-Buy, he has his Astral Shift. He has pretty much everything he needs to survive, and you need to somehow get the crowd control onto Asgrath. There's going to be a full trap potentially coming in here. Can he ground it? No, he cannot, and now Z-Buy is going to be forced to use that Astral Shift, but at the same time, Rat is getting incredibly low, and he has to retreat. But they're slowly working through these cooldowns. Asgrath has no trinket. Z-Buy has no Astral Shift. He's only going to have his trinket to stay alive. So the Fiends, it's not looking that great, but there still is some win conditions here.
Yeah, there is some hope. We'll see if they can really get it going. It's going to be up to Asgrath to get the Ironbark down before he gets CC'd. That's going to be the key thing, because Ironbark has now rotated up. The first go was Ironbark. The second go was that shield wall, and now it's up to Asgrath to get that back up. But he's going to be in stealth very likely. He's over in cat form. You know, I can't see if he has stealth up, but I'm expecting that he has. He just needs his teammates to be harassing here, playing really, really far back, so he has the ability to actually respond to that. Rat now going to get into that Demon Stun. Here comes the trap. Is it coming out? He couldn't pre-Ironbark it, so Zeepai could potentially be in some trouble, but it looks like Rat doesn't have the confidence to move forward. And if you have to run away on these goes, you're not going to be able to get anything done. And it's Bigmex now, who's just getting lightning lasso down very low, is going to go into the turtle. Was back to full HP there, but Rat may fall. He's in a lot of trouble, going to get gripped back to the pillar, going to try to recover, but the pressure is so heavily in the favor of the agents, and it's only 20 seconds until Asgrath has his trinket. And at that point, I think it's lights out.
This is just exactly what you want if you are the agents. It's just one at a time coming out. Rat comes in by himself. Bigmex comes in by himself. Big Howl of Terror coming in there by Mercy to disrupt the go. And I think this game is about as good as over. Big Earth Shock coming in from Zeepai will seal the deal. And, you know, they had a decent start for the Fiends. I think Asgrath played it really well, getting that pre-overgrowth and Ironbark, like you mentioned, to really slow down that initial damage. And it just seems like if they don't get the initial kind of momentum and cooldowns out of the way, then the agents are just going to be walking away with this. The amount of pressure that they have is just really throwing them off.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he did overgrowth in game 1 and they just didn't see it, or if it was an adaptation from game 1 to game 2, but definitely looked like he used the overgrowth there, you know, because he had the wild growth hot up, he had the regrowth hot up, everything instantaneously. And if you can get that up with your Ironbark, you know, the amount of healing you're going to be doing is just so high, right? Because you're getting all those hots up. Druid Mastery, which every Druid is just fully stacking Mastery, you know, increases the healing based on how many hots are up. Life Bloom counts as 3, but having, you know, the double rejuve, the regrowth, the wild growth, all of that up, plus the amped 20% healing with that Ironbark just means the opener is going to be pretty much completely negated. And, you know, for Resto Druids, just kind of like a battle of globals, right? If you don't come out with something like the overgrowth, all your hots are going to get stripped off. It's going to be PI dispels, and then you come out of CC and you have to do that job of getting all the hots up again and trying to really recover. So I think it's really intelligent the way that they actually played this out. And then Asgrath just playing 40 yards away, you know, is going to give him that time to always be able to react. You know, when Bigmex comes off the pillar, when Rat comes off the pillar to try to push that 40-yard distance onto Asgrath, he's always going to be able to have the ability to actually respond to that, you know, as they are trying to close the gap.
Yeah, this seems like a rough matchup. I wonder if they actually mix anything up, because I mean, that game number 2 looked really good for them, but I feel like there are ways for Asgrath, Mercy, and Zeepai to kind of deal with those all-ins and the pressure. I mean, it just seems like Zenolin is on such a time limit with that Holy Priest. The way he's spending his mana, they're actually going to opt for a really small map with really small pillars. So this is a map that could easily backfire here for the Fiends, but I feel like they need to win fast, and the small map is going to allow them to do it, but it's a risky move just because it seems like if they are stacked up on these small maps and there's nowhere for them to run and hide, I mean, Zenolin is just dying in the opener, and, you know, we saw Rat also just dying to these demons. It does not look easy.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. You know, I'm not sure, right? It's one of these things where it's like, I don't know this matchup that well, right? There's not a lot of people playing Thugcleave in NA, so it's not that I can say, oh, they should just train the Warlock. But they are getting destroyed by Nether Portal, right? Like, if a Warlock gets to get the max, like, 20 shards spent Pit Lord, that Pit Lord does so much damage if it's not CC'd, right? And I'm so used to playing against only healers who perma CC your Pit Lord and it doesn't hit anything. But like we're seeing
this matchup, it seems fun, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like if you're gonna ignore the Warlock and he's getting a full stack Pit Lord, Zenlin is struggling to heal through it, right? Like he's low, Rat's behind the pillar. They're having to spend cooldowns to heal through this demon army that's back there, just chopping them up. So it makes me feel like maybe they could try potentially to go on Mercy, but they're on such a time limit that would be really, really difficult because Warlock has Port, Warlock has, you know, like Petsack and all these additional cooldowns that are going to make it really, really difficult. So I'm not sure that it would work out, but you know, they've definitely got to be able to find some way to really kind of get that perfect opener and try to counter what the agents are doing here. Because if you can't get that go immediately, I don't think you can really get a momentum as this Thugcleave. But at the same time, if he's going to overgrowth Ironbark out of stealth first global, you can't do your go into that. It's never going to work.
Yeah, it's too much damage reduction. It's too much healing. It's just, yeah, it's really difficult to deal with. But I just feel like this comp that the Agents has is just super good. They have so much disruption on the Demonology Warlock as well as the Elemental Shaman. There's so many times where we're seeing Rat kind of shadow step in for a kidney shot, and guess what he's met with? Thunderstorm. Goodbye. And then right out of the stun, it gets knocked away too with the Unleashed Shield from Z5. So exactly. It's just, there's so much that they have to deal with here. I wonder if they try to mix it up and potentially they go after the Restoration Druid instead, just to kind of throw them for a loop.
Oh, they found the Druid in stealth.
Beautifully done. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Yeah, there's no hots out at all now that on Zeepai. He wasn't able to get that overgrowth because he actually flared him out of stealth, but the knockbacks come through, and the CC is there, and now the lasso is going to get dropped. Mercy going to be dropping the Nether portal here immediately onto Rat. They want to keep this pressure rolling. Zenlin going to have to go into the Angel form. Even with that opener, they really couldn't get anything done, unfortunately. A nice interrupt on the Demonic Tyrant, so he's trying to buff up that Pit Lord, couldn't actually get it out. We'll see if he uses it now, but Mercy's going to get scattered up. Asgrath already in the tree form. He does have those additional hots coming out here. Zeepai into the kidney, but there's lots of hots on him. Zeepai doesn't seem like he's in much trouble, and in fact, it's Zenlin who's really getting lower on the other side. Asgrath's going to be thrown into a trap. He's going to be DR sapped off of that. It still doesn't have his trinket, but Zeepai getting very, very low. We'll see if he can pick him back up here with a potential NS. The Tranquility is going to get dropped. There's a Smoke Bomb and the Shadowy Duel, so he's keeping him away. Zeepai's getting very, very low. Now a cheap shot onto Asgrath. DR Kidney, and Rat's going to step over here, try to finish him off, but Zeepai, he's going to gate right back to him. The spam fears coming through from Mercy are huge, but Mercy's going to get kicked, and Zeepai is staying so low there. The silence is over on Asgrath, but the Iron Bark is out. It was saved this whole time, and with that Iron Bark there, I don't think they're going to be able to finish him off, and now it's the Fiends that are in so much trouble.
Yeah, they're stacked behind the pillar, but Big Mix realizing they need to make a move. He's going to push forward, gouge right now into Mercy, and they're splitting up. They do not want to get AoE down. I like the positioning coming in from the Hunter. Right now, Zeepai has a lot of damage loaded up with that Stormkeeper. If he can actually land it on someone, it's going to be big zaps here on the Big Mix. Can he take him down? Big Earth Shock. Any shot, but Zeepai actually trinkets out, kind of aggressive, trying to get the grounding totem on the trap, but isn't able to find it. Big cheap shot, but it doesn't look like they have the damage just yet, but maybe there's no healing available for Asgrath. At the same time, though, Rat gets feared away and blasted. Could easily fall. He's on death's door right now, and he will get taken down. Nice setups there. Nice peels coming in from Mercy. He did a great job with his fears and stuns, denying those setups. Yeah. And although that was a really close call, the Agents, I think, played that really well defensively.
Yeah, they did a really, really good job defensively. I think Mercy is especially, on that initial go, I thought this was potentially going to be a Thug Cleave win when they actually found Asgrath in stealth. Like, that is pretty rough when you get found in Cat, stun trapped in Cat. So 0 pre-hots out, nothing going. But the very first couple seconds of the game, like, that's where they would have wanted to get that Panic Trinket. That's where they would have wanted to really get that everything rolling, because on this go, imagine if they had forced the trinket on the previous traps and stuff out of stealth, but unfortunately for them, they didn't get anything. And Iron Bark wasn't even used until super late. So, as soon as Asgarth got out of all that CC, it was never going to be a kill on Zeepai because he still had a lot left there. He had the Overgrowth. And at this moment, coming out of the trap again, Overgrowth's off cooldown. You'll see he pops around the corner and there's Overgrowth onto him. All the hots are up. Sen Ward's up as well. And you're just not going to be able to actually kill through everything there. And Rat was just way too low. Would be fun if we could to actually see those very first seconds of the game again, because to me that was the key thing, was how little the Thug Cleave got done in the first 10 seconds of the game, because that is really where they wanted to capitalize on finding the Druid, but they couldn't get anything. They didn't seem to force any trinkets, no walls, no anything in those first couple seconds, and I think that has to be credit to Mercy for just throwing down so many peels.
He really did a phenomenal job, and you can see on the damage meters as well. Damage meters aren't everything, but you can see Rat on that Subtlety Rogue. If you're not getting the setups, he's going for a lot of CC and just trying to deny incoming healing and letting kind of Big Mix carry there. But it can be really, really difficult. I feel like that's the thing, makes it so difficult for them to actually train down a target. And I think the Agents just have the perfect composition, because what the Fiends want to do is they want to do hit and run, right? They want to go in, they want to get the control, they want to get the burst, and then they want to kind of get a reset. But with the way the Agents are playing and the way Mercy is getting pressure out, it's just really difficult for them to do that. So unfortunately for the Fiends, that does mean they are going to be eliminated. The Agents will press on through that lower bracket. And I think, Zico said at the beginning of the day, this is one of those teams that is a potential favorite to win the entire thing. A really powerhouse roster. So we'll see if they can do it. Any of these teams in the upper bracket that are going to drop down, that's not, a team you necessarily want to fight. But for the Fiends, I think a top 4 finish is really good for them. And hopefully we can see them again next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as I know, Zenlin is just like a holy priest only guy, so it's hard to say like like what adaptations they could make because it did feel like a really tough matchup, right? And you want to say like swap it over to the rest of druid, mass entangle on the
Not gonna
pit lord
happen.
goes, but it's not gonna happen, right? So maybe they can make some sort of adjustments for future, because it did feel like a really tough matchup, right? Like their windows were so few and far between. It felt like to really get something done. When the Warlock has that much freedom. And I really do like the pivot over to Halotare. I felt like Halotare was so key in a lot of those moments. And also just not wasting Fear DRs, I think is really, really important in those types of matchups. Sometimes it can be tempting to just like be pressing Fear all the time. But, against these comps, you don't want to waste your DRs until they have a go. So I think Mercy, really did that intelligently, and Agents picking up another dub. It's looking good for the Demo Warlock. Ellie seems like a pretty strong comp.
It definitely doesn't seem bad. I had a friend message me and he was like, yeah, I'm sure glad there's not that many good Ellies in North America after seeing that. Like, he doesn't want to have to deal with that. But yeah, it is really interesting. There are some players in North America that have been kind of playing a lot more of the Elemental Shaman. I know it's something that Prev is kind of expanding to. Normally he plays the Shadow Priest. He's also kind of known for his Ret and of course his Moonkin, but now picking up the Elemental Shaman as well. It seems like a really important role. Just the amount of damage you have and disruption, super meta right now. And I think it's one of those themes a lot of these teams, especially in North America, are going to have to start picking up and experimenting with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ellie is just so strong because the damage never really stops, right? Like there's some classes where it's like you have to be worried. It's a Demo Warlock, you have to be worried during Tyrant. If it's a Frost Mage, maybe you have to be worried about like a Glacial Spike, or when like Orb is down or whatever, right? Like there's certain windows. For Ellie's, it just feels like you have to be scared always, and I think that's one of the things that's really difficult about them. They have a tremendous amount of utility. They can pop out so much instant burst at really any time. And it allows, like, even in the previous series when we were watching these guys, you can see games where it's like the Warlock can be completely locked down, doesn't even get a Tyrant off the whole game, but you can still win because the Ellie can just solo someone, right? Like you just have to be there for that disruption and that CC and be able to kind of like set the Ellie up for success. So it definitely is a difficult, comp to stop. And even in this series where the Ellie is trained start to finish, he was top damage in every single game, right? So it's very, very difficult to actually shut down like an S tier Ellie Shaman like Zebai.
And we'll have to see. I mean, CGN Esports in this next series, they have two of Europe's best Elemental Shamans on the same roster. They got Swapsy and Jamie. We'll have to see if they actually implement that Shaman and how Team Huhu is going to deal with that. We'll be able to see all those answers and more right after a quick break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the second series here in the European region, and I'm here joined with the wonderful Azel once again. What's up?
Yo, doing well, man. I'm excited. I'm here. I have my EU correspondent, tell me everything about these teams, about what they're going to be throwing down. But if you guys don't have that, you should check out awc.gcd.tv, where I'm looking at all their specs and gear and everything like that. So it's pretty interesting to see the adjustments that people are making. This is something that I'm going to copy, right? Maybe I'll play Halotera if I play against Thuncleave now. So I think it's definitely fun to follow along and see that. So definitely check it out. But I'm excited for this next series. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I mean, these are the two undefeated teams here in the European region. We got Team Huhu, which I would say in terms of AWC is a little bit less experienced, but very, very well-known players in the European scene on the ladder. Even in tournaments in the past, some of them have been competing. So it's definitely been a strong roster kind of coming together here, primarily running that Warlock, Ellie, Druid, which is basically what we just saw from the agents. And then we got CGN Esports, of course, Swapsy's new roster, which did knock down Poggers down to that lower bracket. And they've just been looking absolutely bulletproof, a really, really scary roster on that side. And you can see here their social medias, and some of the players are streaming, guys. So you can see that purple little thing, that little Twitch mark. Go follow them there. I'm not sure if CGN is streaming right now, but there's a good way to find out. Go check them out and hit that follow button. And yeah, this is the roster: Swapsy, Blizzo, Clyde, and Jamie on that Elemental Shaman. Probably, I don't know if Jamie will be tagged in. He could be tagged in. And Blizzo hasn't really been playing his warrior, which is his main. He's been mostly rocking that Demon Hunter so far. So not too many warriors. Been a lot of cleaves, been a lot of Ellie Shamans, and a lot of warlocks as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot more warlocks, it seems like, in EU. I think I don't know if it's because there's more warlock players or because there's more Ellie players, because it feels like the only thing anyone's playing is Ellie warlock, right? It's interesting. There was so much shadow play in NA prior to the Shadow Priest nerfs, but once those came through and some of the demo nerfs, we haven't really seen that many warlocks. So it'll be interesting to see, exactly what they do want to bring out. I don't expect Blizzo to bring out the warrior, maybe after the next patch. I think with a lot of the kind of S tier melees getting nerfed, then warriors may rise in prominence a little bit. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly what they want to bring out. And it's fun to see guys like Swapsy, who I literally competed against a decade ago, right? Some of these players have been playing for so long. Obviously in NA, we have some of those players like Sidu and guys like that. And here we have guys like Swapsy and Waz and whatnot who have been playing for so many years now, right? That it's I competed a decade ago, and I used to play against these guys in tournaments, and they were, Swapsy was a veteran back then. So he's definitely got a lot of games under his belt.
Yeah, I think Swapsy was on Existence back then or something like that. Really, really old. He's been around for a long time. Obviously had a lot of success. I think he's won 3 BlizzCons. So Swapsy looking to have another dominant. Definitely not. Looking to have another dominant year here with CGN. And I mean, he's built a fantastic roster. A lot of teams that you're looking at the agents, you're looking at Poggers, really, really stacked lineups, but CGN as well, they have a lot of experience there. And it's kind of interesting to see that Swapsy, he's been known a lot for his Death Knight, his Ellie Shaman, been playing Warlock as well a lot. But now they got Jamie on the roster, which is, I would say, I don't want to say he's a one-trick Ellie Shaman, but that's definitely what he's the strongest at. So it kind of lifts a bit of a load from Swapsy and allows him to just focus on that Death Knight, focus a little bit more on those other classes. So it's nice to see, actually. And they are going to be leading here with their strongest comps on both sides. We're going to see Team Huhu actually running the Demon Hunter Ellie Resto Druid, which we saw on Friday. And we are also going to see Blizzo, Swapsy, and Clyde rocking that Demon Hunter DH.
It's going to be really interesting. You have to think Frankie's going to be the target here mostly, but I'll be interested to see if they can get Vanoss involved, really get aggressive on him as well. It's going to be so much about these setups, and there's the grip coming in, but a great stun on Swapsy immediately, so Vanoss is able to just walk out scot-free. No problem whatsoever. Great setup and denial there from the team of Huhu, but Swapsy already having to use the IBF, the AMZ, and the AMS all coming down, so Swapsy's just rushing through these cooldowns incredibly quickly there. Frankie trying his best to create some space, and Vanos already in the back in that tree form, trying to keep his team topped up as much as possible. It's all going to be about this damage onto Frankie. You can see Darkness going to get dropped, but Swapsy's in so much trouble. He's down to 20% HP. Will get picked up back there by Clyde, who's going to have to drop the Emerald Communion. So both teams really ripping through these cooldowns fast, but it's Swapsy, it feels like, that's in the most trouble.
Yeah, Swapsy also used his Dwarf Racial right there, so he's got no Trinket for a couple of seconds. He's got no Icebound, and he also had to use that AMZ, so a lot of pressure coming in here onto Swapsy, but he does have the Death Strikes. He does have Lichborn currently active as well, so a lot of self-healing coming out here. Frankie trying to load up a Stormkeeper, trying to get aggressive right now, and Clyde as well, having to use that Emerald Communion so early. It's going to be really tough for him to keep his team alive. Swapsy dropping to about 50% HP. Blizzo, though, with a nice triple Chaos Nova, looking to reverse the pressure here back onto the Ellie Shaman, and Frankie, he doesn't actually have his Astral Shift. Existence as well, taking huge damage right now, dropping super low here. Does have the Netherwalk, but he's trying to hold it. He doesn't want to overlap it with that blur. And now, again, a lot of pressure on both sides here, Azal.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing such a good job of actually stopping Swapsy on these grips. So every time Swapsy grips in Vanos, they're actually just stunning Swapsy. But now he gets the triple blind. Then are they going to be able to find the setup off of that? But it's actually Swapsy again that's just getting knocked away here, not able to find any of that follow-up damage. Huhu is really denying all of these goes here from CGN. They're doing such a good job with that, and Swapsy that is still under this unrelenting pressure here. The Shroud is up for Clyde, but when that expires, maybe they can land some CC and try to finish off Swapsy, who's had to Trinket. The AMS is almost back up here. Existence on the other side getting really low. He has the Netherwalk. He may have to use it. He's down to about 20% HP. The Netherwalk will have to be popped. Unfortunately, it's overlapped with the Iron Bark there from Vanos. So Vanos going to be running really low on CDs. He does have Tree Form again. There's the grip. There's the AoE stun onto Vanos. It's Blizzo now that's getting low. Swapsy's into a stun. He's down very low as well. Clyde could be able to pick them back up, but Clyde is almost out of mana, and we know this pressure is not going to be stopping from Frankie anytime soon. But Swapsy down to about 50%. He's got the AMZ coming back up right now, going to get knocked back out of it. And you can see that Static Field Totem trying to keep him out. He's stunned outside of it, it looks like, just able to dip back in now. But Clyde is tapped. He's completely Vanos going to get gripped in, but there's the stun again onto Swapsy. He's not able to actually get the follow-up onto Vanos whatsoever. The Incap comes over onto Swapsy, and it's Vanos trying to keep Frankie alive. He's almost tapped as well, but Clyde, he's dead and Swapsy looks like this could be it.
Swapsy, how is he going to stay alive here? He pops the Antimatic Shell, trying to stay alive, trying to get back behind the pillar with Clyde, but that means Blizzo is left in open field here to tank it out. Vanos also running on fumes at this point, pops the Tranquility, resets some of those cooldowns, but Blizzo might be going down right now. He's got nothing. 3 seconds left on that blur. The hunt comes out from Blizzo, trying to take down the other Demon Hunter of Existence, but Blizzo forced to run away, gets a shield there from that rescue, but Swapsy now in midfield, has the Icebound Fortitude, has a couple of Death Strikes, but that is about it. He gets stunned up. There's the Icebound Fortitude coming out. There's the Death Strike. Swapsy trying to kite it out, trying to stay alive, but Clyde with nothing left in the tank, and everybody on Team Huhu looking so good right now. Clyde getting kicked there on the Nullifying Shroud. Swapsy with another Death Strike with more healing here, just trying to keep himself alive. The Gargoyle also getting popped there. Existence, this is their goal on the side of CGN. They need to take him down. Can they do it? Blizzo gets stunned up. He's got nothing as well. Anybody could fall at this point, and I don't know how Frankie actually is going to stay alive here as well. He does have the Astral Shift, does manage to pop it there, and he should be fine with that button, but Vanos is completely tapped here, and somehow Clyde, despite being has been able to keep his team in the fight to the bitter end, but it could be Swapsy now falling here as he does get stunned, hunted, and shipped right there, and Team Huhu looking like they will take that game number 1, but there is a little bit of cross-kill potential here, so we're not going to write them out just yet. Blizzo will surrender there, and that will be victory here in game number 1 for Team Huhu.
Man, that was actually incredibly close at the end. So many little things coming down to like the mana efficiency and everything that these healers were using. The Druid in that game, like literally first global of the game was Innervate for him, and because he instantly innervated at the very, very beginning of that game, when he was pretty tapped about 3 minutes in, Innervate came back off cooldown, just shortly after 3 minutes, and he was able to get that second Innervate, keep his team rolling. And I think had he not actually done that, like right here, you can see it's 3:10 into the game, he has his second Innervate. Innervate's a 3-minute cooldown, right? So he's just instantly doing it, and that's really what allowed him to keep rolling. And then Clyde, shortly before this, he used a very early Astral Communion. That came back off cooldown. He was able to use that to top one final time to try to keep his team on the push here. But you can see Clyde was completely tapped. Vanos was completely tapped. If he hadn't used that super early Innervate, like they would have lost on mana here for sure. But it just, to me, came down so much to how Huhu was able to really deny the ghost, right? Because what this DHDK wants to do against every healer, but druids in particular for sure, is every time you have grip, you're gripping them in, you're hitting them with the triple blind, you're fire breathing everyone to actually strip the hots, and then you're stunning the druid. Everyone's getting hit by AoE damage, and then you come out of that CC as a resto druid, and you play resto druid, so you know this. It's like all your hots are off, everyone's low, and you have so many globals to catch back up. But his team was doing such a good job of every time the grip would come in, from Swapsy would get stunned up, or Blizzo would get stunned up. Frankie and Existence were actually like, they were disrupting that go every single time. So, Vanos was almost always able to actually walk out of there and not get CC'd up with his team. They weren't able to get the triple fire breath to actually strip all the hots. And I think those denials completely changed the game. Because if you can actually break that up, it can start to be pretty comfortable as a resto druid. But if you can't, you can get run over really, really early by DHDK, especially with that preservation evoker who can strip all your hots, right? Like if you get a full stack fire breath on 3 people, that's 9 hots that are gone, and you don't have the globals to catch up from that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's very, very pressure based, and if you can deny those fire breaths, you can put the other healer kind of on the back foot. That's where you're going to be able to find those that kind of pressure and actually keep your pressure as well. And that's exactly it. They're able to break down those chains, break them up, make sure to stun the DK, make sure to stun the DH during those moments. And even if they get the blind, as long as they deny the stun from the Demon Hunter, then Vanos is going to be able to walk out of there and not fall behind. And I think that's really important in the matchup for sure, to make sure that you don't actually fall behind, because it's really, really hard, as you mentioned, to actually catch up when you're playing a healer and you're playing a hot-based healer as well. You don't have that many ways to actually get back up once you're actually low. You have your native swiftness, you have your cooldowns, of course, but ideally you want to just roll those hots, keep the early scenario ward, make sure that you're staying ahead of the damage, especially when the meta is as bursty as it is right now.
Yeah.
And in that next game now, we are going to be going over to Hook Point here. So a small map, which kind of signals to me that we're going to see the same comp here from CGN Esports. Probably just taking their time to kind of discuss strategies here and exactly how they want to play it out differently. And now Clyde is a fantastic multiclasser as well, so maybe this is a case of where he plays maybe the Evoker one more time on a small map, and then if Team Huhu locks in a larger map for the Ele Shaman, then maybe they swap over to a Druid as well, because I do think the Druid is a little bit more efficient compared to the Evoker.
Yeah, I definitely think it can be a little bit more efficient for sure. I just think CGN just need to get those clean goes. Find some way to make sure that Vanos is locked in with you. Because, like as you said, you do have some of those cooldowns to like catch up from burst, like NS and so on. But the big problem becomes when all 3 people get hit in that blender with the DHDK, and you come out of the stun, and everyone's 30% or everyone's 40%. And it's like, how do you spend your globals, right? You need to Swiftman for Soul of the Forest. You need to rejuve someone, then Swiftman, then NS. Okay, one person is saved. Now the other 2 people are at 30%. And what are you going to do there, right? And that's where you start having to sometimes dump like every cooldown at once. If you can get that perfect go, it can sometimes really take a lot away from that resto druid. So, they need to make sure they get those perfect goes. I think that is the main advantage here to playing with the DK, is that setup compared to the Ellie. Because the Ellie is going to have, kind of higher steady pressure. You're generally going to be putting out more DPS. You're generally going to have more utility. You kind of have that freedom to just hit whoever you want. So, it's all about the setups, and CGN needs to make sure that they're getting really, really perfect setups here on every single go, because that is their way to really get momentum in the game.
Yeah, they just need to make sure to get that blender rolling and try to make sure that every ingredient is there, especially the broccoli there from Vanos. If they can get him in there.
Smoothie there.
Yeah, nice and healthy. It's cold days right now. It gets dark very fast, so gotta make sure you get all your vitamins there from the Druid as well. And last time around, they were denied a little bit there. So we'll see if Swapsy can get that going. And I'm surprised, honestly, to see Swapsy actually being under so much pressure there so early on, because one of the big reasons why a lot of people are considering Death Knights to just be, one of the best, if not the best melee right now, is because of that self-healing that the DK has. They're super tanky, you know.
Yep.
They got the Rune of Spell Warding, they got Death Strikes, they got plenty of self-heals to go, in addition to, you know, Icebound Fortitude, Trinket, also playing Dwarf usually to kind of break up a lot of those stuns and to have those kind of magic removal effects. So I'm surprised to see Swapsy actually, you know, dropping to 20%, 30% constantly early on, and actually having a really tough time getting his pressure out because he's forced to just spam Death Strike over and over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one advantage to going on that Death Knight is they're kind of less evasive. He's going to drop Wraithwalk immediately here. They're trying to get a setup very early on. They do get a 2-man blind, but again, it's not actually catching Vanoss. And Vanoss, again, is going to be dropping that Innervate instantaneously, but he gets stun feared here. Existence getting low, Frankie getting low. This is that pressure that they want. Vanoss is going to pop the tree form here immediately and try to get some heals rolling here. Swapsy, though, under a lot of pressure himself. He does have the AMS and AMZ. He didn't at this point last game, and it's Frankie down to about half. Vanoss just trying to heal through this as best as he possibly can. He's trying to stay absolutely maximum range. As you can see, a nice static field totem there, locking in Blizzo on his dash. Swapsy's going to have to drop the IBF. He's getting pressured really, really heavily here. Just his health is just ping-ponging back and forth, and they have to use the Emerald Communion very, very early, so that's going to be gone here already. Can they find another setup here pretty soon for Swapsy? That's going to be the key. He has the AMZ left, but it's Clyde that feels like he's under a lot more pressure. And you can see Vanoss is just 40 yards away.
Yeah, Vanoss just having a great time so far. He's very efficient with the mana, but Clyde is kind of tied up with him. And Vanoss also going to use that Tranquility now, resetting a lot of his cooldowns with that, and be able to access his Cenarion Ward. And his Iron Bark's going to come up much sooner as well. But Blizzo taking huge damage here. Nice blur, though, coming out from Blizzo. And here's the setup. Double Blinding Sleet. Can they get it? They do get the triple. Blizzo now going for the I-Beam, going for that cleave damage across the entire team of Huhu here, trying to get them into the blender. And Vanoss just going to use his Bark Skin right there, and that should be enough for him to kind of just brush that one off and keep his team going here. And you can see Frankie had to use his Astral Shift as well, so they do force out a couple of defensives here, but I'm still more scared here for CGN because CGN definitely been taking it so far. And there is the Anti-Magic Zone as well getting dropped now, grips in onto Vanoss into an Asphyxiate, but doesn't actually take that much damage despite not having Bark Skin. Beautiful Heart of the Wild coming out there actually from Vanoss, allowing him to survive that one. And Clyde here already dropping extremely low on mana. Vanoss still looking very, very comfortable. If it does come down to mana, I would say Team Who are definitely in the lead right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, he used that super early Innervate. So his second Innervate here is up in only 40 seconds. You know, in that last Grip Asphyxiate onto Vanoss, Blizzo wasn't on the Druid at all. You know, it was just Swapsy hitting him on a solo go, and Swapsy's getting very far behind. Triple blind, though. Can they get the setup now? There's the triple stun. Vanoss going to trinket out of this one, though. They're going to grip him back in. They're trying to keep that pressure rolling, but they're not really able to get much of anything because the Iron Bark is traded out. They couldn't force that on that previous setup. The Grippy Hands are out there trying to get something done here, but they are just falling further and further behind, not really able to get the pressure that they want. They're not forcing enough cooldowns out of these goes consistently here, and Clyde is pretty much tapped on mana. He's going to be praying to get towards another Emerald Communion, but that is 50 seconds away. Vanoss has his Innervate here in 3 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pop it out immediately to try to keep that rolling. Swapsy trying to play on top of Vanoss. They know he has no Iron Bark. They know he has no Trank, and he has no Bark Skin either. So if they could get on Vanoss, perhaps they could try to knock him down. But it feels like at this point, that may be their only hope, because I don't think they're going to win on mana as Innervate's popped again.
Yeah, and they're running a lot of out of time here. Vanoss actually getting stunned up right there, but he does have the Innervate pop. Does manage to get a lot of healing out with that, and still on mana, he's looking good. Clyde, however, not looking too hot right now. Swapsy gonna be having a couple of cooldowns rotating back up with that Anti-Magic Zone, but is it going to be up in time here? Swapsy dropping dangerously low. Can they stay alive? Nice Blinding Sleet coming out here, but they're actually running with their setup. That's not what you want to see here from the DHDK. Now finally connecting there with a double Asphyxiate and a Fell Eruption, getting a lot of damage out, but it's going to be Swapsy once again on the back foot, trying to get some Death Strikes out, trying to stay alive, and that's basically been the story of this game so far, just trying to keep himself afloat. And now with Dampening stacking up as well, Swapsy is in a lot of trouble. His healer has a little bit of mana left in the tank. That Emerald Communion did come up and get popped basically instantly here for Clyde, but now Blizzo, he has the blur, but he can't access it in a stun. What an insane bash coming out there from Vanoss, actually getting that off in time and securing the kill for stories. Team Blizzo could have accessed his blur there, maybe been able to stay alive if he hadn't gotten stunned there. But Vanoss reading the situation perfectly there, getting that offensive play in, and that's very important as a healer. You got to stay back, you got to get those heals out, you got to be efficient, but you also got to make sure to know when you have a window like that to get aggressive, go for those aggressive stuns, go for the cyclones, and they managed to find that moment right there and close it out here, even on CGN's map pick.
Yeah. I mean, it was really, really well done by Vanoss. Then there was an adaptation from CGN. I saw that on some of these goes, what they started doing, because Existence had been breaking up their blind stun combos. So what they were doing is Blizzo was in-capping Existence. And so he would in-cap Existence, they would grip in Vanoss, and then they would try to do a double blind into a triple stun. But what happened on one of the goes was the timing was a little bit slow. So the Chaos Nova came out first from Existence, so that broke up one stun combo. Then the next time, Existence trinketed and broke it up. Then the next go, Vanoss is able to trinket, and they just did such a good job again of actually disrupting these goes. So they're never really able to get that kind of pressure that they want. And it started to feel like CGN was falling apart a little bit. Because we saw multiple kind of solo goes onto Vanoss that didn't really create too much pressure, and that's why on that last grip blind, like you were talking about, they were just running on it, but they had no Chaos Nova because Blizzo had used the solo Chaos Nova on their Druid. He was just trying to do a solo mission on Vanoss. The grip before that, Swapsy just gripped in Vanoss and solo asphyxiated him and was trying to do a little solo go on him. But when they're not hitting the same target, it just doesn't feel like they're really getting that pressure rolling. They need to have those kind of brief windows where they're putting the Druid under so much pressure, where they're stripping all the hots, where they're getting all the pressure rolling, and they just don't seem to be able to do it because Existence and Frankie are doing such a good job of breaking it up. And Existence in particular, I think, is really doing an excellent job because he needs to basically either trinket the Chaos Nova and Chaos Nova both the DPS to actually find a window for his Druid, or because he was getting his off first multiple times, they had to start doing the in-cap on him. Then he's not in the blind, so you have to wait till the in-cap ends before you can Chaos Nova, because you can't Chaos Nova into it. So it was making it really, really difficult, right? So just such a good job of breaking it up. And I feel like once I started seeing those kind of solo missions, that's where you start to know the panic setting in, because they're like, oh, I gotta do something, right? So I'm expecting them to maybe change up their comp a bit, because I think 2 games in a row you've lost with it. It felt like the frustration was maybe leaking in a little bit at the end of that last one. So potentially see them mix something up. Maybe they'll change healers, as you said, try to play more for mana, because as good of a job as Team Who is doing breaking these goes up, it is coming down to mana at the end of the day, right? And it's really just that the Druid is slightly having better mana because he's getting 2 innervates every game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you broke it down very well there, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. We see them lock in Tol'Vir Arena, which means if you're locking in a melee cleave on Tol'Vir, you're basically just throwing in the towel at this point. So I don't think that's going to happen. I think we are going to see Jamie's debut here in the AWC. And, Jamie, Frankie, these are Ele Shaman mains. These are some of the best Ele Shamans that we have here in Europe. So I wouldn't be surprised, actually. We could even see a mirror actually come out from these guys. And Swapsy also does have access to his Warlock. So it could be an Ele Warlock, but I'm not sold on the Ele Warlock. It could work. Some kind of double caster shenanigans could work on this map as well. And Clyde, he does play the Resto Druid. So I would imagine that we either see a mirror straight up from CGN, or we see maybe an Ele Warlock with a Resto Druid, something like that. We definitely see an Ele Shaman from CGN. I think it's time to bring in Jamie.
I think mirror would be pretty hype. I always think there's more on the line when you're fighting a mirror, there's the ego's involved a little bit. No matter whether people want to deny it or not, you never want to lose to a mirror, right? Because that's always, people are going to look at it like, well, which one's the better team, right? Well, who won the mirror? So sometimes people, I think, as a result, can be a little bit nervous, a little bit haphazard. They don't want to bring out the mirror. We're not going to see it. It is going to be the Ele, as you said. And because we're on Tol'Vir, big map, as you said, we're probably not going to get a melee cleave. I do think this is a great map for Warlock Ele. We'll see how effective they can be. It'll be interesting to see who they actually want to target. I do think, if Warlock's going to be playing Nether Portal, like we saw in the previous games, Ellie Resto Druid have a lot easier time dealing with it. So even if the Warlock is free casting, you have Mass Entangle, you have Earthbind Root, like you have a lot of ways, even just thunderstorming away the Pit Lord and stuff. So you have a lot of ways to actually deal with that Pit Lord. So I don't think Team Huhu has to worry as much about it, which gives you more of an ability to kind of just like pick and choose who you want to go on and not necessarily worry about a big Pit Lord just like running over your team.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see the big pit lords coming in like that. I think for CGN, it's going to be more about controlling existence and then swapping to him. We're probably going to see, hexes, fears, things like that being thrown out on existence, trying to root him, and then eventually also see some of those fell stuns come out onto existence and then try to burst him. And that's one of the scary things about the comp that CGN runs. You have a lot of control. You have, double wizards, Untold Veer, and the team with the melee, they really have to, be very confident when they make those deep pushes, because if you get stuck in no man's land, that's where you're going to go down if you are existence, and usually you are on the clock as well as the melee caster compared to the double caster. So if you ever have to retreat to the pillar, that's when Clyde is going to be able to drink, and that's where Team Huhu won't actually be able to get those drinks. So I think for CGN, they're going to have those win conditions on mana. They're going to have the control as well. The scary thing is if Team Huhu can burst somebody down. They definitely have more burst on their side. Demon Hunter Ellie, big reason why this comp is so popular here in Europe. We've seen it now from multiple teams. Creed ran this as well. And I think the biggest reason is just because of that one-shot potential. The Demon Hunter can just absolutely blast someone, and so can the Ellie Shaman, and you have very durable targets with those two when they're backed up by Resto Druid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, CGN, I want to see them making sure that they're swapping around constantly. Don't allow the Druid to just roll blooms on two targets, the same two targets the whole game. You need to be getting pressure on different people. And I think when anytime you're playing Wizards, it's so important for whatever Wizard is not being pressured to pressure the healer, right? So if they want to go on the Ellie, you want to see Swapsy playing in between Vanos and his DPS, making it really, really difficult for him. And as you're saying, hey, if you can land all this chain CC onto existence, Hots are going to fall off him, right? Get him into the triple clone, get him in the triple root, spam fear him, whatever. Hots fall off, axe toss, turn, look for burst. Ellie's always are going to have something ready to really try to pressure. And that's where you're going to find those kind of windows of opportunity. Is out of CC when Hots aren't there. You really have to keep that pressure rolling. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Positioning, as you said, really, really important for Team Huhu because they need to be able to keep this Demon Hunter offensive, right? And that requires Vanos to be able to be up near him so he can have the ability to chase behind pillars if he needs to, has the ability to actually move in and try to look for some of these kills without, Vanos just exposing himself to too much CC.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's going to be a really tough matchup, especially for Existence. He's going to need to really find those moments where he can push in, and I'm expecting them early on to try to send the Ellie Shaman a little bit more than the Warlock, but if the game does go into a little bit deeper stages of dampening, they could make a really, really big push and try to stay on the Warlock, and if they can get that uptime after the port, after the gateway comes out, and actually still stay on the target, that's where they can just absolutely run him over. Otherwise, it's going to have to be, some short bursts here onto Frankie, but already match point here in the upper bracket. A winner of this will qualify for the European finals. Loser will have to go downstairs to that lower bracket to face off against the Agents. It's definitely not a place where you want to be, and we got this game live and loaded. They're going to be going after Jamie here right away on the side of Team Huhu. Going to be testing him to see if he is cold coming in from the bench right now, and just throwing some CC onto Swapsy. Swapsy actually trinketing out of that Demon Hunter Fear right now, and trying to just make sure that Jamie doesn't fall too far behind, getting those fears out onto existence and getting that damage right now. Also going after Vanos there a little bit as well is Jamie, and now Swapsy forced to port away, trying to get back there to his Druid onto Clyde, and big burst actually coming in there onto Vanos, but he does manage to keep himself alive. And that's one thing as a Druid in these situations, you really have to go behind the pillar and use those regrowth procs to make sure that you're healing yourself with that while rolling those hots on your team.
Yeah, absolutely. But so far, both teams doing pretty well. Existence, though, gets rocked there, down to about 10% HP, is going to get picked back up by the NS. It looked like they're from Vanos, but Vanos, again, under pressure here. And Swapsy, is playing, I think, Tyrant cooldown reduction. He just Tyranted first global of the game, but it was great fear from Existence that just CC'd up that Tyrant, made it pretty useless on its first go. So intelligent play there from Existence, just shutting down that Tyrant, something you really want to make sure you're doing. And they're going to go back onto Swapsy anytime he's in the map. middle of the map. They really want to look to try to pressure him. It feels like they're going to try to play on whatever wizard is easy to hit. He pops that Petsack, and then they're going to be right back on a Jamie who's very far in here. Is going to have to pop the Dwarf Racial, it looks like, but he's going to go down. He does. There was no NS, no Ironbark remaining. Clyde had the Tranquility ticking, but just not enough on the Jamie, who got really, really aggressive. Felt like they got a bit comfortable there as Swapsy was the target, and Jamie was pushed in fully to the other team's pillar, and they just swapped in on him and couldn't catch back up.
Yeah, Jamie, maybe making a positional error there, going a little bit too deep, and this is what happens, right? You've been on the bench, the entire weekend, and finally you get tagged in. It's with your team's back against the wall, and that's where things like this can happen. And I definitely think he got caught up by surprise. And again, this is the meta. This is what happens when you go up against Demon Hunter Ellie. They can just do such an insane amount of damage. We saw it early on onto, I think it was Existence, almost getting just blown out of the water immediately. And we can see it here onto Jamie. Already had to use that Astral Shift early on. And this is a big mistake that you can do as the double caster when you are the target who doesn't have a defensive. So Swapsy right now, he's got defensives. He's got, his Unending Resolve.
Look at that.
Then he gets knocked into another knock right there, into a bash, trinkets out. Then he gets he's stone. That's a bit unfortunate right there. He uses his Dwarf Racial, his Iron Dwarf Racial, which dispels a Flame Shock, which knocks him up in the air. So it actually locks him in place a little bit longer there. So Jamie definitely getting rocked there. But I think that was a Typhoon coming out there from Vanos. I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
He got Thunderstorm for sure. Did he get Typhoon again? This is that moment. So we'll see what happens. But he's just chasing in so far. Like, look where Clyde is. Look where Jamie is. Thunderstorm.
Yeah.
And I think it must have been a Typhoon. And then into the bash, as you called out. And it's just like in these situations, it is so hard for Clyde to be able to catch back up. Jamie is playing on the enemy pillar. Clyde is completely behind his pillar across the map. He's going to be able to kind of wild charge in travel form, try to get there immediately. But he had no NS, he had no Ironbark, and there's just no way to really catch up when they're down that low that fast.
That was actually a gust of wind from Jamie, so he got knocked, and then he gusted. Yeah, he gusted the wrong way. Oh, that is unfortunate there for Jamie, for sure. You hate to see that. Unfortunately for Jamie, and then he uses his Fire Blood as well, which dispels a Flame Shock effect. And whenever you dispel a Flame Shock, your character just gets knocked up in the air there for a second. So he actually blinked the wrong way and then stunned himself in no man's land there for a second. Definitely unfortunate there for Jamie as he does fall down, but CGN Esports are not out of the tournament yet. They will be fighting up against the Agents in that lower bracket. Team Huhu, though, what an insane performance from these guys coming in. This is their first season together in the AWC as a team. And look at them. They got the best seats in the house right now, already beating down the Agents and already beating down CGN Esports. These are some of the top dogs in Europe. The only team I would say that they haven't been tested against yet is Poggers, but
that's because they're knocked out.
Yeah, we got the Fiends down there. They took care of business there. So Team Who actually going to be avoiding Poggers altogether here, and now they're just going to be waiting for either a rematch against CGN or a rematch against the Agents. So either way, this is two teams that they've already beaten. So we'll see if either of those teams after that lower bracket final gets finished actually make some improvements here against Team Who, because they're looking like a clear favorite right now.
Yeah. That series didn't feel close, right? It did feel like it was Team Huhu that really was the momentum. The first couple of games were really close on mana, so it should be fair and say that. But it did feel like they were just doing such a good job. They were dictating the pace of the games. They were denying their opponents' goes and doing such a good job, I think, of kind of like knowing what their opponents' win conditions were and playing around that, right? Like rotating their cooldowns to constantly deny it. And it can be one of those things where sometimes it's you're not pressured all game, or you're feeling like you're really comfortable in this situation. You recover from burst and you feel like, hey, I can get really aggressive here as Jamie. And you're trying to get in the face of the healer, as I said. Like, they were on Swapsy for a second, so it's like, okay, it's my turn to get in the face of this druid. But you can get punished really hard at a moment's notice. You talked about why DHL is so popular because of that massive burst, and he kind of eats it right there. Ends up going down. But a very surprising 3-0 for me.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see a little bit more of CGN Esports here coming up against the Agents. We'll be back right after this break with the lower bracket final.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are now in the European lower finals. Winner of this match will determine who's going to be moving on to the grand finals and who will get knocked out for a guaranteed third place. It's CGN Esports versus the Agents. I'm here joined with Supatees. Did you have a chance to watch that last match? What did you think?
I mean, that was another one of the biggest upsets. I would have said Poggers being eliminated at this point was the biggest one, but now this was the second biggest. Team Huhu that was easy win for them, 3-0 all the way into the grand finals. And now we see CGN Esports and the Agents in the lower bracket. This is like grand final quality lower bracket final. Asgarath, Brunhilde, Mercy, and Zeepai on the Agents. CGN Esports, Swapsy, Blizzo, Clyde, and Jamie. Like, these are monsters when it comes to the AWC for a long-standing amount of years at this point. So to see them eliminating each other even into third place is a pretty staggering thing to say. So Team Huhu, they took a strong stance here in Cup number 1. And I don't know if I want to be either the Agents or CGN Esports if they had to go up against them again, because they've both just lost to them.
Really making a strong showing for their first cup here in Dragonflight. I mean, sending a team like CGN Esports for sure, that is making such a big statement. But we have got to get through this elimination round, and you kind of already touched on it, Sid. I mean, this is going to be a big one. A lot flying sort of, spacing to get into the grand final at the end of these 4 cups. But I mean, just to start your season off on a right foot, you want to get these hard matches behind you. You know, you want to have that confidence in your team. So we can take a look, of course, at the actual format that we have for the first 4 cups and what these teams are actually competing for. It's not only prize pool, it's not only bragging rights, but it's to make it into that top 4. They want those points. We're going to be awarding them at the end of the grand finals for EU and NA. We can kind of check back in of where the standings end up at the end of this weekend, but there's kind of a lot going for both of these teams here. And obviously no one wants to get sent home when you're just about to make it to that grand final, Sid.
I mean, these are both teams expecting to win the whole thing, right? I don't think either of these teams are
Right.
going like,
Yeah.
I'd be happy with third, second's okay. Like, there's no way these players are the caliber of players that are saying that to themselves. They want to be winning the entire thing. I mean, we have names like Swapsy. For a long-standing period of time, we called it the dynasty. I think it was 3 years in a row they were winning the world finals. So
Triforce.
yeah, with the Triforce. So now they're coming back. They're gonna have to battle it back here against the Agents. I'm curious to see what types of compositions come out from both sides, because they both have pretty similar compositions. They can both play the Lock Ellie Resto Druid. Are we gonna see mirrors? Is one of them going to teeter away from the mirror and try and come up with a counter of that, anticipating a mirror from their opponents? Is Brunhilde gonna be able to play a role in this for the Agents on Windwalker Monk? Because we saw him utilized against casters in the past. So that's kind of the gamble between both these teams, and the blind pick could have a lot of impact on the results of the series overall. So you've really got to be considering it. My expectation is the Agents will lead with some type of Windwalker comp, and then CGN Esports, if they're anticipating that, I don't know if they were going to really have a good option for it, honestly. If I'm really thinking about it, they'll probably start with their Demon Hunter Death Knight composition. It just seems to be kind of like their bread and butter comp at the moment with Blizzo on Demon Hunter. A little bit tragic to not see him on the Warrior, honestly. I feel like even in the past when Warrior wasn't necessarily the best, he was still kind of locking it in. So might be a dark time for Warriors right now. Blizzo is selling out to the dark side here on Demon Hunter. And yeah, we are going to see Demon Hunter Death Knight coming out from CGN Esports and Elemental Shaman Demon Hunter. So Brunhilde is going to be playing a role, but it's going to be on the Demon Hunter, taking the same composition that Team Huhu was running and just clobbered CGN Esports with. So let's see if CGN Esports can deal with the Agents now running the same comp.
Yeah, let's see what they do here. We've immediately got Swapsy using some major DK cooldowns. He's got that slappy hands out, utilizing that Apocalypse to get some extra DPS. We're already seeing Asgarath use Tree of Life as well, so quite a bit of pressure already coming out onto the Agents. Clyde dropping low in health. So much pressure immediately right out of the gates here for this matchup. You can just see how desperate these players are to win this match and get back to that grand finals. There's so much going on here in midfield in this map, and just so much damage from both sides. You can just see it in the positioning here. We got Clyde in the back trying to keep his team nice and topped up. Asgarath as well, kind of safely. There goes that AMZ. Lots of defensives coming across both teams here. Lots of trade-offs already happening, Supatees.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are kind of in shambles right now. Swapsy used a lot. They're swapping to Clyde. I love the swap to the healer here, but Zeepai's falling behind. They're punishing the swap, and they're forced to drop their darkness from Brunhilde to recover throughout that attack. And now both teams have expended basically everything on each side. Swapsy's IBF, one of those critical defensives, and the Astral Shift for Zeepai, not available for coming up in about 30 seconds. Can they survive to that point? The Kraken damage towards Blizzo. They imprison him on low health. He decides to trinket out, and then they swap to Swapsy, who's going to anti-magic shield and soak the damage of the swap. Can Clyde retain his mana is going to be a big question here, or can they end the game before it's a problem? It really was in their previous series against Team Huhu, so I'm just staring at that mana bar. Can Clyde win the race? Pressure onto Brunhilde. Maybe he's just going to get crushed. I think Ironbark is active, but it might not be enough. Clyde is flying through the air, adding into the mix with that deep breath damage, rescuing Blizzo over and trying to give him a little bit of a shield and bounce him back into the fight. They still have darkness on the side of CGN Esports. They can ride with this momentum and know that they have that cooldown as a failsafe.
Yeah, you really want to be keeping an eye out on the resources that the healers have, both Clyde and Asgrath. Really quickly, only 2.5 minutes into this matchup, already super low on health resources and mana. There goes that slappy hands once again from Swapsy. They're making another go of it, but we see Swapsy and Blizzo kind of dropping a little bit in health. Doesn't really look like they're making much happen. They did force the darkness out, so we're seeing some defensives come out once again, but all three of the players on CGN Esports just continuing to lose health. They're getting chonked down from all angles. Clyde really quickly burning through those resources. You can see that he's desperate to keep his team topped up. Swapsy caught into a root midfield there. Blizzo actually getting his a little bit of health down as well. There goes the blur as well from the Demon Hunter. Major defensive cooldowns. Nothing really left on the side of Blizzo. Looks like he could maybe go down. Clyde rescuing Swapsy away just a little bit, but he's going to go back onto Brunhilde, getting that pressure, continuing on. Look at Zeepai also. We're seeing that health drop down on the side of the agents. Also, Asgrath, also not really much health to keep him topped up. We see that Astral Shift go out onto Zeepai, and it looks like both of these sides here, Sid, are in trouble. There's the AMZ as well.
Anti-magic zone isn't going to be enough. He's on 10%. He's trying to reverse some dots just to stay alive. He kills his demon with that throw glaive. Gets a massive heal exactly when he needs it, but Clyde has absolutely zero mana. Blizzo is imprisoned low health. Clyde can't recover him. He's still got that time dilation. He's sitting on that. He could block a lot of damage with that. He's going to activate it right now. Try and turn this around and go all in on Brunhilde. Brunhilde immediately responding with Blur. Vengeful Retreat. Escaping away from Blizzo. Now stunning him up. Turning it around. Here comes the hunt. A swap onto Zeepai. What's he got left? Not really much. Asgrath goes for Nature Swiftness, but it does nothing. But Blizzo falls first, but and so does Zeepai. And Swapsy once again going into a 2v2 situation. Zero mana on both sides, chasing down Asgrath. Brunhilde is dying to dots. Fortunately, gets another demon proc there to heal himself back up as both healers are repositioning. Likely their strategy is going to be trying to escape the melee attacker and get a drink. Clyde is looking like he actually wants to just stop Asgrath from getting a drink in this position. Chains of Ice and the Demon Hunter are going to be really difficult to deal with. Brunhilde goes for a stun here. Swapsy breaks free with the Icebound Fortitude. He's line of sighting, knowing he needs to avoid Brunhilde's damage in that Metamorphosis. Grip into double Blinding Sleet, getting some distance, stacking him up for a double Fire Breath. Really good teamwork between the Death Knight and Evoker at this moment, but he gets imprisoned. He's still quite low on health. Is he going to teeter over here? Brunhilde, he's got Essence Break. He's got the hunt, but Abomination's Limb is available for Swapsy. He's chasing down Asgrath. Swaps back to Brunhilde. Brunhilde immediately uses Blur. He's activated that Essence Break. Is he going to be able to stay alive here? He's stunned up. Does he have an eye beam? He's holding on to the hunt for some time here. And Clyde is slowly but surely regenerating mana. Meanwhile, Asgrath has just not been able to get any whatsoever.
Really want to see the strengths of the 2v2 match right here. Brunhilde, they don't really have a lot of self-healing abilities as a Demon Hunter, whereas you look at Swapsy, look at him, he's fully tapped in runic power. He's got so many death strikes available to him to keep his health topped up, so Clyde doesn't really have to worry about him as much as Asgrath has to worry about Brunhilde. Swapsy caught in an in cap in the middle of the field there. Everyone is stuck in Chains of Ice, so not a lot of movement. Clyde dropping low in health. Brunhilde really going pretty hard after him. Swapsy gripping in Asgrath in the middle of the field, getting that Abomination Limb out onto him. Sorry, not Abomination Limb. His basically his bursted ghoul there, seeing him go after Asgrath all over the map. He's not really able to get away with him. So you see that Asgrath is kind of struggling against Swapsy. He's really not letting up in pressure. And then you can see on the other half of the field also it's Brunhilde versus Clyde, caught into that Demon Hunter stun there. So really so much damage going out on both sides. And I really couldn't tell you who's going to win this one, Sid.
With the way that it's going, I feel like Clyde is going to take it. That Disintegrate mana return, every time he uses Disintegrate, he gets a portion of his mana back. Meanwhile, Asgrath just isn't able to drink the entire time. Swapsy with Chains of Ice on the Demon Hunter makes it really tough for the Demon Hunter to connect, so I think he's given up on trying to hit the Death Knight. He's trying to bounce between 2 targets. Decent damage on the Swapsy here. If he can ride this and just close out the game, Time Dilation activates. Is it going to be enough? Clyde gets stunned. Swapsy anti-magic shields. He grips Brunhilde away from Clyde, but Asgrath is drinking, I think, in Cat Farm. Oh no, the Death and Decay, it might have missed. He got a sliver of mana, and even just a sliver of mana is going to be better than nothing in this position. But he's got Blur, he's got Darkness, and I think Demon Hunter damage should be a lot more threatening than Death Knight, mostly just because he can use Blur and avoid Death Strikes, avoid any sort of recovery, and just run the Death Knight down into the ground at this point. Is he going to be able to get away here? Maybe a rescue, pull him away with a root onto the Demon Hunter. They're setting up for a Fire Breath, maximum charge to purge off all the heal over time effects on Brunhilde and buy some damage. That could be key to their victory. Asgrath gets gripped away into a double Blinding Sleep while Clyde is getting a drink. Asgrath trinkets out of Blinding Sleep to jump over. Clyde uses Nullifying Shroud to immune any potential crowd control coming from Asgrath. He's immediately going to pull away from that engagement, try and get a drink. He's getting Azure Strike by Clyde. Clyde looking for Sleepwalks, instantly dispelled by Asgrath. Swapsy gets imprisoned. Dream Projection comes up from Clyde, just preempting some damage, getting a massive heal over time effect for himself and Swapsy. And Asgrath is just still on the run, trying to find a moment to get some mana or get to a critical point of dampening where Brunhilde can overwhelm. Nice Wild Charge on the Death Grip. Asgrath escapes from Swapsy as he is still just marching his way slowly but surely at Asgrath, keeping his dots on Brunhilde, keeping him Chains of Ice as much as possible. Nice Mass Entanglement here from Asgrath as he's trying to reposition, but here comes Dark Transformation. Big stun onto Asgrath. Are they going to be able to blast him down with the Abomination's Limb? Brunhilde going to respect it with Darkness as Clyde tries to knock them away, but it looks like they're going to be able to more than easily get right back into it, and Tree of Life going to be a really efficient trade here as Asgrath survives that burst from Swapsy. It's now Brunhilde's opportunity to find a moment to strike back.
Oh my gosh, I love when we get to these cross-kill moments. They just end up going so long, deep into dampening, and you know that the longer this game goes, the more volatile it's going to be. There goes that AMS from Swapsy, but Brunhilde is going to in-cap him out of that Clyde, rescuing him out of the way just a little bit. So we're kind of seeing these teams just sort of peel around the pillars, try and stay away from one another, but it's really making it difficult with Swapsy's Chains of Ice continually going off against the enemy team. So everyone has really been safe this entire time, but I expect that not to remain so for too much longer. We're kind of seeing just even trades so far in this 2v2 for now, but I mean, this game is really starting to get near the end, potentially. We're already at 50% dampening. Asgrath dropping low in health. He's got quite a bit of resources left. Plenty of mana. There goes that Bark Skin as well. You see Asgrath running away from him. Brunhilde running away as well. There goes some damage out from Clyde as well. Trying to get a Sleepwalk out. Keeps getting interrupted by Brunhilde. And this is not looking good to me, Sid, for the Agents.
Yeah, that was a big moment of burst from Asgrath and Brunhilde onto Asgrath and Brunhilde, but they've actually survived and fully recovered in this position. And Dampening just continues to get higher and higher, and it's just going to be at a certain moment whenever a team grabs momentum like that, Dampening will be so high that they will be unable to recover. So timing that hit at a certain level of Dampening, it's going to be that precision that we need to see from either side here. Swapsy starting to get a bit overwhelmed, but he's still committed to taking down Asgrath, trying to cut down the tree. Asgrath trinkets out of the Asphyxiate and looks to escape. Swapsy drops down his anti-magic zone for the Essence Break. A really good trade from Swapsy here on those Demon Hunter cooldowns. It's like the last big push for Brunhilde for some time, and nice rescue by Clyde there, pulling Swapsy to Asgrath. That's what I wanted to see, is Clyde use that utility of the Preservation Evoker, sleepwalk the Demon Hunter, root the Demon Hunter, and pull the Death Knight towards the Druid and assist with that mobility. It's crazy the synergy we've seen between Death Knight and Evoker throughout the tournament between NA and EU. Definitely high synergies, and definitely something you should consider playing at home if you haven't already at this point. And Brunhilde switching over to Clyde for a moment, but he's got Stasis stacked up right now, so he could toss out a massive sequence of heals at any point here with those 3 little bronze orbs. He tosses them out, tops the whole team. Double Fire Breath, fully charged. All the hots are purged from Asgrath and Brunhilde. This is a perfect moment for CGN Esports to go for the kill. Nice Dream Projection, dispelling Swapsy, getting a hot up, getting him aggressive, living flame spam, going all in onto Asgrath. Do they have the damage to take him out? Clyde using Emerald Communion, doing whatever he can to keep Swapsy completely topped off and on his target, but Asgrath just doesn't seem to even be getting scratched from that assault, and they expended a lot for a push that didn't really do too much.
Yeah, I just keep seeing these goes from both sides and nothing seems to happen. I mean, the cooldowns from Brunhilde and Swapsy, you know, the defensive cooldowns are really being traded off nicely. Clyde and Asgrath really haven't ran out of mana too badly to be in a situation where they're desperate to keep their players that are still alive topped up. And it's just, this is definitely the longest game I think that we've had so far this weekend. 60% dampening. I'm really curious how much deeper we're going to have to go in this game for somebody to finally have to die. Swapsy bringing out that AMS, and he's gonna stay alive even despite Brunhilde really just chasing after him all over the map. I mean, there's been so much uptime between Swapsy and Brunhilde. However, it's Brunhilde actually that's about 20% health right now. Asgroth kind of has not as much mana, especially if you look at it compared to Clyde, as you'd probably want to. And there goes that blur as well from Brunhilde. Swapsy caught in an in-cap in midfield. We're seeing Asgroth want to run away, try and get some distance between him and the enemy DPS, but Clyde is going to actually be the one that's chasing after him. So, I mean, once again, super deep into this game, and all we're seeing at the moment is these plays happening, but those trade-offs being completely even in the end. So we'll see what they can do. We'll see what those setups become. Brunhilde and Swapsy on top of each other, both of those healers keeping quite a bit of distance far away in the map. We're actually seeing some exchanges go on between Asgroth and Clyde, Supatees.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they've been for, I want to say, like 10 minutes or something at this point, and just still continuing to go. Nice mass entanglement here on Swapsy, that dark transformation. Whenever the ghoul turns purple with those tentacles coming out and that orange laser beam is up, you know the Death Knight's doing a lot of damage. So using a root to root the pet and prevent it from connecting to its target is going to be critical in counterplaying its major damage increase. Swapsy dropping his anti-magic zone here, trying to tank out the hunt, but Brunhilde is splitting up his cooldowns. Now he's got Essence Break separated, and there's no anti-magic zone. When is he going to pull the trigger? Oh, a double blinding sleet. Swapsy just trying to kite away with Chains of Ice as Clyde looks like he's trying to drink, but here comes the Metamorphosis to reconnect onto Swapsy. Asgrath is rooting up Swapsy, trying to prevent him from retreating away. Brunhilde is just dancing circles around him. Time dilation is up. Multiple living flames incoming. Clyde is rescuing Swapsy back to the pillar, but Brunhilde is in hot pursuit to finish this. Chains of Ice connects onto him as he tries to line of sight. Brunhilde's got a demon proc. His damage is going to be amplified, and dampening is at critical mass. Swapsy gets overwhelmed, and the agents will take game one.
Wow, there was so much damage from both the agents and CGN, from the Demon Hunter and the DK. What a way to end this. What a way to have that cross kill turn into a 2v2. That was wild. I feel like agents were kind of on the back foot for quite a while there. I mean, you know, we saw that Resto Druid struggle a little bit in mana, but honestly, I mean, both of the healers really were. But I think we're going to see the moment here where the cross kill actually happens, Sid.
Yeah, right here. I mean, everybody was just dying. It was really just a cluster of damage on both sides, all in shambles. Cooldowns completely expended on either side. You really like to actually see that. That's like the perfect way to conclude a game, is just everybody is just beaten up and bruised and battered. And Zeepai gets taken out here with burst, but Blizzo falls as he's going for the kill. And it was just Swapsy getting enough damage to kill him. Unfortunately, as valiantly fought as it was, that was like 10 minutes of 2v2 that's not going to get you a point, and I'm wondering if that's got any sort of tilt factor onto it, because you've been losing to this comp all day, and now you just played that out. And honestly, I thought Swapsy and Clyde were going to take it at multiple points. It was like, wow, that double blind looks really threatening, and you get a double purge on everything, and then Swapsy connects with A-Bomb Limb. I'm thinking that probably going to overwhelm them at some point in the game, but it just didn't. And eventually the Demon Hunter was able to connect, and he was unable to escape. And I mean, Brunhilde, even insult to injury, still has darkness here, and Asgrath has tree again and still has mana, so he could have kept going for quite some time there. 13 minutes 13 seconds. That number's kind of cursed for game one, and hopefully it hasn't cursed their team as well, because they need an answer for this composition. And I'm starting to think that they should just mirror them. Like, let's get Jamie in on Elemental. Yeah, just Jamie in and Clyde Resto Druid, and just try a straight up mirror at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we had a chance to talk to them over the week on the side of CGN Esports, and they said that Ellie is a really strong, you know, obviously everybody knows that it's a really strong class, and that's why they got two of them. So they definitely have this strength at their disposal. So I would be interested to see if they do bring that out. We're seeing the agents bring out that Demon Hunter Ellie, and in a perfect world, I'm curious, Supatees, do you feel like that's how, in a vacuum, that 2v2 would have gone should the Demon Hunter Resto Druid won that game?
I mean, Resto Druid is really good in twos. So I mean, I would never bet against Demon Hunter Resto Druid in twos, I don't think, although I haven't been doing a lot of twos. But generally speaking, I think Resto Druid has been really strong, maybe the best healer, synergizing really effectively with a lot of classes. And it's mostly just being able to root and freely shapeshift and escape and kite and avoid. the Death Knight and just being able to get resets, that becomes increasingly annoying. And their cooldowns just line up perfectly with the Death Knight. It's like you're always going to have some sort of immunity, either a Tranquility Shield, a Tree Form, or a Darkness
Mm-hmm.
every time Abomination's Limb is up. And as long as you have something that answers Abomination's Limb, I don't think the Death Knight's going to be able to kill you. So you have multiple answers to that. So every single time there's going to be something that blocks it, and being able to just retreat and escape and reset. Inevitably, it feels like the rest of Druid and the Demon Hunter is going to take it after watching that. And now, okay, CGN Esports, like what are we doing here? Is it going to be the same thing? Because Hook Point is telling me you're going to do the same thing. With a small map, like this is generally a melee cleave haven. This is like the safe zone where you want to go as a melee cleave in a series. So taking this map and not playing a melee cleave eliminates that option in the future. But they're really running their clock down to the wire here, and they just came off a series that was honestly pretty bad for them. So maybe they're just taking a little bit of time to try and reset. They just had that tilter of a game there with the 2v2. So just calm the engines down, but they're sticking to it. They believe in the Dragon Dream with the Demon Hunter and the Death Knight. And I mean, mechanically, I can see it working. These classes can kill an Ellie Shaman. They have Fire Breath Purge to remove the Druid Hots. They have triple setups. Like it mechanically makes sense. Like what this comp should work. It seems well structured. It's tanky against caster damage. It's just Clyde's mana seems to be the biggest issue. So I'm not sure if he could change something in his build. I kind of want to just take a look at his talents just to see if maybe there's anything specifically he could do. I don't think our AWC. No, for Clyde particularly. He seems to be the one that ooms just a couple seconds sooner than the Druid, and then it really matters after that point. So I believe with this, I believe with looking at this, because I'm not 100% on it, if I can't highlight over it, that he doesn't have the Disintegrate mana return. I think it's the one in between the bottom brown one and the blue one. The energy loop there. So they did just nerf this talent, so it's likely not as effective, otherwise he would be selecting it. But I'm just trying to think of like, what are all the possible options for him to be able to get more mana? Maybe it's just being more aggressive, just running on top of them a bit more. I wonder a bit if it's also the Living Flame. Maybe he's using Living Flame too much. It's costing too much on his side, because it's just the mana efficiency. He's just got to have a little bit more mana than what he's got right now. And I think that they could overwhelm the Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that as well. We can take a look as well at the comparisons between some of the classes here. If you guys want to check this out yourself, you can actually go to awc.gcd.tv and take a look at everything that we are able to see on our side as well. But there's a comparison as well between the two Demon Hunters. Of course, we're used to seeing Blizzo play on that Warrior, but now he's opting for the Demon Hunter quite a bit. And I feel like this is a really fun spec to be able to play in the close quarters of the Hook Point as a map. I mean, you have so much mobility as a Demon Hunter. You really get to keep that uptime, especially alongside a DK. You know, if you're playing double grip, if you've got that A-bomb limb, there's really not much you can do, especially on a map like Hook Point, to try and stay away from the enemy team. So that's going to be really a strength of this composition of the Demon Hunter DK. I mean, this is really a one that we're seeing kind of dominate not only AWC so far, but the ladder as well, Sid.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just a feels good spec, right? I think there's been a lot of memes around it with that the kid who's like listening to a song, partying while they're playing at the same time. Like that perspective is kind of Demon Hunter in a nutshell here. Just going to be bouncing around.
Wait, so you do know that meme? I was referencing it yesterday.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah, I just didn't know how to I don't even know the song. But
I don't know the song.
Yeah, it's like, I've been wasted. I don't know, something like that. But yeah,
DMCA. Let's hold back here.
Oh, sorry.
ZPie, let's see. Is he going to make a trade here? He's holding on to Astral Shift, relying on Iron Bark to be enough. Nice tremor on that Demon Hunter fear. Definitely want to be aware of that Demon Hunters can bring a fear effect into combat now. So if you're a Shaman with Tremor Totem, get your healers out of that. I'm tired of not getting tremored out personally in Solo Shovel. So let's see some Tremor Totems on those Demon Hunter fears. ZPie gets a good one right here, but he's still getting blasted down. He's trying to reposition, get into that Efflorescence on the ground. I really like the usage of Efflorescence from the Druids in EU at the moment. It's a really effective way to get bonus healing whenever you expect to get crowd controlled. So ZPie is just running around in this green circle, getting an extra healing effect on himself, which is just going to buffer the damage. And he's just running side to side, staying inside of this zone, while Asgrath remains 80 yards away, retaining all of his heal over time effects. ZPie disrupted there by Clyde's Quell. Really good usage of that interrupt on the Lightning Lasso. That is definitely going to start to put him behind. Now, though, Clyde getting swapped to. Is he going to die? He's going to trigger it out of the stun immediately and try and turn it around with a Fire Breath fully charged onto ZPie. Living Flames, Disintegrates coming in, gets sheared. Big damage, Deep Breath flying through the skies. Is ZPie going to falter here? activates Astral Shift, but they're trying to cut him down through it, and they're not comfortable. They use Darkness and Astral Shift, but Blizzo, he gets swapped and dropped, immediately crushed. I cannot believe it. That was a dominating swap to Blizzo. And at this point, like, the morale for CGN Esports is going to be at an all-time low. You just played a 15-minute just absolute brain killer of a match for how brutally long it was, into that where you just fall over immediately. Like, oh man, they gotta keep a level head. They gotta, you know, consider changing some stuff, either a comp or a spec. I still think mirroring is a better option, considering how badly it looked for them as Ellie Warlock when they tried that on a big map. And this is their map. Like, this is supposed to be a cleave map, but they're the ones that got cleaved. Like, look at this. Brunhilde just swaps over, and Clyde almost gets cracked out of the match in like a 2-second stun. And then because Clyde trinkets that stun, they can crowd control Clyde later on and go after Blizzo. Both of them have no trinket. And maybe this all in, maybe is there any way they could have squeezed a single extra point of damage on Zeepai there with that deep breath and killed him before the darkness? But I just love the swaps here. Agents pressure, they know, they see the win condition, no trinket on Demon Hunter, which means the Demon Hunter can't access their most precious defensive cooldowns. So we can just instantly CC the healer with an incap and then go over and stun Blizzo and swap. Really well done there by Zeepai and Brunhilde. And now it's match points, and CGN Esports, like, this is not a team that wants to be going home in third. This is a team that wants to be first place pretty much every cup. I would imagine that's their expectations that they would have set for themselves given their tournament track record amongst all the players on that roster. So this is going to be really stressed. You second guess yourself. Is it like, because they've been locking in Dragon Healer every time, and they have to have confidence on it being a good matchup. But the one thing I don't like about the Dragon Healer, particularly into a Resto Druid, is when they have a Shaman. And this is because Sleepwalk becomes really ineffective and difficult to utilize because you can be Tremor Totemed, Shaman can Wind Shear it, and that's usually the mechanic as an Evoker that you can bully a Druid with, is just flying around them in circles, casting Sleepwalk while they're just like, please, somebody on my team help. But having a Shaman on your team is exactly what you need to be able to help. So I'm not the biggest fan, honestly, of it in this matchup, particularly when it's a Druid with a Shaman together. They're going to Ashamane's Fall, which is a really big map, which there's no way they're locking in Demon Hunter Death Knight. The agents obviously aren't going to change their comp. Why would they change their comp? Like, this has worked for Team Hoo-Hoo. They just 3-0'd. Now the agents are pretty close to 3-0'ing. CGN Esports, I feel like they're leaning again. They're going to be going to that Warlock Ellie desperation, like last second pick to try and reverse this series, because anything else other than a mirror possibly wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, really curious to see what they do end up locking in. Ashamane's Fall, of course, was CGN's map choice since they did lose that last round. And CGN, I mean, they're really having a rough go at it. They just lost their series earlier on, which is why they're down here in that lower bracket. So they've had a long couple of series. You know, they lose to Team Hoo-Hoo. Now they're up against the agents, and they're losing this one as well. They're going to have to reverse sweep this if they want to any hope to make it back into that grand finals. Of course, I think the 2v2 that lasted like 12 minutes is definitely damping them also. But I mean, like we've touched on, CGN Esports, they are a dream team. They've been in this position so many times before. They're going to be drawing out that position, on that experience from having that pressure stacked up against them. So I'm only hoping that behind the scenes in these discussions that they're having with their team, they're really keeping their heads calm in, you know, the face of potentially getting eliminated, because this is really weird. I feel like we're having these really strong teams that we know have a history of just winning everything that they do, getting knocked out. Of course, the Agents is also a veteran team in the AWC, so maybe this one in particular isn't quite as surprising, but this whole tournament to me, Sid, has been just kind of turned on its head.
Yeah, I mean, usually we're asking ourselves, like, when is the reign going to end for the best teams? Usually we're saying, like, oh, they won again, they're just winning every time, but now it's completely different. The best teams are pretty much out at this point. Like Team Hoo-Hoo is already through there. They could have possibly knocked out two of the biggest contenders of CGN Esports. Goes down here, and what? They're actually picking Druid.
At least they went on a Resto Druid, yeah.
Yeah, okay. There is definitely a change there, but then what's wrong with the Druid on a small? They don't want the Druid to get swapped to, is the only thing. But I feel like they also need to swap Druid with DK Demon Hunter, and they can't do that here either. They're trying to make this a long game. I feel like they're basically saying we can min-max our damage better. We're going to play a really long game and just stay alive and out-damage you and outpace you with this type of selection in mind. Now, can they? I mean, Ellie Shaman does like I want to say the highest damage of any spec overall in the game. And then Demon Hunter is probably the second closest. So can a Death Knight keep up with that damage? Is the disruption of the Death Knight going to slow it down enough that he can come on par with the other side? I'm leaning a bit more to the Demon Hunter Ellie in just a straight up overall damage game between both these sides at the moment.
Yeah, really curious to see what their plan is here. Do you think that this is the map choice that they should have gone with this composition set, or were they trying to work something else out?
Well, I mean, on the small map, the dragon is advantageous because you want to like small position, get close to the enemy druid, get fire breaths off, stack people up. Here, if they're just trying to focus on like we're just going to do damage and stay alive, that's kind of like that. I feel like Swapsy was the one that was first stapled that in an interview. I can't remember what BlizzCon it was, where it was like, "What is your strategy?" It's like, "Do damage, don't die." That was like, I feel like it was him that's like the staple phrase from, or where it originated from. So this is a do damage and don't die comp if you're bringing a druid. I don't think you're trying to set up and get the druid offensive. He's just trying to sit 80 yards away and keep his team as healthy as possible and last as long as they can, which in this meta might not be the right decision, right? Because we're seeing every game just like the teams that can run in the fastest and steamroll people. Those are the teams in the comps that are being rewarded the most. So trying to go in the opposite direction, it's like trying to push against like a tidal wave. I don't know if he's going to be able to stand. The meta is just pushing more towards offense than defense.
Okay, we'll definitely keep an eye on CGN Esports. They've been playing Evoker this whole series. Hasn't really been working out for them so far, so they're making a bit of a change. Really curious to see how this one does work out with them. This is the lower grand finals, the lower finals. So winner of this one moving on to the grand finals. Loser knocked out, gets third place. Definitely not a bad way to end the weekend, but of course, those qualifying points to get into the top 4, super important, Super Tees. It's game number 3 here. Determining factor potentially for grand finals. It's Agents versus CGN Esports.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Both teams going to meet each other in midfield. And we immediately see Abomination's limb pulled from Swapsy. He's trying to ramp up a lot of damage. Asgrath blocks it with Iron Bark. Crowd control coming out from Brunhilde to slow down their assaults. But Swapsy's just going to Icebound Fortitude to stay on target. Looks like they're trying to swap some damage to Brunhilde, but Brunhilde's actually going after Clyde. And this is why they picked the large map. They don't want Brunhilde to be able to attack their druid. They want it to be so that he has to overextend behind the pillar and gets rooted. Brunhilde just can't move right now. He's stuck in those instant entangling roots. Nice usage of Clyde using that utility during tree farm, so when it's instant cast, and that got a lot of damage out of the initial stage of this fight as a result. So Clyde's going to always be baiting Brunhilde behind the pillar and looking to crowd control him anytime he pushes for that. And if he doesn't, then it's just going to be both DPS stacked up on top of each other. But I'm not sure if that's still going to be too good for CGN Esports. This Death Knight just struggling at the moment.
Definitely struggling. I mean, you're seeing a lot of cooldowns go out already from Swapsy. The AMZ already used. Clyde hiding behind the pillar there, trying to keep his team topped up. He's half health himself. So is Blizzo in the middle. And we're seeing those chains of ice get topped up as well from Swapsy. So not a lot of movement, despite the fact that, you're playing a demon hunter and Ellie shaman, but they're really not able to keep much distance away despite them being a little bit in trouble. There goes that astral shift from Zeepai. So a lot of defensive cooldowns coming out. 3 seconds left for AMS from Swapsy. Brunhilde gonna run away to his healer to try and maybe stay a little bit safer, but he thinks he's gonna be okay for now. And just a lot of exchanges happening in midfield. There are a lot of damage and pressure coming out from both sides. This is the final chance for CGN to stay in this one, to make it back up to that grand finals. They've had a long road to get here. They've had a bunch of really bad, kind of long and grueling games in a row, so you can bet that might be a factor going into this one. Swapsy out with the AMZ, trying to stay safe for a little bit here. But so far, both Clyde and Asgrath doing a good job of keeping their team safe.
Oh, double druid swap, double tranquility at the exact same moment in those swaps. But now Swapsy critically low. Icebound Fortitude comes up in 2 seconds. Anti-magic shield, they crush through the anti-magic shield. Looks like he gets the spell warden proc, and now they're swapping over to Blizzo. Just constant swaps from the agents. Clyde is struggling to keep up with it. It's costing him so much more mana. Asgrath is having such an easier time with this positioning. It's because Zeepai is just standing on top of Clyde. They're going to be forced to go onto the druid Asgrath and try and race him down, but now they're double rooted up because Can they take down Askerath here? They really need to kill him in this swap. They're so far behind on mana. Blizzo is struggling to stay alive on the swap, though. He drops down Darkness. He's getting bursted. He might die through it. Lightning Lasso is a go here, but Blizzo manages to stay alive, but they just can't stay on target. They're going to get punished if they leave the Ellie Shaman open. They're forced to go back onto Zeepai, try and take him out. Now he's going to trade out Astral Shift. Clyde has absolutely zero mana. He's trying to drink in that far back corner. Zeepai jumps in, looking to deny his drink. Is he going to be able to find him? Swapsy is getting low at the same time. Clyde got a tiny bit of mana and actually has Innervate. But Blizzo, what is that swap? Massive damage behind them. Oh my goodness. Insane swap right there by the Agents. That's going to be a clean sweep for them. 3-0 all the way to the grand finals.
Oh, poor CGN Esports. They made a change in game number 3 when there was no losses left that they could afford, and they still got that 3-0 loss. They've had a really long run. This is a really strong team. Well done to them, but that's going to be the Agents taking away that 3-0, moving on to the grand final, Sid.
Now, where was Blizzo at this moment? Because I said behind the pillar, but then I looked at the screen and realized he wasn't even on it. So, like,
Middle of
where,
darkness.
where? No, this was a little bit before that point. Right at the end of the game, Blizzo, a huge swap, and the Ellie Shaman is just going to have an easier time. He's ranged. He can attack anybody he wants in the game at any time, whereas the Death Knight and the Demon Hunter can't do that. So Clyde is going to have to spend way more mana. It was around this time Zeepai was stopping the drink, and Blizzo goes off screen, and I think he was chasing somebody. Yeah, he was chasing Askerath to try and stop a drink, and he just gets blasted. He just lost like 80% of his health. He's like, bro, I was trying to stop the drink. It just disappears from the game. Just Thanos snapped out of existence. I mean, he had to have at that specific moment. Like we're gonna watch it again. It's kind of tragic for Blizzo, honestly, to watch it again, because like he's just trying to do what his team needs, which is stop the drink from Askerath. And what exactly hit him? Because it was literally like 80% of his health when he goes behind the pillar. Hopefully, we can like slow mo this in a second when we get closer to that point. Like right here, they're trying to stop Clyde from drinking. Blizzo sees Askerath. He's moving towards the pillar. Blizzo's like, all right, I got to stop that drink Askerath's doing. So I'm going to jump over here, go behind the pillar, and then boom. He just right there, boom.
He just kind of locked onto his target, bashed him down.
And Zeepai just finishes him with a lava burst. So he got baited there. I mean, you can't blame him, because like you want to stop the drink. Like that's your only chance. If the Druid gets mana, you lose a little bit later. But it was just a tough matchup for them, obviously, here in this series, because now they're down 0-6 to the same composition. Moving into like the future cups, they're gonna have to figure out an answer for this.
I will say though, I mean, Swapsy, I feel like is really good historically. You just look at the sort of the comps that they've played with teams that he's been on. He's really not. Any team that he's on, with the roster that he's on, he's not afraid, it looks like, at least, to try new compositions, try new things. I'm kind of surprised from CGN that we really haven't seen much variance in what they've been playing and what they've been trying, especially since they're kind of losing to the same thing, like you just said. So maybe in cup number 2, they'll come back with a different solution, or they'll kind of tweak this composition that they've been running a little bit and get a little bit further. But I mean, I say further, and honestly, they made it to 3rd place, and they've knocked out some pretty solid teams as well. So pretty good run for CGN Esports. They're still going to walk away with a solid amount of points to get into that top 4, which we know is really important. But the Agents, now Super T is going to be moving on to that grand finals to face off against Team Huhu.
Yeah, and it's a rematch, and the Agents used a lot of different compositions to my memory. I think they tried an Assassination Rogue throughout this series. Are they just going to straight up mirror them? We haven't seen any other compositions from Team Huhu, but they do have a bunch of classes on the team. They still got Infernion that we have yet to see play. It was likely a Warlock. So both teams have very similar compositions, basically like mirrors of each other, honestly. Maybe Brunhilde can flex around more in terms of melee DPS, but I would love to end EU with just a straight up mirror. Like, can they beat Team Huhu at their own game? Because Team Huhu, they're coming off the ladder. They're really established ladder players, but when it comes to tournaments, it's the first time we really got to see them come together. And if they could get a 1st place finish against this caliber of competition, it would just be absolutely momentum building for them overall for this season.
Yeah, most definitely would. I mean, this is a really, really good way to start things off. We've seen this before, a new roster, come into the pool of teams, and they just completely blast it for cup number 1 and just stay at that level throughout. And then all of a sudden, they're the team to beat. It's no longer CGN Esports. It's no longer Poggers. It's Team Huhu. So maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I am really excited for this team, regardless of what happens. Obviously, The Agents, we know them, we're familiar with them, we've seen what they can do. So we know that they're a very strong team to contend against. So really looking forward to this rematch. We're going to head to a break, of course. When we come back, it's going to be the grand finals for EU, Team Huhu versus the Agents, coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Sunday. We are now in the European finals, and we have a very exciting match. I'm Venruki, joined with Zico, and we're just about to get into Team Huhu versus the Agents. Zico, what do you think of this one?
Well, I think it's going to be a blast because we got LA Shamans all over the place right now. This is EU. This is the region where they exist. And, there's been a lot of bursts, been a lot of talk about the meta, we're going to get into the NA meta a little bit after this, guys. So don't worry about that. But yeah, it's been a lot about Resto Druids, been a lot about LA Shamans here. This is, of course, a rematch. Team Huhu sent down the Agents down to that lower bracket 3-2, and now this is the Agents' time to shine. This is their chance at redemption here. They've been battling it through that lower bracket, beating down a lot of difficult teams there. We saw them earlier against the Thug Cleave. We saw them earlier against CGN, and now they are here, and they looked extremely hot in that last series, man.
Yeah, they definitely did. This is exciting. Ooh, okay. So we're going to be bringing the Assassination Rogue for the Agents. Assassination Elemental Shaman. This is actually something you and I were just discussing. Like, how do the Assassination Rogues do into the Elemental Shaman? Do we think it's going to be enough pressure to kind of train down the Shaman? Because I think, at least in North America, that's one of the reasons why you don't see it. The Holy Paladin and Assassination Rogue seems to be decent, but they're actually not even going after the Shaman. They're going to be starting on the Demon Hunter here very early on. Brunhilde getting out some cleave pressure on multiple targets, and we'll see how that really adds up. But they have a lot of pressure early on in this match.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible amount of pressure, and Brunhilde is going to be a very squishy target, but right now going after Vanoss, taking huge damage there. Vanoss dropping extremely low here. Might have to use his Tranquility there. Goes for the Heart of the Wild there behind the pillar with the Iron Mark there as well on his team, so he should be able to survive with that. Nature's Witness coming out here for Vanoss as well. Already burned through his Incarnation, already burning through everything. There's a Trank Bubble as well coming out for Vanoss. Brunhilde dealing devastation right now on that Assassination Rogue. Beautiful stun there onto Existence. Existence almost getting blown out of existence right there, trading out the Netherwalk, trading out his Trinket as well, and this game could just be over before it's even started, man.
Yeah, this is exciting. Existence almost going down there, getting kind of clotheslined on his hunt. That was very interesting. And us rotting down a little bit of Frankie in the meantime as well. He's not really getting too much healing. Frankie could easily go down. This is the Darkness trying to avoid the damage, but it gets knocked out of it and dropped. Vanoss looking like he's going to go down as well, and the Agents come out of the game, come out of the gate swinging there with that Assassination Rogue. Brunhilde really doing work.
Yeah, Brunhilde definitely been sharpening his daggers here, coming in extremely hot there, doing so much damage, almost taking down Existence, almost taking down the Vanoss, and in the end, it is Frankie actually that gets sent.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe it's one of those things where like the North American Assassination Rogue and the European Elemental Shaman, when they come together, it's a thing of beauty. And that's what we're seeing here in the finals. Existence, you can see, rotting down right now into the Netherwalk. Really, really close call on him. Still low. It's just unrelenting pressure from both of these teams. These Resto Druids just in a full panic, basically from start to finish of this match. But we can see the final few moments here onto Frankie. Really, really low. Existence gets over there for a Darkness, but at this point, the pressure is done. Frankie gets knocked out with that Unleashed Shield, and that is some of like the new tech of the Elemental Shaman. You're seeing it a lot this weekend. The fact that you can get Lightning Shield as well as Earth Shield. When you use that Unleash, it knocks you away and roots you, and it can be devastating to deal with, and we're seeing the Shamans use it really well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's actually what happened in that previous series. I thought it was a Gust from Jamie, but it actually was a Unleash Shield knock combo, so these Shamans definitely using their new toys in an extremely powerful way. And you can see it here from Zeepai as well. We've seen, it's very interesting to see actually in Europe. We've basically seen kind of the gauntlet of the LA Shamans. We've seen all of the best LA Shamans already kind of go through it. We got Zeepai, we got Frankie. Earlier we had Jamie, and of course we had Baka as well in Creed. So all of the most powerful elementalists are here, this weekend, and they've been definitely showing us why LA is so popular. But again, also with those Assassination Rogues, if there is one counter to that LA Shaman, it has been Rogue Mage, but also apparently Ellie and Asa Rogue definitely seeming very strong here. But now Team Huhu going to be bringing it to a large map here and have a lot more room to kind of move away. And that's one of the things about the Assassination Rogue. It's kind of similar to a Feral Druid in that way, where if everybody is stacked up, you're gonna have the most fun ever. Every single empowered Garrett from stealth, you're gonna be able to spam it on the whole team. You're gonna be able to get cleave pressure, step kidneys, get the blinds. You're gonna be able to do a lot. But on a map like Tol'Vir, there's gonna be a lot more space between each player, and that's where Vanos specifically is gonna have a little bit easier time actually staying out, because I think the reason why that was so hard to heal was because they went after Vanos while those dots are ticking on Frankie, on Existence. And then Zipa, he's just sitting there basically rolling up his sleeves, rolling up his shirt, and just having a great time, eating whatever he wants from that buffet.
Yeah. I mean, both these Druids in a bit of a panic throughout these entire games. There's no doubt about that. But I'm really curious to see if Brunhilde can kind of keep up that cleave damage. Seems really difficult. The Death Mark from the Assassination Rogue, their kind of main offensive cooldowns that doubles up their bleeds. It is a nightmare to heal through. There's some healers that kind of deal with it nicely, like the Evoker with the Cauterizing Flame. I think was like one of those early counters. It's also one of the reasons why we're seeing everybody play Dwarf, right? A lot of Dark Iron Dwarfs as well as Dwarfs, just to remove all of those effects with the Stone Form, with the Fire Blood. And it can be really strong. But yeah, in general, Assassination Rogues are really strong right now with their double Shiv to reduce healing. I feel like Vanos, if he falls behind, if we're seeing Zipai kind of get him behind with those purges, it can be almost impossible to recover. So we'll have to see how they play it. Brunhilde going to be moving in, looking like he wants to get the Garrote up on multiple targets. That's a great start. It's a huge portion of their damage, the Garrote as well as the Rupture. And every one of those kidney shots is going to be massive.
Yeah, and speaking of those kidney shots, one will land onto Existence, and already Brunhilde being annoying here, getting the Garrots out, getting the cheap shot out, already huge damage here already onto Vanos, already having to use that Incarnation Existence as well in a disarm, taking huge damage as well, and not going to be able to leech as much with that disarm, also activating the Blur. Frankie as well now trying to get some pressure out here. He's the only member with actually full HP. Zipai finally taking a huge hit of damage there. He's got no Trinket, no Astral Shift already. Nice stun, fear combo there onto Asgaroth, getting instantly tremored out though by Zipai. Zipai now again pushing in here on top of the enemy healer, trying to get aggressive. This is what Zipai does best, going after these healers. And there's the full blind onto Vanos, full stun onto Existence, and now they have an opportunity here to swap to Vanos. He's got no Bark Skin, he's got no Iron Bark, and he's got no Trinket. So if they can get those bleeds up, they can definitely take him down. But right now it's going to be Frankie here getting absolutely deleted. What is going on right now? Did Brunhilde even use his Death Mark? I don't think so. There it is.
He just used
Bumped
it,
it now. Yeah, that's a BM mark right there. He's like, yeah, we actually wanted to send the Druid, but I guess we'll take it and just save that Death Mark for the next game.
It's crazy. Assassination Rogues are just so strong right now. Yeah, the agent's really doing a good job. I think this is such an intelligent decision. Really, I thought we were going to be going into a mirror match. I thought it was going to be Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman, but the Assassination Rogue is working out really well. The Hemotoxin in particular, I kind of mentioned in the pregame, but it's basically a PvP talent that Assassination Rogues have that allows you to Shiv and reduce incoming healing by, I think it's 35%. So it's a large portion of healing reduction on top of dampening. So it can really slow down the amount of healing you can do. And we'll see it in these final moments. I don't even know if there was crowd control here on Vanos. I think it was just like an overwhelming amount of damage and burst. And Frankie was just unfortunately not able to get out that Astral Shift in time. Let's see exactly what happens. So yeah, he goes from about 30%. He gets bursted down. And yeah, the 1% Astral Shift isn't really going to do much. Unfortunately, just really caught off guard there in the final moments.
Yeah, that's happened to me a couple of times as well. That meteor that the elemental sends in actually does so much damage. It can hit for so much. I actually wonder how much that was, because it looked like it was like an Earthshock meteor combo there that just cracked Frankie and just sent him. Definitely interesting to see here these LA Shamans burst. And I mean, the game plan here wasn't even actually take down Frankie. He still has Astral Shift. The game plan was to force that Astral Shift. You can see Vanos here. He's actually worried about himself getting swapped to. And you can see it right there. There's the Chemotoxin that you were talking about, making the Shiv reduce that healing by 35%. Such a powerful cooldown on top of that 10% dampening, which of course ramps up as well throughout the game. So just a lot of healing reduction coming in there, and you can see here the damage done as well. Zipai getting double the amount of damage out there compared to Frankie. Huge damage as well from Brunhilde. Asaro's not really a scoreboard, class that competes a lot with, demon hunters and things like that, but they bring a lot of pressure to the table, a lot of single target and a lot of cleave pressure with that Mortal Strike effect that they have.
Well, it's not just that as well. I mean, you see the damage difference between Frankie and Zeepai, of course. But Frankie's having to deal with the Assassination Rogue, which is bringing in the mind-numbing poison, which is reducing your haste and making your globals slower with that effect. You're also having to deal with constantly getting Garrote silenced and kidney shot more often than the Demon Hunter can really throw out those stuns. So it's a lot of disruption. It allows Zeepai to kind of pull it ahead. And stylistically, the nice thing for Brunhilde is the fact that he's able to just bleed up everyone. I feel like it actually synergizes really nice with the Elemental Shaman, because as an Elemental Shaman, you want to have max Flame Shocks out, kind of just cleaving down the entire team, putting pressure all over the place. And that's where the Resto Druid's really going to struggle, right? The Restoration Druid is going to excel when you just heal one target. When you have to heal one thing, you want a Druid healing you, that's for sure. But when everyone is kind of rotting down, that's where the Restoration Druid is actually going to fall behind and kind of struggle in that situation.
Yeah, and a big reason for that actually is because one of their new talents is it allows the life bloom to tick faster when you have one life bloom or a set of life blooms on yourself and then on one additional member. So that's when it gets really tricky. When you're hitting 3 targets against that Resto Druid, you can only have life bloom on 2 of those targets, and compared to that single target healing, it's going to be a lot less output just because a lot of the times you have to bloom both of your teammates and you can't bloom yourself, for example, in addition to, having things like Scenario Ward, a lot of these powerful kind of single target HOTS that they have access to. So Resto Druids, this is where they can kind of fall apart a little bit. And something is telling me that we're going to see something change here. I feel like no, they're going with the same thing here, and they're picking the smallest map in the pool. I'm not sure if that's the wisest choice here. I feel like Brunhilde is going to have a great time in this match here, doing basically whatever he wants, with everybody kind of being in melee range there. Nice leap there, though, with the Metamorphosis from Existence, kiting Brunhilde just a little bit there, trying to glimpse that kidney shot as well, getting disarmed. And he actually might have glimpsed it there. And it looks like he did, actually. Very nicely done. And Brunhilde also with that evasion up now going to be subsiding. So Brunhilde has to be the target. Existence, though, taking huge hits of damage, forced to use that blur already, despite not even getting kidney shot. And now here's the kidney shot onto Vanoss. Big damage coming out. Nice imprisonment there onto Brunhilde. And it looks like they will be able to slow down the damage here just a little bit. But still, the pressure is coming up here. The pressure is building for the agents, Van.
Oh, it definitely is. Brunhilde putting his bleeds, putting his poisons on all 3 targets. Look at the damage coming in from the agents. Team Huhu is falling apart. Frankie's getting a little bit low, and you have to be careful. He gets Earthshocked once again. We saw what happened in that last game. You do not want to make that mistake again, and they overlap with the Darkness. That is the panic setting in. All 3 members riding down. Brunhilde taking a little bit of damage. He's just going to be vanishing out, but every time he uses that vanish, he has access to that empowered Garrote, and he's going to be going, spreading that Garrote on every single member he can. Existence right now, incredibly low. Might just die. He's not even stunned. Does have to trade out the Netherwalk, and this is just, if you're Vanoss, just imagine. I know you play a little bit of Restoration Druid, but seems like a nightmare situation to be in.
Oh, I would out-heal this, no problem, dude. You have no idea how good I am. No, I'm just kidding. My team would be dead a long time ago. Vanoss and Asgaroth as well. Definitely dealing with a lot of pressure here. Demon Hunter Ellie as well, definitely capable of one-shotting something, and that's exactly what they're going to need to do here, because Existence is running out of options right now, dropping dangerously low. He's got no blur. He's got no darkness. What is he going to do? Drops to 1% HP, and an Earthshock comes in and cracks him, and that is going to be 3-0 right now for the agents. Now, remember, guys, this is the grand finals here in Europe. This is a best of 7. So Team Huhu now on match point.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. The agents are just running them over with this Assassination Rogue. Zeepai putting out so much pressure as well. These consistent kidney shots, being able to bleed multiple members, putting up your healing reduction on multiple members as well. Existence just can't get comfortable in the match. He did do a good job. He glimpsed a few kidney shots that game, but his health is just rotting down. He's not receiving healing. The purges are coming in from Zeepai, and you can tell out of that kidney shot, Vanoss, he has to play catch up, but just everyone is getting lower and lower and lower. Dampening is still just at 10% at those early stages, but Existence just can't get healed. And Zeepai is just having a field day. Zeepai right now in this Elemental Shaman is looking absolutely devastating.
Yeah, whenever early shamans are good, you know Zeepai is going to be an absolute beast in the meta. And even when they aren't good, to be honest, he just always finds a way to make it work. And right now, he's definitely showcasing exactly how powerful that early shaman can be with the double knocks, with the burst damage from that fire elemental, and just with the power of these earth shocks as well. And you can see here, double lava burst coming in. There's the earth shock as well. And it just seems impossible to heal this. I feel like this was they tried a large map as well, so I don't want to criticize it too much, but a small map, I mean, look at Brunhilde's damage. He's top dam right now in this matchup, and that's because he just has a great time on this map. He can just go and bleed everything the entire game. Brunhilde definitely perfecting his kind of Mythic Plus rotation right now, making it look easy on that Assassination Rogue. And I feel like something's got to change. You got to flip the script here, and maybe bring out Infernion if you're Team Huhu, try a large map or something. I mean, there's probably a good reason why they haven't done so already, but I feel like something has to change here because right now the agents are just looking bulletproof.
What about a Paladin? Does Vanos play Paladin? It would actually be so good in this matchup, I swear. You play on the small map, your AoE dispelling the flame shocks, you have lots of cooldowns to deal with, all the spread pressure and stuff. But
it's Infernion, large map.
Okay. I guess you predicted it. And the Europeans, of course, playing the Warlocks and the Druids, Nothing new here. I'm just joking, Zico.
That's what we do.
Yeah, this is actually potentially match point here for the agents. I mean, they win this one, it's done. And I thought this was going to be like honestly, I was upstairs watching the games while I was on break, and I was like, dang, these teams are so insane. Like, this is going to be a really close finals. But the agents, they're just crawling. I'm curious, do you remember who sent them down to the lower bracket?
It was Team Huhu. They sent them down 3-2. So the agents definitely
did their homework.
And yeah, they did their homework. They analyzed what went wrong, analyzed what they should have picked, and look at them now coming back, looking absolutely monstrous here, and just one game away from winning this first European Cup here in Europe. They're going to tag in Infernion here with their backs against the wall on the side of Team Huhu. But I want you to talk a little bit about the Paladin here, because it is a good answer against the Assassination Rogue. But I do feel like there is a glaring weakness that even an Assassination Rogue can exploit, which is going after Paladins. So, in NA, a lot of people are opting for that Paladin, and that, I guess, is because of, the amount of Assassination Rogues that you guys have. So what do they actually do, into the Assassination Rogue if they do get trained?
I think this is a conversation we might have to have after this game. But the gates are going to open here for potentially the final game of the series, but we'll definitely talk Paladin after this. Sap going out onto Infernion and a Garrote onto Frankie. And this is kind of an interesting pick. I feel like Team Huhu, I'm not sure if I like this matchup that much. Typically, the Assassination Rogue is actually very good into caster comp, Zico.
Yeah, definitely. But one good thing about the Demo Warlock is that you have those pet stuns, and it can actually be very disruptive for an Assassination Rogue. So we'll just have to see how Brunhilde can navigate through that, already getting his Cloak of Shadows, which is pretty much his biggest defensive here in the matchup. So already not looking too bad here for Team Huhu. Now, what can they get from Frankie? They do blind up Vanos. He trinkets out immediately. Here comes the Smoke Bomb onto Frankie. They're pushing for that Astral Shift. They do get the Fire Blood ratio there from Frankie, but it doesn't look like they actually will be able to force out that Astral Shift. So nice win here for them. And there's the stun from those pets by Infernion. Look at that beautiful damage coming in here as well. The Tyrant blasting off there onto Brunhilde. No Cloak of Shadows. Now Zeepai going to be the target of choice here as well. Double stun coming out there with the Lightning Lasso as well, but it does get interrupted by Brunhilde with that kidney shot. Now Brunhilde looking for that cleave pressure onto Vanos, getting those Garrotes out onto Frankie as well, and also now trying to bleed up Infernion. And this is where the pressure is going to start happening. And the next kidney shot, I would be surprised if it doesn't go onto Vanos, actually, because at this point he's got that triple bleeds out that he's forced to actually go onto Infernion. There he's taking too much damage. Needs to slow him down there a little bit, but definitely wants to send it there onto Vanos. But Vanos also trading out the Bark Skin right there. So a lot of cooldowns being traded back and forth. But Frankie right now needs to be careful here. Vanos has a lot of healing to catch up on. Askerath looking comfortable right now, just playing on the same pillar here as the enemy Druid. And so far it looks like it is advantage for the agent, but Brunhilde with no Cloak of Shadows could be a liability.
So much pressure coming out. Vanos really has to play catch up once again, but Brunhilde getting bursted down to 10% health. Asgrath responds with the Iron Bark, and Brunhilde's got to be a little bit careful. He does have that Cloak of Shadows coming up in just 20 seconds, but that is a little bit far away, so needs to be careful he doesn't overextend. There's not too many answers, but they smell blood in the water. They're pushing for the kill. Frankie getting low. Can Vanos deal with the pressure? He trades out the Iron Bark. That might be enough. At the same time, Zeepai just blasting Vanos away while he's in that Incarnation Tree of Life back to the pillar. Just so much spread pressure coming in. And at this point, Brunhilde is looking healthy. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. Deathmark coming up in just a few short seconds. And Fernion, he pushed to the other side of the map, but it's very far away from Vanos, and he is just rotting down. But Brunhilde getting low. That's going to be the Cloak of Shadows, but look at the pressure. This could be potentially a triple kill coming in. Brunhilde runs over, trying to get a blind. It's an immediate trinket there by Vanos on that blind. Brunhilde gets knocked away, but he has the Vanish, and I can't help but feel like if Brunhilde can connect to his target for just a little bit longer, this game could easily close out.
Absolutely, but Brunhilde as well needs to be careful. He doesn't have any defense really. He's got the Banish though, so he still has one more kind of rescue button there, and that Deathmark is available now for Brunhilde. Where will he pull the trigger? Zeepai getting stand up. Infernion though getting stand up. There's a kidney shot as well. You don't want to send it right now onto Infernion. He does have his port available. Does have his Dark Pack up and active as well. Mana not looking too good here for Vanos either, so this could also be a game where it ends on mana, but I don't think so right now. Frankie might just be getting sent here. Huge damage coming out. That smoke bomb available as well for Brunhilde in about 15 seconds or so. Vanos taking huge damage there behind the pillar. Brunhilde trying to do what he can here, but Zeepai actually getting blasted as well. Does get the Iron Bark here though, and Zeepai will survive, but this could be anybody's game so far. Very, very close back and forth matchup here, Van.
Yeah, Deathmark's still available. Brunhilde just is sitting on it. He really wants to force out, Infernion's defenses before he decides to use it, and there is the Deathmark. He gets knocked away. Infernion rotting down. This is an overwhelming amount of damage at the same time. Vanos getting blasted down. This is potentially match point here in the European finals. Team Huhu, they have to hold on, but there is no gas left in the tank, and Zeepai is full throttle down. He's putting out massive pressure here onto Infernion as well as Frankie, but he's getting blasted in the meantime. Needs to be careful. Kitty shot now on Frankie, and I just don't think Vanos can heal through this, but somehow, some way, he manages to hold on. Infernion now looking to get aggressive with his cooldowns. Also, this is a chance for them to win. Brunhilde doesn't have many defensives. This is a really scary moment. At the same time, Infernion's still low. He portals away, and how on earth is Vanos going to be able to survive?
Oh, they have the Tyrant out right now for Infernion. This could be a cross-kill situation right now, but Infernion gets caught up in the stun lock. He tries to stun Brunhilde, but it won't be enough. The damage coming in from Zeepai and the agents right now looking to clean sweep the grand finals here in Europe and be our European Cup champions. What an insane performance. That Rogue Elemental Shaman is dealing devastation here. It looked kind of good when they subbed in Infernion there, but it just wasn't good enough. So much damage coming in, and they just couldn't keep up there with the pressure in the end.
Wow. That composition looks really strong. You really got to give a lot of credit to the agents. They were sent down to the lower bracket by Team Huhu, and I think it was actually quite a dominant performance as well. So they had to go back to the drawing board. They came up with this composition: Zeepai on the Elemental Shaman, Brunhilde on the Assassination Rogue, and Asgrath on the Restoration Druid, looking absolutely phenomenal, and they're able to go 4-0, winning the European Cup #1.
Yeah, absolutely insane performance here. The agents battling it through that lower bracket, and it just shows, how good they are, learning against the team that sent them down there, learning how to kind of beat them, what they did wrong, what they did right, and taking those lessons and bringing it in here in the grand finals and having that extra kind of lesson. But again, we can't underestimate as well, or understate rather, how good Team Huhu has played here. They're basically a newly formed roster. They have a lot of veterans, from the European scene, but these guys coming together and just showing up like this, bringing it all the way to the grand finals, even knocking down some of the best teams in the region down to that lower bracket, the agents included, and just putting on a great showing here for this first cup. So definitely a great performance from these guys. I can't wait to see what else they're going to have in store for us throughout the year, and the agents as well here, looking absolutely bulletproof so far in this grand finals. So many good teams right now in Europe. The competition is just, I think, at an all-time high. You just don't know anymore who's going to take it, who's going to come in, and you can see the last couple of moments here in the match as well.
Wow, that's remarkable. Swapsy, he tweeted out 21 minutes ago, congratulations to the agents for winning the finals soon as Asa Eli Resto Druid predicted that pretty nicely. We can see the final moments of the match. This is nothing left here for Vanost. And the consistent damage from the Elemental Shaman and the Assassination Rogue eventually prevails. But even in those final moments, Team Huhu, there were signs of life, right? Like, they didn't just fall over. They had a lot of counter pressure. There was a few scary moments in the match for Brunhilde and Zeepai. So it could be just like a strategy thing, a little bit more experience in the matchup that could come back with this particular composition and battle it back. But yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, going into Europe as a region, Zico, Elemental Shamans were talked about quite a bit. And I think they definitely performed here this weekend. Is there any kind of surprises for you?
The biggest surprise for me was definitely the Thug Cleave, just coming out and swinging like this, and making it as far as they did. Honestly, you got to give them some props here. Zenlin, Big Max, and the Young Rat. Definitely excited to see what else they can bring in. I mean, they're kind of a Thug one trick, so probably not that much. But in terms of gameplay, definitely there is a lot, to see from these guys. These guys are definitely making some huge plays. And I'm excited to see what else they can do here, what more damage they can bring here to the region. And of course, also just some of these newer rosters, seeing, a lot of the top dogs kind of knocked down a little bit. And, we got a lot of balance changes as well coming in here next week. So it's going to be interesting to see as well how the teams actually adapt to this and what they decide to do, what they decide to bring into the table next weekend as well. But of course, we're not done yet here. This was just the European region. We still got plenty of more games. We still have North America awaiting with their Paladins.
Yeah, lots of Paladins. We can get to the Paladin talk a little bit. But it seems like the scariest thing right now in North America is that Assassination Rogue, Shadow Priest, Paladin. And it seems like most of the teams are trying to answer that composition with Paladins of their own. Otherwise, you just get ran over. Like, we saw a little bit of a preview of it yesterday with the Golden Guardians. Poor Resto Druid, he was just CC'd the entire game. I actually went back in like slow motion and watched the game of him getting, put into a Hammer of Justice, into a Blinding Light, into a Psychic Horror, into, a Silence, into a Blind, which he trinketed. Then he got gouged, then he got garroted, then he got kitty shot and hodged and lost. So, I mean, it's just, as a Resto Druid, you don't really have too many tools to deal with a situation like that unless your team can kind of like really step it up and peel. Whereas the Paladin, you at least have like some freedom, no pun intended, of being able to like bubble, and it gives you like a few moments to recover. And also, one thing that's nice about Paladins too is if you can kind of stay ahead of the flame shocks, you can AoE dispel them, right? So against the Elemental Shaman, if you're training down an Elemental Shaman, you have a lot of pressure on him. You can keep that pressure up and not allow them to get much counter pressure if you're always AoE dispelling all the flame shocks, which is just so important. But we can take a look at the European bracket and exactly how the agents were able to win this one. So very early on, you could see that they were able to best Bedge, and then they actually lost in a close series, closer than I thought, against Team Huhu 3-2, sent down to the lower bracket, and then they were able to best My Way, which is a very impressive thing to do. They were able to take down the Fiends. Then they were able to beat CGN Esports. And against Team Huhu, they were able to go 4-0. But yeah, I think the biggest surprise to me about the European region was Poggers. What do you expect, like a kind of like a shift from them next week?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're going to be bringing in more comps and maybe rely a little bit less on that Rogue Mage Evoker because that's what they pretty much exclusively relied on, and it just didn't seem to work out too well. They lost against the Cleave, with the Demon Hunter and the DK. Then they lost to the Thug Cleave as well. Even though, there's a pretty good chance that they don't even run into the Thug Cleave again if they can stay in that top portion of the bracket, or if the Thug Cleave just can't make it because they run into some of those hard counters. It's definitely possible that they avoid them, but you still need an answer, just in case. A team like Poggers, they're going to want to need an answer against literally everything. So I think they're going to be bringing in a little bit more of their multi-classing capabilities. Ryko's been playing a lot of Shadow Priest, he's been playing a lot of Demon Hunter. Could see him more on those classes paired up with Chanimal, and also seeing Chanimal maybe on his Warlock, playing Lock Mage, playing Lock Shadow Priest, double wizards like that, and relying a little bit less on Waz on that Assassination Rogue when they don't need to. So I'm excited to see how Poggers adapt to the meta and what they decide to bring in for sure, and just in general, what else the region has to bring in here.
Yeah, definitely. We know Chanimal being a new addition to the team. He's been playing a lot of things. Normally, we know him for kind of his Warlock play, but we've seen him play Boomkin in the past. I think he's been practicing a lot of Unholy Death Knight, which we saw showcased a little bit this weekend, but also the Elemental Shaman. So it might be one of those things that they decide to run this composition. I mean, Waz with Swapsu is kind of one of the original pioneers of Rogue Elemental, right? With the Outlaw Rogue and Legion. So, maybe a comfort thing for them. They could also pick up this composition, but we're, of course, getting some balance changes as well. So things could be completely different next week, which will be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see. We didn't see any Warriors yet so far in EU, so maybe we'll see Blizzo, because that's another thing, there's a lot of these teams, they're not even using their full kind of potential. And I'm thinking about CGN esports here. I feel like this is not the greatest meta for them because they are kind of playing that DK. They're playing with Blizzo on that DH. He did look good on it for sure, but it's just a different beast when you have this guy on the Warrior. It's, by far his most comfortable class. He just looks so good on the Warrior compared to anybody else playing it. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see with some of those Warrior changes coming, and also with some of those nerfs to other melees, such as Pharaohs. It's going to be interesting to see, maybe we actually will see some Warriors here in the AWC. So definitely a lot to explore coming up. And it's going to be interesting to see as well now what they have in store for us in North America. A lot of Rogue Shadow Priests over there, a lot of Paladins as well, a lot of Assassination Rogue. And here we can take a look at the standings because we are playing for points here, guys, and the points is what ultimately qualifies you to the finals. Getting top 3 across all of the cups is what secures you a guaranteed spot in the finals. And then the 4th seed to the 8th seed, they will have to battle through that AWC Gauntlet tournament. And we're going to see exactly which one or which those 4 teams will be in that finals. But for now, we got the Agents sitting comfortably here at 120 AWC points. Team Huhu with 100 points, CGN at 80. The Fiends actually taking 60 points as well. And then, it's kind of crazy to look at, but, the teams that typically do really well, like My Way, like Poggers, they're only sitting there at 40 points. Still early on in the season. There's still 3 more cups, of course, here in EU. And, of course, we still have to conclude NA plus another 3 cups as well. So there's still a lot of more points left on the table, but you definitely, feel good if you are in that top 3 position already, starting to rack up those points.
Yeah, there's really no doubt about it. You mentioned the Gauntlet just a little bit, but in order to guarantee yourself in the finals, you have to make it in terms of points, either 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, and then after that, it is going to be a ruthless gauntlet. Where if you were in that 8th place seed, you need to go on a miracle run, beating the 7th and the 6th and the 5th and the 4th. It's not going to be an easy thing to do, but we can table that discussion for now. We actually have a winners interview available with the Agents.
The Agents, hello. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that first win. I do want to ask you, though, so far, how's Dragonflight been treating you? How has it been for you guys?
I think it's been good. It's been really nice to just how fast it is to level, and you have flying while you're leveling. It's really fast to gear. It's been a bit rough playing on live without tier sets, but hopefully this catalyst will speed things up a little bit, make it a bit more playable on live. But yeah, it's been good so far.
Awesome. Okay, well, this is the first cup of the season. You guys are now going to be in a really good place in terms of standings for that top 4. How did your team actually prepare for this first cup? What was practice like for you?
We just played like usual. We weren't really... I think coming into this cup, we were more like aiming for top 8 because it was not looking so good for us, but we got some coaching from our business associates, and we were able to pull it out the bag against all odds, so to speak.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's definitely really impressive for the number 1 cup. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, congratulations once again. And for cup number 2, do you think you're going to change anything about your approach as you head into that one?
Maybe not our approach, but there are some pretty big changes coming, so we'll definitely have to play some other classes and stuff. So it'll be a bit random, maybe. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, and then, speaking of changes, do you have any hot takes about the current meta?
I mean, there's a certain Feldrude that has been crying a little bit too much on Twitter, even though he's playing the best class in the game. But I mean, we had the big burst today, the big burst. So yeah, it's good.
All right. Well, there's a bear. I don't know. who's that behind you?
That may be one of my associates.
All right. Well, tell them I say hello. But I'm gonna let you get back to it. But thank you so much. Congrats once again, and we will see you later. But that being said,
Yep.
we're gonna have the NA games coming up next. We'll see you in a bit after this break. Hey everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just finished off the European region for the first championship Sunday of the Dragonflight season, and it was the Agents that ended up walking away with first place. Now we're moving on to North America. We're starting off with an elimination round in the lower semis. It's Golden Guardian Super Tees versus Where's Gordy.
Yep, both these teams have stacked rosters. Where's Gordy are comprised of Flop on that Resto Druid, Cubsy, who has decided to take the reins of the Mage on this team, which is, quite a feat considering Wealthy Man is also on this team. Chun-Li has been bringing in Windwalker Monk, can also play a little bit of Devastation Evoker as well as flex onto some other melee classes and Hunter in the past. So a wide range of specializations available to that team. Whereas the Golden Guardians right now seems like they're pretty reliant on their Shadow Priest Rogue, but they do have that WizK Feral swap and Jelly Beans as a jungle cleave they used in the open bracket. So both teams, you can just tell already that was a wide range of specs. I just said a lot of names of specs right there. So what's going to be coming in for this blind pick? I'm anticipating Shadow Priest Rogue. I'm anticipating Windwalker Mage, and that's exactly what it's going to be.
You nailed it.
And we got Paladin versus Druid. We can maybe finally start to settle this as to which healer is going to be the most dominant right now in the current meta as the gates are about to open.
Oh, which healer do you think runs out of mana first, Sid?
With how fast the games are, I don't know. But at the same time, Mage Windwalker can make a game go on for quite a long time. I think our longest games were actually from Where's Gordy in North America previously in the top 8. So if they can make the game go long, Druid could definitely have an edge here against the Paladin.
Yeah, we'll have to see here, but really loving Cubsy once again coming in on that Arcane Mage. Really interesting way that he was playing it yesterday as well. No Klepto, no Trinket, so we'll see if that works for him. Once again, we're seeing Cubsy Peekaboo meet in the middle of the map. Flop caught in a stun. There goes that Ring of Frost from Cubsy. Not able to trap anyone in it, though. But he's also dropping low in health very quickly. Is he going to get that Ice Block out? There's so much pressure. There's that Cauterize as well. But nothing really happening just yet. Flop keeping him alive. Cubsy keeping himself topped up. Also, Flop, however, does use that Tree of Life for him. So he did have to trade off quite a few cooldowns to keep his team alive. But nothing too detrimental happening just yet. We're about a minute in, but no insane plays, no damaging plays happening just now, Super Tees.
Well, as a Resto Druid, it's really important to get your tree form basically going as soon as possible because you have a lot of cooldown reduction that's going to allow you to use it twice in a match. So it's usually the first line of defense here. But now we see a swap onto Flop, and we saw Resto Druids struggling in North America. Will Flop be able to escape? Now a big swap and set up onto Peekaboo in that leg sweep, as well as WizK getting cleaved. He's going to respect the damage and just use Dispersion as they were stacked there for a double. And you can see the Druid is winning on mana. If Flop can extend this game and just avoid crowd control, avoid these swaps, keep his hots up on his teammates, they should be in a good position. I love that they're just going after the Assassination Rogue, limiting his mobility, preventing him from swapping around. Cubsy here getting a little Time Warp proc, laying in with some Arcane Missiles, massive damage on the Peekaboo. Is he going to go down? Absterge sacrifices him right at the last second to recover. Now Chun-Li falling behind. WizK's tearing in. Peekaboo's moving over, trying to get a Garrote. Cubsy's repositioning, spells stealing off all of those heal over time effects. Nice Vortex pinning Peekaboo for a moment, but he does ultimately Shadow Step into a full bash, actually. Caught in midfield. Absterge moves forward, picks him back up, making him feel pretty comfortable. Dispersion not available for 39 seconds. Where is Chun-Li going to go with that next leg sweep? He has a lot of damage. Is it going to be on Peekaboo? Is it going to be on WizK? Polymorphs onto Peekaboo at the moment, just trying to control him, and Chun-Li is just waiting behind the pillar right now, trying to find a target. They're charging over to Absterge. Need to stop that drink. He's actually just sitting behind the pillar right now drinking. I'm not sure why they haven't stopped the drink right now. Absterge got at least quite a bit of mana right there, almost tying up with Flop. That Dispersion is coming up in 16 seconds, but Absterge actually walks into a Ring of Frost. He's going to be crowd control, but at the same time, Flop's in a fear, and Chun-Li is low. He's popping out the Zwen. He's trying to get aggressive. 7 seconds away from that Dispersion. Can he connect with his cooldowns? 4 seconds away from it. WizK gets bounced back to Chun-Li. He's trying to get a double leg sweep. Peekaboo is dodging the leg sweep, weaving in and out with that sprint. Now Chun-Li trying to swap back onto the Rogue, but he's just taking so much damage while he's trying to set up this go that he just can't connect.
No, I mean, they're making it certainly difficult for them, Super Tees. You see Chun-Li just chasing WizK around the map. Absterge keeping him pretty safe, though. There goes that Wings as well. Everybody kind of meeting in the middle. So much pressure, so much damage coming out from both sides. Flop, once again, in that Tree of Life form. Also trading out Bark Skin, so quite a bit of resources being utilized to keep everybody topped up, but he does look like he's in trouble. A tremendous amount of pressure going on to him right now. He is gaining some health back, And then if you look at the other side as well, Golden Guardians, Peekaboo about half health. So really everyone is just blasting through defensives, blasting through resources. But I mean, Golden Guardians kind of looking like they're on the back foot at the moment. So much pressure going on to them. This is game number 1 of an elimination round, Sid, so we know that there's a lot on the line here. Basically, these teams need to make it to the grand finals today if they want any hope of getting into that top 4. It's super important to get those points early on. There goes that ring out there from Cubsy. Nobody caught in it. However, Peekaboo just kidding. As I say that, Absurge and Peekaboo on top of each other trying to
Ooh, that triple
on that pillar.
Triple leg sweep. Chun-Li stuns the whole team of Golden Guardians. How is Absurge going to recover from that? Looks like he's just going to be able to walk it off, surprisingly enough, but I don't like that they're all stacked up still. Spinning Crane quick swap back onto WizKid. No dispersion. Goes for Desperate Prayer. Peekaboo rolls over. Gets a fear onto Chun-Li, but here comes Arcane Surge. Cubsy is setting up for massive damage. These missiles are crashing in onto Peekaboo. Massive damage from Cubsy. WizKid void shifts them. Absurge clutches out a big heal at the last second to heal through Cubsy's attack, but that could be his last line of defense in this match here, as WizKid is getting pounded at 50% by Chun-Li's Fists of Fury. He's trying to get away from him at the moment, rooting him up with those void tendrils. Peekaboo, he's disarmed though by Chun-Li. He's chasing WizKid behind the pillar. Zwen is still out for a few more seconds. Nope, now actually just fading. Serenity is available. There's nothing for WizKid. If Chun-Li connects with this Serenity, it's gonna be game over for the Golden Guardians. Absurge and a Polymorph. Chun-Li is flying in right now. He wants to connect that. Where is he gonna go with it? Peekaboo gets pulled out of stealth. Gets a free Garrote, at least for a little bit of bonus damage, but Golden Guardians know they're done for. They need to buy some time here and wait for some cooldowns, wait for some medallions to be able to escape this leg sweep that could end the game. Cubsy's getting right on top of them, and he's going to be AoEing them down, looking for crowd control, snaring Absurge, just tossing out damage, trying to keep pressure. Kidney shot on Chun-Li, and I can imagine if he survives this kidney shot that he is going to be turning around the pressure, but that was the death mark. Flop trades out the Iron Bark for it. Absurge gets crowd control. Is Chun-Li going to be able to connect his damage in time? 4 seconds away from dispersion, 3 seconds away from dispersion, 2 seconds away. And Absurge has bought the time to get to that cooldown, but he's absolutely tapped on mana and dispersion. It's forced to be traded out. These missiles are just endlessly flying in from Cubsy. He's free casting in the midfield at the moment, and he's got his Arcane Surge coming up pretty soon. If they don't line of sight that, it's going to be lights out.
Oh, Golden Guardians really looking like they're on borrowed time. You can see just how tapped out Absurge is quickly becoming. Everyone's been able to be topped up so far, but I mean, you can really see the tremendous amount of pressure that is on Golden Guardians right now. We're about 30% into dampening. This is definitely one of the longer games. Look like Absurge is able to get a drink, so he's going to get a little bit of mana left. Trading off some cooldowns, we can see them right there, going to be gripped away by WizKid, actually. So a little bit safer. However, look, he is in that poly. Chun-Li zooming after WizKid in the middle of the map, though, maintaining that pressure onto the enemy team here. So really just a lot going on all across the board. So much damage being traded off from both teams. But WizKid, Peekaboo both dropping low in health super quickly, and it looks like anybody can drop any moment now. Absurge trying to keep
execute range. I think that's it. That barrage snipes him. Cubsy had such an insane game. That looked like so much fun for Cubsy, honestly. That looked like the most fun Arcane Mage game I've ever seen. Just sitting there, channeling missiles the whole time, rotting them down, kiting around the map, just trying to make it as annoying as possible for Peekaboo to connect to anything for the whole game, and just doing so much damage. So, moving from that game 1, I'm expecting to see a comp swap from the Golden Guardians. This is where I'd really like to see them break out the beans. And maybe attempt the jungle cleave, because typically Feral Druids, Beast Mastery Hunters have been very challenging for Arcane Mage specifically to deal with. But you'll just see throughout this game that Peekaboo had such a tough time connecting. This was the Arcane Surge coming in from Cubsy in midfield. Like, look at Cubsy, just in the middle of the map, turreting. Just, it's like he's playing tower defense for his team with missiles. Like, he's off screen right now. You just see missiles flying in through the side. He gets gouged, gets out of that immediately, and missiles just flying in onto WizKid, flying into Peekaboo, just missile the whole game. Peekaboo's trying to get pressure onto somebody, and eventually this got pinned at the pillar. Cubsy's got that suppression fire, like, giving cover to his team, and they couldn't move out into the midfield long enough to stay on target execute for the kill. Really like these plays from Chun-Li right here. Grapple weapons Peekaboo, denies the kidney shot, gives time for Flop to get to more cooldowns, and then they just push in behind the pillar. They get stuns, they get into cyclones, they swap, they get double pressure, and here it's like, it's Omega lethal, because you got Touch of Death and you have Arcane Barrage, which are both just absolute finishers. So right here, Barrage, it's get the buffed up damage at low health, and if he didn't die to that, he was going to get Touch of Death. So if you dip below 20% against Arcane Windwalker, like, it's game over at that point. There was 2 people in that, but it was valiantly fought. They lived for quite a long time, but honestly, I don't think that's the name of the game for Absterge's team. They got to win fast when you're fighting a Resto Druid.
Also, I want to congratulate Flap once again for being able to play these games with one arm. I mean, that's a massive cast that goes all the way up to your shoulder. That's got to be a little bit difficult, but we do see it. Where's Gordy taking that game number 1 victory? Looks like we are going to Hook Point as well. Golden Guardians, that was their map choice. So does that tell you anything about maybe what they're thinking in terms of composition for game number 2, Sid?
I mean, they know that Where's Gordy need to kite and they need to run away. So this is the worst map to kite and run away. So it makes the most sense for the Golden Guardians. They're never going to be playing a strategy that's trying to outdamp Where's Gordy. Where's Gordy is probably the epitome of dampening here. Arcane and Windwalker, like the highest mobility classes, and Resto Druid. So they're just all about like Miyagi-Do defense, wax on, wax off, keep the Golden Guardians away, just like keep them back, hold the line as long as possible. Whereas the Golden Guardians they're going to be like, maybe Eagle Fang or a little bit of Cobra Kai or something. Like they're just all offense, no mercy, get in there, end the game fast. And that's going to be kind of stylistically how these teams are performing with the compositions that they've brought into the competition. They could bring in a Feral Druid is the only thing I'm wondering. I don't mind this map bringing the Shadow Priest again. I feel like, you know, they if they could get close to flop, I think they would have ran him over, and on a smaller map they could do that. But I could also see a Feral Druid coming out, just because Feral Druid's really good into chasing down these classes, because you just shapeshift all the roots. You're not going to get kited like the Assassination Rogue. Your damage is going to be ticking while you're moving. So I could see either route here being decent for the Golden Guardians. They're taking their time to talk about it, likely trying to plan out the rest of the series as well. Like, what's their blind lock going to be? What's their counter pick going to be? Because losing that first game can be really devastating if you're unable to take a swing match back, where you're disadvantaged on map and you're disadvantaged on comp pick.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you weren't watching their games on Saturday on the side of Golden Guardians, they did win both of their series. They actually had a really good day with this composition. They played it quite a bit. So interesting that they're already kind of on the back foot here against Where's Gordy, but obviously this is a really strong counter. So it looks like they are going to be bringing out Jelly Beans with WizK actually on a Feral Druid, Absterge remaining on that Holy Paladin. What does this change, Super Tees? What is this game going to look like now?
I mean, this is just run in absolute no mercy here from Golden Guardians. They're going full Cobra Kai, no mercy. They're just going to be running in, doing as much pressure as possible, getting in their face, not allowing them to run away and retreat. This is like full aggression swap on their part. And they had some insane games against Team Liquid in the upper side of the bracket with pressure on this comp. Like, this is so much damage coming from all three players, and you can't really run away from these classes. You got freedoms on every class, spam shapeshift. Like, they're going to get in there, they're going to get things done. So how is Where's Gordy going to deflect this push is the big question for me. Maybe they just meet offense with offense. Maybe they go for polymorphs, just try and get pressure on the Feral and the Hunter as much as possible. But this should be a scary game for Where's Gordy.
You know, I'm going to get flamed for this, but I've actually never seen Karate Kid.
Oh, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, so...
No, I mean, I know like half the references, but I know you're making references to this movie, and I'm only getting like some of them.
Miyagi-Do is just a style of fighting that's like all defense, avoiding a fight. You know, like you win the fight by not fighting. That's the best way to win a fight. So Where's Gordy? That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're just trying not to have a fight. They just stay away from me. I'm gonna keep blocking until you run out of steam. And whereas Golden Guardians, their compositions are much more aggressive, just getting in your face and getting things done before you can get hurt, kind of deal, like a really aggressive fighting style. And that's basically the metaphor. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, or I'm throwing out words in my analogy that don't make sense.
It seems like it works with the lore of maybe the monk too, being like a peaceful.
Yeah, the panda in the cinematic with the orc and the human, and he's just disarming them and laughing at them and bouncing around them. Yeah, that's pretty much Miyagi-Do right there.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that explanation. I guess I'll go have to watch that in preparation for Cup number 2. But looks like we're getting into game number 2 here on Hook Point. Golden Guardians already down 1 point, which is not looking good for them if you're a fan of the move here, because this is an elimination round. You want your team to get as far as possible for every single cup if you want them into that top 4 to get into the grand finals for this region. Game number 2 starting off now here on Hook Point, Sid.
All right, Jellybeans, Whiskey moving in, trying to flare out the stealthies, Cubsy and Flop. If they can get them out of stealth, it'll be good. Chun-Li's trying to spinning crane kick and find a stealthy. It's kind of a game of who can get popped out first. They're going to open up on Chun-Li at the pillar, not give them the surprise attack here. And Cubsy gets a Ring of Frost on Absurge. That could be devastating if Chun-Li connects. Oh, they're going to scatter shot Chun-Li and run away. They know they're in trouble whenever Absurge... What just happened to Jellybeans? Oh my goodness, Cubsy is destroying him. Absurge responds, picks him back up to full health. This is the danger of that offensive playstyle, as they've got fragile classes like the Beast Mastery Hunter. So Jellybean's going to have to navigate around here and be very precise on his positioning if he's going to stay alive and stay aggressive. But look at these chomping bites onto Cubsy. He's on the run, trying to deflect them and hiding behind the fence. Wizkay getting blasted by Chun-Li, trades out the survival instincts, chasing down Cubsy. Alter Time's back behind the pillar. Really good position, but now they just swapped to Chun-Li. He's down to half health. Flop's trying to pick up 2 members of his team, but is he going to be able to? Wizkay falls behind. Absurge has to trinket. Just constant back and forth when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. You usually would say nothing happens, but actually a lot is happening here as both teams just ping-ponging health bars up and down. Wizkay now taking the brunt of the damage in bear form. Nice pre-bear form on the stun, and Absurge picks him up. Wizkay jumps back in, trying to tear in for that ice block onto Cubsy. They're pretty close to getting it, but Wizkay's falling behind at the same time. Absurge sacrifices him to push forward and chase down Cubsy. Jellybeans is all over him right now, just having free reign, resetting that Bestial Wrath, getting tons of pressure out. Here comes another round of Bestial Wrath. That nice Frost Nova onto the Bestial Wrath pets, though, by Cubsy. They always want to time that. Now Jellybean's getting cycloned, and they are holding the Golden Guardians at bay.
Yeah, they certainly are for now. About 2 minutes into this game, 10% dampening. Not much of anything crazy yet has happened. Golden Guardians bringing out their secret weapon of Jellybeans, and we're seeing quite a bit of health bars dip pretty low, but those healers, both of them, Flop and Absurge, keeping everyone nice and topped up. Cubsy and Jellybeans meeting in the middle of the map there. Jellybeans really needs to make distance between him and Cubsy because he's getting quickly chomped down in health. Cubsy also as well, but getting topped up very nicely by Flop, so that's going to be nice and good for them. Chun-Li now actually chasing after Jellybeans. He really can't keep his distance at all in this map. There's just no space for him to operate. So it's really looking kind of rough for a Hunter on this map. Just no room at all. And there we go. We see Wizkay zooming across the map actually to make contact with the enemy team. There goes that ring as well. Wizkay kind of caught in the middle of it. You see him actually trade out his trinket for that as well, and he's up half health now. And things might not look good for him. Chun-Li chasing after him, Flop chasing after him as well. Who's going to go down there? Major cooldowns being traded off by Absurge to try and keep him up, Sid.
Yeah, let's see if they can. He's just in bear form. That's what you hate to see. You can't get any of your combo points going. He can't get offensive. He's being held back. He's getting blasted. This could be it for him. Absurge clutches out a last-second heal. Wizkay line of sighting at the fence line. You don't want to be playing defense as the jungle, trying to turn it around. Mana still pretty even here, but a double leg sweep. Is he going to be going down? Fists of Fury are flying back into bear form again, just keeping Wizkay pinned. Tries to feral charge in onto Cubsy, who's resetting some cooldowns on that shifting power, getting ready for his arcane surge in 10 seconds. Serenity's pretty close as well. Chun-Li and Cubsy are going to just be more and more threatening. Full polymorph, full ring. Cubsy getting double cross CC and trying to take Wizkay down, but Wizkay has kited away. They're forced to swap onto Jellybeans. Jellybeans trying to land a freezing trap, but Cubsy's standing right on top of Flop, making it really difficult. He's trying to hold on to that crowd control and now trying to get away from these Fists of Fury that are flying in, but a Cyclone comes up from Flop. That could be the end of the game. He's got no breakers. Wizkay's getting blasted by Cubsy. Is Wizkay going to go down? A bash connects from Flop. Amazing switch to offense from Flop in this position, but Wizkay stays alive. Absurge keeps him going with that sacrifice, redirecting damage. Now Flop in a blinding light. They're trying to cut down Cubsy. Can they connect? Wizkay just can't. He's stuck in bear form at the pillar right now. Jellybeans has to solo Cubsy. Can he do it? He's doing it! At 10% health, has to ice block. And maybe that's exactly what they need. Just Wizkay tank in bear form. Let the Hunter carry at the moment. Now he's getting some dots up onto Cubsy. That could be it for him. Ironbark's up, but 2 targets are low. And Flop is running out of steam. This could be it for them. Wizkay gets stunned up. Will it be enough? Scatter shot onto the healer, and Cubsy will fall. Golden Guardians pull it off 1-1.
Wow, that is incredible. That game was so intense, all 4.5 minutes of it. Golden Guardians getting that game number 2 dub, and now they are tied up. They made it work when they probably were very disadvantaged with the map on hook point, but Jellybeans really showing that he is extremely valuable to Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, right here, going to be a specialist. I feel like mages for a long time have not enjoyed hunters when it comes to PvP. And this is just one of those ones, just pew, pew, pew all over him. And there's no way he could escape throughout that match. And I just like that WizKid knew exactly when he needed to bunker down. Like, he's multi-classing onto a Feral, right? I feel like this is like one of the first times we see him on a Feral Druid in tournament play. He's played a little bit of Ret, but knowing when to be defensive and knowing when to be offensive can be one of the trickiest things as a Feral, because if you're just overextending and falling over in Cat, you're obviously going to lose. But if you're spending too much time in bear farm, you don't get enough damage out, you can't win. So balancing that was really well done from WizK here for his debut. And you see Cubsy with these amazing kite positionings behind the fence, altering time back. This is when WizK knows he needs to be in bear farm, then is immediately switching back to try and get pressure up, and then has to run away. And that's right there. That's the gamble in your head. Like, do I go in and do something, or do I just keep running away? His healer's in a Cyclone. He gets fully bashed up here. He's in bear form for pretty much every stun. Really well played in terms of defensive on his part. And then Jellybeans just absolutely carrying the team right here. Look at that damage over onto Cubsy. Jellybeans is just going for the kill. Whiskey's like, I'm helping, dude. It jumps in. Oh, you got that's me. I did that. I got blocked. And Cubsy's into an ice block. And at this point, your flop dampening starting to get pretty high. You got 2 targets at low health and not really any pressure going out. It's just going to be tough to be able to recover at this point as the Druid. But to say that, though, is that this was their best map, and it was still kind of hard. Like, this wasn't like a steamroll. So if we go to more big maps and more friendly to the Druid Mage and the Windwalker, I'm actually not sure if this will work for them.
Yeah, could be rough. I mean, Hook Point is definitely sort of a pocket pick map because it's so tiny. What else could they bring out? Because that's definitely very unique. Maybe, I don't know, Blade's Edge or something like that, Sid?
I mean, they're not going to have the choices, the only thing, because they lost the blind pick.
That's
so every
true.
time they
good
lose,
point.
it's going to be a big map. So they need a blind pick comp. And this will be it. What's Golden Guardian's blind pick? Is it Shadow Priest Rogue? I'm kind of thinking it's going to have to be, because that was way too tight. There's no way.
Yeah.
Like, you almost lost multiple times, and on this map, like, you're going to be way more exposed. You're not going to be able to connect as easily. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back Shadow Priest Rogue on the blind picks, and just as an experiment here. And if it's absolutely terrible, like if they can't make it work at all, then they probably try Jungle Blind in the 5th game. But this is a game series that I could see going all the way to game 5.
Yeah, I guess they do have a bit of a breathing room now that they have been able to tie it up. So I would be interested to see as well if they end up going back to that blind pick comp, but they are going to have to win a swing map to be able to basically win this series. It could very well go to a game number 5, but if that is the case, like I said, they kind of have to win this next one in any hopes to stay in this competition. Like I've been saying, this is an elimination round, so they're facing quite a bit. 1 second left on the timer. What is Golden Guardians going to do? Locking in Ashmane's Fall.
Oh,
and
they
we're
trust
seeing
it.
that come out.
Full
What do you
faith.
think about this, Sid?
I mean, that's full faith. This feels like a different Golden Guardians, because usually when they're in this corner position, it's like Shadow Priest Rogue is always their out. But they're confident in it. I mean, they played a really good game. I'm just worried that Druid's going to get drinks, get resets, going to be out positioning them, going to be getting crowd control more easily due to the open space. That I'm not sure if it's going to work for them. We can take a quick little glance over here at all the talents that the players are currently running. You can see Cubsy picking up that Arcane Surge. Really critical to be running that as an Arcane Mage in PvP. That's pretty much setting up all of your damage, as well as the execute range on your Arcane Barrage. That's been super important for mages, although it is getting nerfed on Tuesday. I'm kind of curious to how mages are going to adapt to that spell. Also, it's super underrated.
Which is getting nerfed, sorry?
The Arcane Barrage execute talent. It's like a 33% nerf. Maybe it's not big enough to have too much of an impact, but one of the like low-key mechanics is the mass invisibility. So being able to make your teammates invisible, but also being able to cast a spell from that invisibility means that you can get a Ring of Frost that your enemies can't see. And I think Zika refers to it on his stream as going fishing. He'll put down a little Ring of Frost net, and the other healer can't see it, and he'll run into the net, and then he's caught. That's a really good way to start a game, because it's usually pretty hard to get a sheep on the healer, but from mass invisibility you can get it pretty for free at that point. You can also pull stealthies out because they might run into it next to the healer. So it's a really good idea on their part. Whiskey, of course, is going to be playing a bleed build for Feral Druid at the moment. Although Ferocious Bite is getting buffed in the next patch. Kind of wonder if they will switch to Ferocious Bite due to the nerfs coming in on bleeds as well. But their focus is around the Feral Frenzy. That's the big moment for them. 45-second cooldown. Whenever Whiskey is able to connect with that particularly, his damage is, I want to say, doubled, at least 1.5 times as high. But yeah, Feral really focused on bleeds at the moment, spreading their damage out multiple targets, and just trying to like bring down multiple enemies with bleed damage.
Yeah, I really want to commend as well Golden Guardians. I feel like they've really grown as a team over the last several years. Like, they've really put in the work on kind of diversifying their comps. Every single one of them has learned new specs and almost, mastered them in a sense. If you think about it, they're playing 2 ults right now. Whiskey, we're used to seeing in that Shadow Priest position. Absterge is known as a Resto Shaman. And both of them, I mean, what do you think, Sid? I feel like have really slid into that comfortability of this comp. They obviously are very confident enough to win it on a hook point against Where's Gordy, and they're locking it in once again when it's really going to count, when they're facing elimination. And I think that just goes to show how hard this team has been working to overcome kind of being stuck with one comp that may not work. And here they are playing jungle.
Yeah, I think this is really important for the Golden Guardians as a roster, is to have multiple options. And it seems like Whiskey is really comfortable. Like that could be one of the hardest things to deal with, is like a Windwalker, because you just get stunned once and it could be over for you. So getting into bear form every time, utilizing his defensives well, rotating with Absterge, like this is a really well synergized team moving forward. Although with the changes coming in, I don't know if Whiskey will be sticking on Feral, but for this weekend, it's definitely been integral. And we'll see how important, because it could just win them the series. We're tied 1-1, but it is going to be Where's Gordy turf. And with this big map, it means that Jellybeans, Whiskey, Absterge are going to be exposed to Polymorph, exposed to Cyclone, and all those different crowd control effects, which can isolate a target and then immediately have the game collapse on them. So let's see what they decide to do here. Is they are in stealth, trying to flare out a stealthy, trying to find Cubsy or Flop so they can find crowd control and find their target. I think that Cubsy is going to be the main priority target, so finding him in stealth can be very important. But Cubsy here, moving close to Absterge. Is he going to do that mass invisibility, Ring of Frost, cast out the fishing net, and go fishing? Here it is. Cubsy's laying down the net. Absterge walks into it. Arcane, so they're going on the Paladin. Cubsy's going all in. This is really aggressive by Cubsy, sending his massive cooldown onto Absterge right in the first second of the game, then swapping damage onto Whiskey with that double leg sweep. Scatter shot comes in from Jellybeans. I really like these scatter shots on his Hunter here, just denying Chun-Li's damage, now turning it around with a stun onto him, a freezing trap onto Flop. Really good peels from Jellybeans, excellent setup, and Chun-Li, look, he's on the run. Whiskey's trying to chase him down. They're all stacked up, which means he can bleed the whole team. Look at the damage coming up from Whiskey right now. He's tearing everybody apart. Flop manages to block some damage, but Chun-Li is still getting blasted down, and the big map doesn't seem to be doing too much at the moment for them if they can't get some distance.
Oh my gosh, Flop tearing through his defensives. He's going through Tree of Life, no bark skin as well. He's good on mana, at least. There's that ring we're calling fishing from Cubsy to try and get a little bit of distance. Doesn't able to catch any fish just yet, but we're seeing Whiskey trying to chase after the enemy team here, get something done, complete that play, but so much damage just went out. It looks like everybody's pretty much stabilized for now. We're seeing Whiskey just get those final drops of health that he needs to feel nice and safe once again, but we're seeing him chase after Chun-Li. Bit of a stun goes out onto him, but he's gonna be okay for now. Arcane missiles coming out from Cubsy onto Whiskey. A lot of damage continues to come out from both sides and getting fisted as well. Whiskey just jumping all over the map, making so much happen, so much aggression, honestly, from both sides coming out here. I mean, look at Chun-Li. Touch of Karma up in 18 seconds. Really's gonna hope for that as soon as it comes up, because he is really in trouble here. Now we're seeing Whiskey in the middle, Flop in the middle as well, and he's going to be going over actually to that corner to get and meet up with Cubsy. They're really just stacked on top of each other despite how big this map is. And I mean, everything is okay for now, but I don't know if that's going to last for much longer, Sid. I mean, Absterge and Flop look like they're quickly running out of resources.
Yeah, Whiskey, though, Arcane Surge connects. Missiles are flying in from Cubsy. Is Whiskey going to survive? Big response from Absterge. Trades out Divine Shield, gets a big heal. Now a trap on a Flop. They're setting up damage onto Chun-Li. Ferocious Bites are coming in. Chun-Li's on the run, trading out cooldowns, now looking to turn it around. Whiskey realizes that he might be overextending. He's caught in cat form, but he has survival instincts. Is it going to be enough? Absterge gets a big judgment heal. Whiskey's ducking at the corner of the pillar in bear form, then immediately turning around, trying to get his pressure going, but Absterge is just not topping him off, even with Avenging Crusader. Big heal's finally coming through. WizKick somewhat looking stable. No, a full polymorph onto his healer. He has to duck for cover behind the pillar. Chun-Li's trying to finish him, bring a piece into the pillar, but he gets rooted out of line of sight. WizKick is able to bounce away from Chun-Li with that entangling root. Insane timing. Chun-Li now ultimately, though, reconnects, trinkets out of the stun. He's going for the kill right here. Is WizKick going to falter? Abster trades out sacrifice, redirects damage, and stalls out the fight. Now WizKick getting aggressive, working to spend those combo points, get some bleeds up onto Cubsy, really ripping in with those ferocious bites. Is Cubsy going to block here? Massive pressure onto him, but WizKick's getting pushed back at the same time. Either side could fall. An ice block is forced first. WizKick repositioning. Love those instant entangling roots with his predatory swiftness. Keeping Chun-Li under control is going to be really important now at the pillar when his paladin is in a polymorph. And if they can win here on Where's Gordy's turf on the big map, it's looking good for them overall in the series.
Golden Guardians, if they want to win this series, really have to win a swing map, and the win here would be absolutely crucial for them. Where's Gordy really putting that pressure on here? However, they are on a back foot just a bit. We saw quite a few cooldowns get traded off. You know, no longer Bubsy does have that ice block, so he's going to be vulnerable for quite a bit. But on the other hand, look at Golden Guardians. Look at Absterge's mana. Look at Jellybeans' health. Look at the pressure being out onto both of them. I mean, WizKick, they're kind of all stacked up on each other in the middle of the map. There goes that ring once again from Cubsy. May have gotten somebody stuck in it. Yeah, look at that right there. Quite a few things
Jelly
got caught in that, and Jelly is dangerously low health, and he might just go down.
I can't believe he's alive right now. That, oh my, like he was literally 1%. Any execute there, it was over for him, but he is alive. But Absterge has 0 mana. He can't heal anymore. Absolutely 0 mana. Avenging Crusader comes up in 6 seconds. Is he going to survive to that point? Jellybeans is running for his life. Scatter shot onto Chun-Li. Cubsy's moving away from WizKick. WizKick's chasing in. This could be a crosscut potential with Flops mana dangerously low, but here comes Serenity. Massive damage swinging. Chun-Li gets blinded by Absterge. They dispel it off. Can they escape from Chun-Li's cooldowns? Here he gets rooted. He's going to Tiger's Lust. Fists of Fury are flying. WizKick goes into bear form, trying to tank it with Frenzied Regen, Barkskin, and Renewal, but he just swaps to Jellybeans. They trap Chun-Li. They're desperate, just trying to stay alive. Absterge gets bounced away from his teammates, but he has no mana to heal anyways, and WizKick could be falling here, just tanking damage and bear, but a swap to Jellybeans in the leg sweep. WizKick trying to root Chun-Li, a stun under me, trinkets, he's going for the kill, and finds it. And Where's Gordy? Close it out. They're going to move to match point.
Oof, that was so scary if you were on either side. My gosh, I mean, that ring from Chun was definitely huge. Absterge running out of mana at the end there was really not good for Golden Guardians. It's really just kind of a battle of resources there at the end. So 2-1 now. Where's Gordy? Like Sid said, on match point, and Golden Guardians really got to turn this one around. I mean, nobody wants to get sent home this early on in Championship Sunday, and we'll see what they do here for this next game coming up. But what do we want to do, I guess, Sid? What are they discussing now? If you're on the side of Golden Guardians, what's left as an option?
I mean, it's going to be a small map, just based on what we saw here. Like Chun-Li and Cubsy flop. If they can stay alive long enough, they can out-mana the Paladin. And as soon as the Paladin's out of mana, then I mean, he's not really going to be a heal much. Look at Absterge. He's like next to Jellybeans, like, wish I could press a heal, dude. I don't got any mana right now. Gets Avenging Crusader, which actually gets him a little bit of a heal for a second. And I just don't think he had a way to activate Avenging Crusader right here. Otherwise, he would have had it up at the moment. Maybe they could have stunned Chun-Li's Trinket with Hammer, but maybe he doesn't even have the mana to press Hammer. Absterge is just like desperate. Like maybe he's trying to drink in the middle of the map. There's nothing really they could do at this point to keep the fight going, and that's going to be their problem. So if they get a small map where they can get on top of the Druid, get more crowd control, prevent Chun-Li from retreating as much, they're going to be able to close the game out before it gets to this point where Absterge is just not able to heal any longer. So I'm anticipating what would be the best map for them. It's got to be a small map, but also not a map with a lot of choke points, because Windwalker Monk and a choke point is going to get triple stuns. So Dalaran, like, it's got choke points on the ramps and the boxes, so I'm not sold on Dalaran. I feel like Blades is actually a good map against an Arcane Mage.
That's what I'm saying.
But at the same time, the Monk's going to port.
Yeah.
I know from getting some solo shuffles with some Arcane Mages like Rosita Jones, who compete at BlizzCon, like he doesn't like Blades because it's really tough to be able to kite and stay alive as a mage on that map.
Mage?
Yeah. So I don't think, but it's completely different
just
scenario.
No best option is the thing.
I mean, there's definitely a best option. It's just I don't know what it is 100%. So it's probably Black Recold has choke points as a small map. Okay, Runes of Lordaeron, no choke points, small map, open field. There you go. It makes a lot of sense. It was right there in front of my eyes. It's a fitting final
This is
resting
your
place as
map.
well, and it was fitting for the situation, and in multiple ways, more than one. And now where's Gordy? I don't think they're gonna change, but they could. Like, what could they? They could bring. Dude, it's so weird looking at their roster now because I'm just looking at Flop, Cubsy, and I'm like, what are they gonna do here? Okay, Mage, Druid, and then Chun-Li. Like, is the Death Knight from Wealthy Man a possibility? Because it was Death Knight Demon Hunter comp, I believe, from Team Liquid that sent Golden Guardians down here. So like flip the switch and play some type of cleave on this, or maybe just keep playing their own game. Because this comp could definitely still win against Jungle. If they get any crowd control at a key moment, I think it's definitely possible to kill a Hunter or a Feral Druid in these scenarios. They're running the full stand of the time, though, which is surprising. So there's maybe a little bit of not confident. Okay, locking it in, halfway point. Going to be sticking to it. They know they've still got the failsafe of a big map after this if they lose. But the pressure's on the Golden Guardians because they got two grim futures. One is they lose here and they're out of the competition, or they go to a game 5 on a big map and they've got to find a way to be able to end the game before Absters run out of mana, or possibly drink. I feel like on that map, with the way Jellybeans is using his utility, scattershot on DPS, avoiding them, rooting up DPS, like I think Absterch could sneak away at some points and maybe drink on a big map and turn that around. I really don't want to see the Golden Guardians change comp here, although they're taking their time maybe to talk about strat or what maybe went wrong, or possibly what they could do on the next map after this, assuming that they win. But I would be surprised if they changed, because the jungle looks a lot better than the Shadow Priest did overall in game 1.
Yeah, definitely more reliable, but you're definitely right, Sid, as well. They are for sure taking their time. They've got a full 2 minutes to pick their composition, and they know that their backs are for sure against the wall. This is their last chance to turn this one around. They can't afford to lose any more games in this series or they are knocked out. So they've kind of had a rough go at it, but they've made a game happen before on this map that was on Hook Point, or on this series, which was on the map of Hook Point. So we'll see what they can do on Runes of Lordaeron, but definitely kind of all riding on what they do decide to bring in as a composition. Golden Guardians is really right in their range and what they can play into comps like this over the last couple of seasons. So they've got quite a few more options available to them, but it might just come down. I mean, I'm curious also if it comes down to comfortability. You were kind of touching on it a bit earlier, Supatis. When they do have that pressure on them, it's kind of a question of like, do they go back to their bread and butter composition, or do they play what may have been already working in this series before, which would be that jungle cleave? So it's kind of between two options right now. So we'll see what they bring out. Got about 4 seconds left. What are you going to do, Golden Guardians?
They're really running the timer. I'm a bit surprised.
Really
are. Wow.
So they're really going back to their bread and butter. Abster's back on the Resto Shaman. I wasn't expecting that. What about you, Sid?
I gotta put my glasses on. I gotta make sure I'm seeing right. Where are my glasses? Because like,
wait, hold on. You gotta wipe off the camera. Like,
wait a minute. Like I don't like. Wait a like. That's a shaman, Absterge.
I don't have glasses.
Absterge. That's a shaman. Where is this coming from? Are they just gonna run at the druid?
Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know.
This is wild. Like, their jungle was looking so good. I mean, just play around, maybe getting a little bit of a drink, and you could win on the big map. I'm so surprised because they were playing so good. They got a win with it. It was looking solid even on the worst map. Like, why? It's your map pick. You don't have to do this yet. Like, maybe game 5. Maybe if this is like close as jungle, game 5. But bringing in the shaman is bringing in more offense. It's bringing in purge. It's bringing in stormkeeper for some additional burst damage during those moments. But you're gonna lose out on some utility to get the rogue. I guess the mage is just gonna steal freedom and bop anyways. So maybe it's not the biggest deal, and Shaman will be able to disrupt the mage more from range, as opposed to the Paladin, who's basically just giving freedom to the mage and bop to the mage. So I could see it being all right. It just seems maybe unnecessary, but it is their main. Maybe they're just saying play mains, like at this point, like
bringing out their starting roster.
But this time, Abster's on his main class as Shaman. Excited to see him perform on it, right? Like, it's always a treat to see the Golden Guardians playing this composition. It just seems surprising given how effective their Feral Hunter was up to this point. So that must have been why they were running the line the whole way through. And I almost wonder if we could have, they probably had their streams muted while they were discussing their strategy, but I would have loved to have heard the comms for their team during this this comp selection process of like, is Jellybeans like, nah, you guys have got this, like lock that in, that's good, you're good to go. I'll go to the bench. It's Shadow Priest, Rogue Shaman all the way. Or if they're thinking like, maybe this is like panicked, like we need something for game 5 and they'd rather see it play out here and not wait to get to that point and not risk jungle not being enough, maybe being an alt at that point and just go straight mains. But this is one of the it's funny that I say it's the most surprising thing when the Golden Guardians are playing Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. that just sounds odd.
I get what you mean though. I mean, I don't know. I've kind of already said it. Like, they know what they're up against. They know that they're facing elimination. So why not bring out what you're most known for? What's you're most practiced in? I mean, Golden Guardians, one of the longest running standing rosters in the North American region. A couple of others have been around as long as them, just in their, you know, the full 4 players here. So we're all very familiar with them. You can take a look at their socials as well. I'm sure some of them are streaming, if not all of them at the moment. So definitely be sure to check those out if you want their POVs. So, you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if this composition does work for them. There, of course, is Where's Gordy, currently the winning team at the moment in this matchup. And we can take a look at their socials also. So if you guys want to go check them out, get their individual POVs instead of hearing us ramble on while they decide to get into that game, definitely go check that out. But it seems like somebody has used their delay timer. They do have 3 minutes available to them on either side if they want a little bit more time before they head into that match. So whenever players do use that, it's either like they're fixing something at the last minute with their UI, or they just want that extra bit of time, Sid, to sort of discuss how they're going to approach this match.
I mean, there's no way he didn't make he had to have made a shaman, right? He couldn't possibly be setting that up. Maybe the UI, they got a UI reset or something. Maybe they just want to take as much time as possible to think about this because they'd be out of the tournament, right? There's a lot of high stakes here. The Golden Guardians want a top performance, especially considering I feel like this is a good weekend for their team. It's an offensive weekend. It's all about rush down, getting in and doing a bunch of damage, which is exactly their style. Whenever it goes to like these long, slow metas where it's just tanky, brawling melee DPS, it's slightly not in their favor. And with the changes that are coming in Tuesday, it's moving the game away from offense more towards defense. So this could be one of the most important cups for them if those changes shift the game in that direction in terms of earning enough points to qualify.
Definitely. And so, you know, to catch people up, like this is the first time we've seen Shaman in this season so far. And I know that I see Absterge kind of, and rightfully so, just talking about the sort of the nerfs that are constantly coming to Resto Shaman. So, you know, talk to me about the state of Resto Shaman. Why isn't this something that we're really seeing and that we may be surprised that Carl is actually locking in?
Well, Resto Shaman is just the best healer into casters and the worst healer into melee DPS. So it's been a historic strategy of train the blue, and Shamans their class color is blue. And so if there's multiple melee DPS running at the Shaman, it's the most difficult situation to deal with. Whereas in this situation, they got a caster, they got an arcane mage. So Shaman can be really good at shutting down things with grounding totem, wind shear, just making it really annoying. And then brings offensively purge. So there'll be 2 purges, which is typically one of the hardest matchups for a Resto Druid, because you're spending 1 global to put 1 hot up. The Shaman and Shadow Priest press 1 global, there's 2 hots gone, and you're losing that trade. If both the Shadow Priest and the Shaman can purge, you can also run Greater Purge, a new talent. Oh, Ring of Frost gone fishing. Absterge is crowd controlled. WizKay is set up on immediately here. Peekaboo's trying to peel the whole team and stall out the damage, and has managed to with that cheap shot Garrote. Now Absterge is out of crowd control, getting into a better position offensively here. Chun-Li sat through a full fear. Cubsy, oh my, what? He just exploded from the game. Absterge is looking at his screen like, what was that crit on that Stormkeeper? He just crit him so hard right there. He got ran down by the RPS of the Golden Guardians. And now I was sitting there like, the jungle looked so good. Why did they switch their comp? And then they switched it. I'm like, oh, okay. That works, I guess. Just run down the target, spam purge, all those buffs, get the alter times off, get the hots off, connect in with a massive lightning bolt from Absterge here. So the start of the game, I'm worried for the Golden Guardians. I'm like, oh no, Absterge is caught in Ring of Frost. WizKid's in a leg sweep. This is really scary. Cubsy's going to free cast. Like, there's this dispersion in the first second of the game, but Peekaboo peels them all, moves over, and gets crowd control, sap off the blind, repositions back to Cubsy, silences the missiles, and here Absterge, watch Absterge. He loads up a Stormkeeper with his immunity to cast, and then just lightning bolt straight to the face. Cubsy just falls over to that pressure, and that is going to be what Restless Shaman brings to the table, is really high burst damage. I want to say it's the highest burst of any healer in the game. I don't think any healer can hit as hard as Stormkeeper, especially because it's multiple charges of it. It's going to be like 120k if you're hitting on good RNG with it here. And the double purge into a druid makes a lot of sense. It somewhat almost makes me wonder why they didn't start with Shaman, unless they expected Cubsy's team to have some sort of comp that just runs a Shaman down. Would be the only thing in that blind pick. But that was a good win. They can walk off that. That's got to be the fastest game we've seen so far this weekend. 39 seconds on the clock there, just dusting them off. But now it's game 5. What's their blind pick? Is it the Shaman? Because if it is, why didn't they pick it in the first game? Are they afraid of something that Where's Gordy have available to them in a counter pick situation?
Yeah, they're in a bit of a difficult position now on the side of Golden Guardians, because it's actually Where's Gordy that's going to be able to pick their map first. They are going into Empyrean Domain, so now Golden Guardians has to pick their comp first, which means that Where's Gordy gets to respond to that. So we'll see what they do. We'll see if they lock in that same comp, but obviously it did work out for them. And then comparatively to Empyrean Domain, when you look at Ruins of Lordaeron, Sid, is that going to change things if they lock in that Shaman once again?
Well, you'll never lose on mana. Shaman also will never lose on mana. I'm trying to think of the scenario where you're going to lose on mana. It's just mana regeneration really high at the moment. It is getting nerfed in the next round of changes. Their water shield regeneration is getting nerfed a bit, to my best understanding. But you should be able to out mana the druid, even without drinking. So on a big map like this, it could work. I'd be more worried about it like some sort of Death Knight, maybe Death Knight, even Death Knight Windwalker, even possibly from Where's Gordy. That's been typically really hard for the Golden Guardians, Shadow Priest, Rogue, Shaman. But they're running the clock down. They're not 100% confident on that, which is surprising because you'd think like, wow, they just zapped them that game, right? Like, just the game's over. Fastest game we've seen. They won instantly, and they're not just immediately locking that comp in. So there's got to be a little bit here, or they just want to, level head, step back, hey, maybe that was a little bit lucky, take that into account. We should maybe talk about some stuff moving forward into this next round, and really just let the time lapse out and take full possibilities into account before locking moving forward. But they're running out of time. Is it RPS? What's it going to be? And yeah, we can see the kill here. 112k critical strike lightning bolt from him there right at the end of the game. And Peekaboo, look at Peekaboo, a little rupture. It was me, dude. Peekaboo got the kill. That 7k rupture.
Little boop on the snoot,
A little 2.5k Shadow Word Death. WizKid and Peekaboo like, yeah, it was all us. Absterge over here, just 112k. That was only one lightning bolt too. I don't know if he even got to hit with the second one, or if that happened a little bit earlier on. Mind Games was on him as well, and it was Deathmark. It was an all-in. That was kind of honestly disrespect when I'm looking at this. Like, it was a chain reaction. It was like Siphon's active, Deathmark's active. At that point, it's like, yeah, you probably need to block. There's just going to be too much going on, and he was fully hotted, so it wasn't like his hots were completely purged, just too much damage. And both teams confidently going in with the same compositions, although it will be a different setting. Empyrean Domain is a really big map, so hopefully that extra distance will prevent situations like Peekaboo had, where he could blind flop and get right back to the mage. That's like the main problem against Assassination Rogue on a small map, whereas on a big map, Druid can stay far away to the point where it's like the Rogue just can't even blind him. If they're able to execute on their positioning properly. So this is going to be the toughest game for the Golden Guardians, even though they won that one really fast still.
Yeah, this is the swing map that I was talking about earlier that they are going to have to win, because they did end up losing that blind pick in game number 1 of this series. That means that even if it does go to game 5, even if it's like a win-loss kind of going back and forth, they're still going to lose unless they win 2 games in a row. So in a difficult position for sure if you're on the side of Golden Guardians, but they locked that last game down so quickly. They're locking in that same composition once again. Changes a little bit of things with Empyrean Domain, so we'll see how it works out for them, but we know that this is the comp that they are the most familiar with. They for sure have the most hours logged onto. But I mean, let's take a look at Where's Gordy. Like, what is their win condition? I mean, what do they want to do to prevent basically what we saw happen to them last game, Supatees?
I mean, just be spread out. Peekaboo getting to cheap shot the monk, garrote the mage, and blind the druid. You can't see my
Yeah.
other finger. Doing all three of those things, like you need to be far enough away that it's like he can only cheap shot the monk because the mage is too far away to garrote or the druid is too far away to blind. You just have to be spread out. I mean, the map was the main reason they couldn't get that type of positioning, but that's going to be key. They do not want to be next to each other almost at any point in the game. Otherwise, the rogue is going to be able to get uptime, get momentum, and they could get overwhelmed if that's the case.
Well, hopefully they don't get overwhelmed this time. We are on match point for the first game of North America. It's an elimination round also, so winner of this one moving forward in that lower bracket with another chance to make it up to that grand finals and make it all the way through the lower bracket. It's game number 5, Golden Guardians. Where's Gordy? Tied up, Supatees.
All right, let's see if they can get combat here. WizK's just mounted up, running in. Abs just mounted up. Is he playing Cult Tyrann? I need to check the thing. He is Cult Tyrann. Why is he Cult Tyrann Shaman? This is like, wow, what is going on here? He's if they could just kill Absurge, I feel like possibly. But nice Master Spell here on the Ring of Frost from Stealth. That's going to alleviate a lot of early aggression possibilities from Chun-Li. And Lightning Lasso connecting here. Extra stun lock from the Shaman as well. It's going to be great for their team. Blind into Sap. They're connecting onto Cubsy. Here comes the damage. Where's the Stormkeeper? Absurge and a Paralyze, but it's on diminishing return. Are they going to be able to connect onto Cubsy? Siphon's out. They kill the Siphon. They're actually swapping over to Flop. Catching him in a kidney shot. Smoke bomb with no trinket. Deathmark connects. It's match point. Is he going to fall over? He gets caught in the leg sweep. He's into the silence. And will he fall here? He's caught inside the Unleashed Shield, and he's going to just die. The all-in works for the Golden Guardians. A massive swap keeps them alive in the tournament.
Oh no, Flop. He just walks away from his computer. Oh, he looks so upset, and I don't blame him. Oh my gosh, 2 games in a row. They're getting shut down by a composition that I guess we don't really see except from Golden Guardians, and they're able to get that victory, get that basically a reverse sweep, not quite, but either way, that is the end of the line for Where's Gordy.
Oh man, that was rough. So he trinkets the blind sap here, I think. Yeah, he trinkets sap, Ironbark Mage. So as soon as you trinket before Deathmark, the rogue wants to kill you. So and disarm was used as well. So he's just Shadow Steps immediately. I don't care about Bear Form. You have no trinket. I'm gonna kill you through Bark Scan. I'm gonna kill you through everything. Chun-Li tries to roll over to help him, gets a stun behind on the leg sweep, which is really clutch on that evasion. But here, you see that little whirlpool of water? That's Absturge's Unleashed Shield, and if you're standing in that, you do 50% reduced healing. So he's standing there in Tranquility Shield, but dots still hit you in that shield, and his healing is reduced by 50%. So he's not going to survive, even if he's immune to damage. That was just an excellent all-in, and that's why it can be scary as a Resto Druid at the moment against like these types of strategies. So really well done for the Golden Guardians. They clutch it out with their bread and butter. They clutch it out with the Shadow Priest, Rogue, Shaman. They stay alive. They're guaranteed now at least top 3, which is really important. We can take a look at Absturge's build. You can see the Lightning Lasso on the left side. You can see the Stormkeeper. You can see just massive damage picked up on his build. That extra Lightning Bolt damage. He's running a lot of knockbacks, surprisingly, especially with being Cult Tyrann as well. He's even got Ancestral Guidance, giving himself a little bit of healing on that damage. So a really aggressive Restoration Shaman build on his part. The Unleashed Shield and the PvP talents, really integral. I feel like if you're not playing Unleashed Shield as a Shaman, just almost in general, maybe not so much as Enhance, that you're gonna be trolling at this point if you're not playing it, because it's so effective with that double shield talent, being able to knock and root, being able to root and healing reduction with those combos. Like that is integral to the Shaman's success at the moment. Of course, Peekaboo with the Hemotoxin, double Shiv charge, really good for healing reduction as well, just overwhelming a target. You got to be picking up that Deathmark if you're not going to be playing Assassination Rogue in PvP. That 4-piece bonus being really critical to how much damage they're getting out at the moment. That was just an insane swap. We got WizK, of course, you're going to be picking up the Psyfiend on this build. Really important in terms of keeping healing reduction down onto the target, just spamming out as many purges as possible, bringing in extra utility with the Void Shift, with the Vampiric Embrace to sustain his teammates. Just really clutch strategies build for them. It worked out swimmingly for them here in this final game as they advance. And now, are they going to make Shaman work in other series, or are they going to go back to Paladin? I'm very curious to see which direction they decide to take for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I am curious as well because I mean, what a tremendous turnaround if you look at like the middle stages of that match. So, Golden Guardians, congrats to them. They're moving forward to that lower final and they're actually going to face off against the loser of this next match that we have coming up. Speaking of Shamans, it is Team Liquid versus Luminosity Gaming, and that is an upper bracket match. Winner of this next one going to the grand finals, and then, like I said, loser dropping down to lower bracket to face off against Golden Guardians. But with how they looked in those last couple of matches, I would be very scared for either of these teams. The top 3 teams that we currently still have in North America, absolute powerhouses. I mean, look at this. Team Liquid, Luminosity Gaming, Golden Guardians. These 3 teams are staples of the North American region, Sid.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Luminosity Gaming, it's the Titan team, right? Like, this is Goliath. Everybody else is David. And they're just trying to take them down together, honestly, in my opinion, at this point. Like, who's going to be able to take them out? The remaining teams, Liquid and Golden Guardians, are going to get their shot at them, and they haven't met previously to this point. So it should be very exciting to see how this all formulates, because Liquid's got a completely different approach than the Golden Guardians. They've got that Evoker composition with the Death Knight. They got the Demon Hunter Death Knight composition. They got a few options. And Luminosity Gaming, though, is just absolute brick wall. Like, you try punching it and your hand is just torn apart. So is anyone going to be able to beat them is really the question here in North America that needs to be answered.
It is for sure, and everyone watching from home will find out soon enough. We're going to head to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have more North America games for you coming up next. It's Upper Finals Liquid versus Luminosity coming up after this break. See you in a bit. Everybody, and welcome back. We are now in the North American Upper Finals. If you're just now tuning in, we saw Golden Guardians knock out Where's Gordy, and they're moving on to the lower finals, and we're going to determine who ends up facing them with this coming up series. It's Team Liquid facing off against Luminosity Gaming, and now here I'm joined with Zico. What is your take on this match?
My take on this match is that these are the two titans in North America right now being kind of pitted against each other here. These are the two teams that haven't lost yet, and kind of a good reason. They both look extremely scary. I feel like Team Liquid, their Devastation Invoker looked absolutely devastating to go up against, and Luminosity, yeah, I know. But Luminosity, you know, Sid said it best. They're Goliath, everybody else is David.
Yeah, I think that's definitely definitely a good way to put it. If you aren't familiar with Luminosity Gaming, it's just formerly Kawaii. So this is a team that has been absolutely dominating the North American bracket for quite some time. For a really long time, it was the question of like, how do we beat this team? Not whether or not they were going to win or how far they were going to go. I mean, they have been unstoppable for so long, but we know that Team Liquid has also been a very strong contender in North America for a really long time as well. So we'll see what they do have in store for us. They've had a pretty good showing so far, having not dropped a single match yet this weekend. They've had some pretty tough matches, to be honest, but this is definitely going to be their biggest one of the weekend. Zico, what do you think it's going to take for Team Liquid to get some a win here against Luminosity?
I think it's going to be tough, honestly. I feel like Luminosity are kind of favored in this matchup. From what I've heard from behind the scenes, you know, in practice, Luminosity definitely had Liquid's number, but Liquid is one of those teams that can kind of just bring it out when they are on stage. They always have some kind of surprise underneath their sleeves, so we'll see what they have prepared for us. They're definitely going to come swinging. For Luminosity, I'm expecting maybe the Shadow Priest, Asa Rogue, to come out from them. It just seemed so solid so far. And for Liquid, I'm definitely expecting Mez to be tagged in on the DK, maybe Trill actually on the Demon Hunter, and then potentially Sidhu on the Holy Paladin.
All right. Well, we shall see. Blind pick extremely crucial in these matchups, especially when this much is on the line here. The teams that are remaining in the tournament for North America are guaranteed at least third, but we know how crucial those standings are going to come in later on this season. It's game number 1, Liquid versus Luminosity Gaming, and we're seeing the first Devastation Invoker of the day as well.
Oh, that's pretty interesting here. We are going to see the DK Devastation Invoker and the Holy Paladin coming in from Liquid. And we are going to see Luminosity going with that Rogue Shadow Priest and Paladin. So we'll see exactly how they navigate through these setups. But we've seen it before from Liquid. It's all about that grip, blinding sleet, 2-man, 3-man deep breaths into the one-shot from Trill and from Luminosity Gaming. It's going to be more about sapping Sidhu into a blind, getting those dots out, and then also maybe potentially going onto Sidhu right now, sap into a full fear here onto Sidhu. They're opening up onto Maz. They already got some dots here onto Trill. Maz already taking some hits from that Void Volley, actually bouncing him out of that anti-magic zone. But Sidhu activating that Avenging Crusader, and here comes the setup. It's a triple immediately for Trill. This could be danger time right now for Luminosity Gaming. What are they going to do? There's the tip of the scales coming out as well. The Dragon Rage. This is the full one-shots from Trill, and so far they don't force out too much, just Brain's Trinket. And Brain, he's been dubbed the hardest paladin to kill for good reason. There's that Shattering Star as well onto Brain, and Brain manages to just walk it off, only using his Trinket here, and actually using, I think that's the Lay on Hands icon that we see there. So that's a new addition in Dragonflight that paladins can use in Arena, but Mez now taking huge damage there from the Siphene. They do manage to kill it off there. Drake doing a great job, and Drake now also getting a lot of pressure here onto Mez with his team.
Yeah, for sure, a lot of pressure right there. You see Drake just right on top of Mez. He's using that Remorseless Winter to try and get maybe some kind of CC out onto the enemy team, but quite a bit of health is being exchanged out from Mez. I mean, he's continuing to go down. Also, he's got no AMS. He's really got nothing available to him. There's so much damage that has the potential to come out from this team, but they haven't really been able to utilize it just yet. Everyone is stacking out. There goes that Deep Breath as well from Trill, but they haven't really been able to make anything happen. Slappy Hands coming out from Mez. Maybe they can get some damage going or some momentum going now, but they've kind of been on the back foot this entire time. Everyone's stacked out in midfield right on top of each other. But look at that. Now Luminosity actually losing quite a bit of health all across the board. We're going to see Brain quickly trying to get his team topped off, but that's going to be quite a bit of mana expenditure out from Brain. But everyone is stabilized for now on both sides, and you can really see that both of these teams are going to be looking to make another go once again. So quite a bit of setups and trade-offs just happened, but nothing has happened just yet. 2 minutes into this game, 10% dampening. No one has been able to really get anybody down. Nothing has happened. It's too detrimental. There goes that AMZ as well. So like I said, these defensives keep getting traded on the side of Liquid, and it seems like they're kind of burning through them very quickly. Zico, Mez just half health and continuing to drop.
Oh, Mez dropping dangerously low there, but he does manage to get the setup here. There's the deep breath coming out there for Prev as well. Mez, though, going to be the one on the back foot. How is Cedar going to keep him alive here? Cedar trading out the Divine Shield, the Divine Sacrifice as well, trying to keep his Mez topped here. They overlap it with the Icebound Fortitude. They're really trading everything here with Prev, taking huge amount of damage there from the tip, the scales, and Mez now again dropping super low here, using his trinket, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He gets the Anti-Magic Shell back in time, and Mez manages to Death Strike his way back once again. There's that Cindergosa Dragon as well. Triple stunning, just buying him a little bit of time. Here comes the Shattering Star for Trill as well onto Prev. He's got no dispersion for 10 seconds. Will Prev be able to stay alive? Brain has no bubble. Sidu has no bubble. Basically no mana left in the tank. Mez trying to stay alive here. There's the full blind onto Sidu. He's got no way out. Mez, how is he going to stay alive? What a beautiful bop though by Sidu. Pre-bop right there, making sure that Mez does stay alive for now. There's the Fireblood ratio coming out as well. But here comes Drake. Here comes the Death Mark. Here comes the big damage onto Mez. There's the disarm to prevent the Death Strikes. Mez on 1 HP. Trill trying to go for the cross kill. Can he find it? So low HP. Drake is 1% HP. Can he stay alive? The sacrifice comes through, and I do believe that Trill does manage to stay alive, but still Brain also on his last leg here. He gets a Hammer of Justice. Fear coming out there defensively by Prev, but I do think Trill will fall here, trying to stay alive defiantly, but I don't think they have anything left here really. Trill manages to recover a little bit, but so does everyone on the side of Luminosity Gaming, and this is a close one, but Luminosity Gaming will take it.
Yeah, well done to Luminosity Gaming. Very strong. Game number one. So much pressure throughout that entire game. It seemed like Liquid wasn't really able to find their footing throughout. I mean, like I was saying earlier, there's really a lot of potential in setups here between the DK and that Devastation Evoker, but really weren't able to make them happen. So we're going to see a bit of a replay. AMZ already out in the beginning here, and these are going to be those final moments. And it was really close as a cross kill as well, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's that setup coming out. Prev, nothing left here. And that will be Brain trading bubble, trading his sacrifice, basically keeping Mez alive there a little bit. Mez trying to stay alive there as well, using that Icebound Fortitude, getting the sacrifice. And you can see both of these teams are running on fumes towards the very end of the game. Trill there, if he gets a crit on that tip to scales, he probably just kills Prev right there. But Trill doesn't manage to find that one shot. Trill actually going back here, spamming out the Living Flames, trying to keep Mez alive there, but it's not enough, even with that Dwarf ratio, and it's just too much damage coming out. Beautiful disarm there onto Mez as well, just for extra offensive measures. Trill trying to go for that double deep breath there into the Disintegrates, but Drake barely staying alive, getting that sacrifice from Brain. And that's the thing about Brain. He really is the brain behind this operation. He is so good at this Holy Paladin. Every single time I watch this guy play, I just feel like Holy Paladins are just so good. But then when I see anybody else play it, I'm like, nah, Holy Paladins aren't that good. It's just Brain. It's just the Brain effect.
Yeah, I'm also really interested to know why Mez is playing the Frost TK versus an Unholy, especially in combination with that Devastation Evoker. I mean, you've got double grip. You've got really a lot available to you with, especially if you're playing A-Bomb Limb, to make a combination with that Deep Breath. But, I mean, I guess you do have Breath of Sindragosa, but really curious to see either way what they do decide to do for that next game number 2. It is kind of a good thing for both of these teams that they are in the upper bracket, so whoever it does end up winning does have another chance, but they are facing Golden Guardians, and we know how well they did play in that last game. So we're going to have a couple of seconds, and we're going to see that draft process get started and see what they actually do decide to bring out. But, I mean, what's your take on that? Do you think that we see any changes from either of these teams, Zico?
I think we're gonna probably go to a larger map. That would be my only guess. I don't think we're gonna see either team swap out of their compositions here. That game was super close. It could have gone either way. Like I said, if Trill got a crit on that tip the scales fire breath, it would have just been Prev going down there. When he got that bubble sacrifice. So, these teams that are playing on very small margins there, and that was definitely a very close game. So I think we'll just see the same thing. Never mind. We're going to a small map, actually, which I would expect us to go to a larger map because it does favor the Asarogue to be on a small map. But at the same time, on a small map, it also is easier to stack everyone up. So maybe that's the line of thinking that Liquid has, but I am surprised to see it. I feel like Mez on that Unholy DK, on the Frost DK will definitely be a juicy target on this map. I feel like Drake will have an easy time kind of getting around the map, doing what he needs to do while keeping up that pressure. So we'll see what Liquid has in store here.
Yeah, we will. We know Luminosity is going to have make sure that they want to keep as much distance as they can, especially if you're Prev from the enemy team, because that is why this is such a lethal combination with the DK and the Devastation Evoker if they decide to play it again. And they've got about a minute left. This was, of course, their map choice. Liquid choosing in Hook Point, so we'll see if it works out for them. But the bad thing is, since Liquid did lose that blind pick, if it does work out for them on Hook Point, that kind of begs the question, like, what do they do for the rest of this series? Because this is kind of the smallest map in the pool, so if they can make it work here, it's kind of like, okay, what do we do next and what's the next step? So that's why we see so many games that end up in a 3-1 victory, just because of situations like this where they only have that one pocket pick available to them. But kind of getting myself ahead of myself here. So about 20 seconds left. Really curious to see what they do bring in, but they're definitely using their full timer here. So for sure, a lot being discussed behind the scenes on the side of Team Liquid. Come on, lock something in. Okay.
Unholy.
And they're switching to Unholy. Woo.
Yeah, I like that because the Frost DK is more squishy. So the Frost DK, because you were talking about it, he brings in more stuns. He brings in basically better setups every 1 minute. And they really are playing around that 1 minute mark with that deep breath. That's their big setup. They go for the blinding sleet. They go for the deep breath. Anytime they don't have that deep breath, they don't have a setup. So Trill really is the one who kind of has the punch, and Mez is kind of the one who holds. But as Unholy, you still get that blinding sleet, you still get the abomination limb, you still have the normal death grip, asphyxiate, so you still have plenty of options there for that setup, but you will be a lot more tanky because Death Strike is kind of I don't even know actually Frost still has that, but it really is way less healing if you are a Frost DK compared to an Unholy DK. And a large reason why everybody is playing that Unholy is just because you are much more durable. And I feel like Mez was the main target, so they're trying to get rid of that weakness by having Mez on that Unholy DK. So I think this is a good choice here for Liquid. I am a little bit worried about the map pick, but like I said, the map is also going to be good for them because they will have an easier time stacking everything together, before the pull. But at the same time, they also will, when those cooldowns are down, they will also be stacked. So it definitely can be, a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we'll see if that switch does make a difference for them. It's going to be really tight quarters. So the trick really is going to be staying away from that DK because he has so much utility available to him to grip them in and get that cleave damage off. That is really advantageous to Trill and Mez. So maximum distance, but it's going to be really difficult on Hook Point. So be sure to keep an eye out for the positioning of Luminosity, staying away from not only each other, but as much distance as they possibly can between them and the enemy team. So it's gonna be, I don't know, I mean, what do you think here, Zico? Do they have a chance, Luminosity, to win the second one, or do you think that this is gonna be very favored towards Liquid?
It's a tough one to call, honestly. I feel like this one can go either way. I want to say, in general, I think Luminosity are favored in this match or in this series. But I feel like Liquid has done such a good job with this comp, and nobody else really plays it, that I feel like I need to see more of this comp before I can make a definitive judgment. Because I thought, they're gonna go after the Evoker, and I think that's what most people do, and that is also why Mez can get away with being that Frost DK, which is a little bit squishier. But now that, it's kind of been exploited a little bit, he's going over to the Unholy DK. So now maybe Luminosity will also swap up their game plan, go after Trill a little bit more. And I feel like that could be something that Liquid are very comfortable with, or that could be something that actually takes them off guard. I would guess most teams are going after Trill already. So that's probably a little bit more comfort for Liquid, but they're going to lack, the Syndragosa breath. They're going to lack a little bit of stuns. Will Mez be able to kind of still make up and find those setups? I feel like if there's somebody who can, it definitely is Mez. He's so known for landing these setups, for being such a clutch player for this team. And he's going to have to step up now, because this is game number 2, and we are live here in the upper bracket final, already getting a sap onto Sea-Doo, again followed up by the fear from Prev, and there's the kick onto Trill. They're still going to go after Mez despite being unholy. There's the disarm coming in, and here comes the setup. Beautiful leap of faith right there by Prev, but Prev actually getting gripped in there by the Abomination's limb, and that's a good trade here actually for Luminosity. They only trade out the dispersion. Actually, no, Drake has to use his cloak and his trinket there as well. Brain also taking a little bit of damage there, but doesn't have to use any of his breakers. So decent opener here for Liquid. They did use the Dragon Rage, and they did also commit the Tip the Scales for Trill. So that was a full one-shot. Drake, though, in a lot of trouble here. Goes for the Shadow Melt, uses the Battle Master trinket there as well, and does manage to stay alive with that Blessing of Protection. But that is a lot of cooldowns here being forced out from Luminosity Gaming. What can they do now to get it back? I don't know, actually. Sea-Doo in a Hammer of Justice into a Fear here. They're going after Trill like we kind of expected here, but Prev also huge damage coming in onto him. But Trill here is the mind games, needs to be careful. There is this sacrifice coming out from Sea-Doo, and that should be enough here to stabilize everyone on the side of Liquid.
Oh my god, that was so scary for both sides. Look at Prev though. Okay, he's okay for now. But look at his health. It's just continuing to go down. He's about half health. He's getting chonked down by basically everything that Liquid has. You see Mez and Trill going after him really strong. He's getting caught in that chain of ice just over and over and over again. You can see his entire team kind of chasing after him, trying to keep him safe for now. But so much is being thrown at the face of Luminosity Gaming, and they're doing a really good job mitigating that pressure so far, despite how much how much distance they have. Brain, however, is now the one that's having a lot of pressure on him. We're seeing that Avenging Crusader being utilized on the side of Brain. Everything okay, everybody okay for now, everyone topped up. But look at the side of Liquid. Trill about 20% health. He's running away right now. Luminosity Gaming being absolutely relentless in terms of this pressure. We're seeing that Fire Breath go out, trying to get just a little bit of damage, a little bit of poke damage here. Look at that, Brain. Really low in health. He's got Avenging Crusader in 4 seconds. Okay, trading off to defensive cooldowns, but look at Drake. Drake and Brain super low. Luminosity Gaming losing game number 2 here on Hook Point.
And that was actually before they got that set up. So much consistent damage coming in here in this game. Trill, though, definitely was tested there on that Devastation Evoker. And you got to give Trill a lot of props here. The easy thing about the Devastation Evoker is doing that one shot. It is, all you have to do is just get your stacks on the Pyre up to 20, get the Deep Breath, get the Tip the Scales and the Dragon Rage, or the Deep Breath, Dragon Rage, Tip the Scales, Fire Breath. That's pretty much it. And if you have time as well, send the Shattering Star there. But the hard part from playing the Devastation Evoker, and a big reason why a lot of people don't run it, is that survivability. And we saw Trill do a great job staying alive in this one. Of course, a lot of that is also Sea-Doo, synergizing well with Trill there. But we can take a look at some of those final moments here. This is where they got Brain's bubble here, and it was a surprising amount of damage actually coming in. So Trill drops extremely low here, but then immediately Team Liquid kind of bites back here, getting their own pressure onto Brain, getting that bubble, and Drake as well taking a huge amount of damage there from that Eternity Surge. And a lot of it is just to sacrifice damage onto Brain, and then Mez just swapping, noticing that Brain is taking a lot of damage, doesn't have too much healing to work with. Brain ducking behind a corner there, getting that heal up, but also a bit of a defensive error there. I think Prev gripped Brain out of line from Drake because he just reacted to him being low, and Drake was kind of left behind, and he was out of line of sight actually. Prev did have that Void Shift, so they still had that Divine Shield that Brain had to burn anyway, and they kind of overlapped it with the Leap of Faith, and they had that Void Shift still in their back pocket. So a little bit of a positional error there, and maybe that is the map there doing some work for Team Liquid.
Yeah. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, even if you get the win on Hook Point, like, what does that say for the rest of the matchup? Like, you can get those wins off on a pick like Hook Point, but if you're losing the blind pick and you aren't able to get a swing match win, it's still going to mean a loss for you in this series. So Team Liquid really needs to be careful here as they move forward, because even if they make it work on Hook Point, how are they going to make it work again? They've got no more maps like that one. They're now locking in Imperial Domain on the side of Luminosity Gaming, and this could just be us going back to what we saw in game number 1. So that's really the question here. What is Liquid going to play? They got 40 seconds left to lock in their composition. And are we going to see what they played in that blind pick, or are we going to see them, go to that sort of Unholy DK composition? Not too much of a difference. It's really the size of the map that makes those setups possible. So we see what they do. We can take a look at as well at their specs with the AWC companion. If you guys want to check this out from home, you can go to awc.gcd.tv and you can take a look at exactly what we see. Gives a lot of information on their talents, their basically everything they're running, and it's a lot of really good information. But I mean, what's your take on this, Zico?
So far, Liquid definitely played well on that match, and they are going to be sticking with that Unholy DK. I like the Unholy DK in this case because it just makes Trill, the main target, and I feel like Liquid, they look kind of comfortable with that. And Maz just immediately pulling out, beast performance. He actually gripped 2 leaps of faith in that last match. So at the same time as Brain got gripped in, he gripped in, I think it was Prev actually in the start of the game. And then they got the dispersion, and then they got that big opener where they kind of snowballed a bunch of cooldowns, and also at the end of the game. So Maz, he's just looking hot right now. He also kind of forced a bubble there as well with that sack dot, just kind of doing a little solo swap in a way with Trill just trying to burst into the sack. So I feel like right now Liquid are looking good. This is Luminosity Gaming's map though, so this is the match where Liquid kind of has to win. We call these the swing match because of what I was explaining earlier. If you win that blind pick and then it goes back and forth in game number 5, whoever won that blind pick will have the pick advantage and the map advantage as well. So definitely having that in a potential game number 5 is going to be huge for the series. And Liquid, they need to shut that down before it gets to a game number 5. Make sure that they have that advantage if it does drag on. And for Luminosity, I feel like they can just brush that off. I think for them, they still had some defensives to use there. It's kind of uncharacteristic for them to go down like that. And I think Mez did kind of catch them by surprise there a little bit in that last game. So just brush it off. You have a way better map now for you guys. You have the small pillars here as well on Empyrean Domain. A lot of options to move around on. A lot of options to kind of move away from those deep breaths. And we'll see if they can kind of ride that pressure and get Trill down, because he did drop very, very low in that previous game.
Does this make you wish that more people play Devastation Evoker?
I think we will see. Actually, no. I don't want to play against a bunch of Devastation Evokers one-shotting me all day long. I'm good with that. But I think we will see more people picking it up. Trill definitely not afraid to try out new things, trying out new ways to play the game. And I feel like people didn't even know how to stat a Devastation Evoker, in the correct way. But Trill, this guy plays in the MDI. He plays in the Race to World First. He plays in AWC. He's done it all. And if there's somebody who's going to map out that math and know exactly how to stat, how to gear, and how to actually play this class, it will be Trill. He's put down the hours, and now he's going to have to make it count, because we are live here with the swing match, game number 3 between Liquid and Luminosity Gaming in the upper bracket. They're going after Sea-Doo here, which I am a big fan of, actually. I love when teams go after the Paladin, but here comes the Deep Breath. Big setup coming out here by Trill. It will be Drake, actually, only trading out his Cloak of Shadows. Prev also trading out his Trinket there. Not too much more other than that getting forced out. Drake still using that Shadow Meld as well for some extra growth damage. Still has that Vanish in his back pocket. And now it is Luminosity Gaming's game for the next 30 seconds or so. What can they find here? They mind control Mez, trying to drag him behind the pillar. They're actually going after Brain on the side of Luminosity. Mez taking a lot of damage. Sea-Doo in a silence, but healing up here with the melee wings. Meanwhile, but Drake getting swapped to Asphyxiate swap coming in. And even between these 1-minute goes, they're still doing these little mini goes that are actually very, very effective. Now a full repentance onto Sea-Doo. So Brain not opting for that blinding light. He is running that repentance. They actually go for the banished sap here onto Cito as well, going after Mez, but Mez is completely comfortable with this. He's healing a lot right now, and Trill is completely free, casting out the Eternity Surges, the Disintegrates, doing plenty of damage here, and that Deep Breath is coming off cooldown right now. Trill is looking to line it up here. He's just trying to size them up. You can see Trill here actually trying to get behind the Prev there, trying to find that angle right now, going after Prev. If he can find it, it will be huge, but Mez taking so much damage, he needs to maybe grip somebody and try to set it up here with the blinding sleet if they can. Doesn't look like it. Cito now in a Hammer of Justice into repentance here. Beautiful CC chain once again by Luminosity. They need to get that set up. There it is. Great blinding sleep. Here comes the Deep Breath. Beautiful double here and massive damage onto Drake. That will be the sacrifice from Brain. And Mez now still taking huge damage, but does manage to stay alive for now. He gets disarmed actually. Siphon is down as well. Can they kill it? Mez kills it off with a Death Coil there, and it looks like both teams are alive here.
Yeah, definitely. We've got about 14 seconds left for AMS, which is certainly good considering how much pressure is being dropped on top of him. We're seeing Trill use that rescue to try and get him to a little bit of safety, and he's going to be okay for now, but there's just so much pressure going on in the middle of the zone here. Looks like Mez has some cooldowns available for him now. There goes that A-bomb, but his health is still about at half. I mean, this pressure just continues to be absolutely relentless. Using AMS, so he's going to be safe through this whole A-bomb limb. So much damage going out onto Luminosity Gaming. You can see Drake and Brain dropping just a little bit on the right side there, but so is Mez. There's AMZ. He's going to be standing right in the middle of it, as well as Cito, but Drake. So much pressure. You can see him just like whacking away at him there in the center of the map. So, and then there's the Deep Breath also from Trill. Drake really low in health. We could see him go down, but he's going to be okay for now. But Brain trying to keep him topped up, but he's losing health as well. So really just so much is happening from both sides. So many trade-offs. Drake in that chains of ice in the middle there really can't get away from anything, can't get away from this pressure or damage. He's trying to chase Mez across the map, but not really able to make that connection. So everyone looks okay for now, honestly, except for Brain. I mean, look at that. He's being chased by Mez. Lots and lots of damage going out onto him, as well as that Dark Abomination. But look at Prev, could be going down also. I mean, it just looks like no one is safe. Prev goes down, Luminosity Gaming losing once again, and now it's Liquid on match point.
Liquid making it look good here. They win the swing match. This was a very big game for them to win in the series, and the Trill is just a monster on that Evoker. We need to see exactly how much damage he did later when we see the scoreboard, because I feel like Trill, since that last setup, he was just non-stop going at it, doing so much damage. Now here's a great setup. They sleepwalk Drake, he gets dispelled, and there comes the blinding sleet. Trill landing the double, gets the disintegrates out. That's going to be the sacrifice. Brain also having to use bubble, I think, here in the setup. Maz dropping dangerously low. Cito going for that blind, and that will force the bubble right there. And then here, that second setup right after that, forcing out the trinket. And look at Drake here. He's just basically dying to the Deep Breath dot, to the Fire Breath as well behind that pillar. And then look at Trill. He's got his Dragon Rage active here, which means he can spam reset his disintegrates, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's got the star right now onto Brain, which empowers his damage by I think 20%, and he's just spamming out disintegrate after disintegrate after disintegrate, and eventually one of them procs I think an Eternity Surge there at the end, and it's just enough damage to take him down. Maz as well there with the finisher at the end. Actually Cito I think with a big damn judge at the end, and we can see here, look at Trill's damage. Out damaging a DK is not something that you see, and most of Trill's damage is also burst damage. It's not just, pad damage like an Affliction Warlock or like a Moonkin. This is damage that is lethal. So look how much Brain has to heal. Look at that. Almost double Cito's healing in this match. He is so stressed. It's just incredible to see how much damage Trill is able to put out on that Evoker. And now, as a result, Liquid are up 2-1.
Yeah, this is definitely looking good for Team Liquid. We know that Luminosity has been a really strong opponent for Team Liquid for quite some time, but they're really doing a good job here in this series, 2-1 now. So they only need to win this next one in order to move on to the grand finals. Whoever does end up losing this one has another chance, but they have to get through Golden Guardians first. So it's not going to be easy, no matter which team you are. All three of these teams are really strong and tough opponents, but we'll get to that bridge when we cross it. Did I say that wrong? Cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah, you guys know what I mean. But anyways, it's 2-1 right now. Heading to Tolvaron Arena, we're going to see what Liquid locks in, but obviously Zico, this composition is working out for them pretty well.
Absolutely, and I think Liquid are going to run down the clock here as well. I'm a big fan of this, you know? After you win a game, don't just insta-lock it in. Luminosity, they just want to get back into the game. They just want to get going, you know? They want to redeem themselves here, you know? Not that they have to redeem themselves, let's be honest, but, that's how they feel, because they're competitive. They want to win, of course, and Liquid, they just came off that win. Let them marinate a little bit. Let them soak it up a little bit, you know? Let them enjoy it for a second. And that's exactly what they're going to be doing. And I love that. Let them marinate on that loss. And Liquid probably going to be locking in the same thing here. I don't see any reason why they would change anything here. They are looking like an absolutely well-oiled machine at this point. And for Luminosity, the ball is in their court. Are they going to change anything up? And if so, what are they actually going to change? Because they have a lot of options here. They have LA Shaman, for example, on their roster. I've heard Prev has been practicing it. Maybe it is time to actually bust that out because LA Shaman is extremely good. That could be a line of play that they can go for. Otherwise, we might see more of the same, and it's just those kind of micro strategies that you want to adapt, change up, a little bit of talents, or just in general, like who you're going after, exactly how you want to play the matchup itself. And it looks like Luminosity are just going to lock it in right away here, get Brain on the Holy Paladin, Drake on the Rogue, and Prev once again on that Shadow Priest. And we'll see exactly what they decide to do. I think Trill definitely looking like a good target, and Sido also looking like a good target. I don't like going after DKs. In general, I think DK is a bad target. Now, I don't know about it in this matchup specifically. Obviously, these guys know way better than me. But in my opinion, the biggest strength of the Unholy DK right now is that they just don't die. They take the Rune of Spell Warding heals so much, and it's so annoying to deal with as a caster. And I'm pretty sure Mez is running it. And just in general, the Death Strike healing, they just have so much defense. They really are kind of the brick wall of the team. Yeah, so it kind of forces you to go after Trill and Sidu more. And I feel like if you're going on Mez, you're kind of playing into that strategy a little bit. But maybe they know something that I don't know. Maybe they're playing in a different way. They were able to kill him when he was Frost. So maybe there's just some kind of small adaptation they need to make to actually be able to get that kill. They got close a couple of times, so we'll see what they do.
Yeah, we'll certainly see what they do. We are heading to Tolvaron Arena. We've got all comps locked in as well, and Liquid really taking this composition to the ends of the earth. We went to Hook Point, the smallest map. Now we're going to Tolvaron, which is definitely the biggest map. So we'll see. We're kind of testing its limits. We're seeing what Team Liquid can do with this composition, and it would really be a huge thing for them. Would really prove a lot for Team Liquid to win against a team like Luminosity in a map like Tolvaron and Hook Point. I mean, it's really going to be very, very versatile for them and could spell a lot of good things for them moving forward. But however, Luminosity, we definitely can't count them out. We know how good of a team this is. We know how strong of a contender this is. And we're getting this game started. Liquid on match point. Luminosity going down to that lower bracket against Golden Guardian Zico.
All right, let's see it here. Match point for Luminosity Gaming. What are they going to change up here? Big deep breath coming out here from Trill already. Taking a lot of damage. Trill needs to be careful here. Sido is in a disarm right now. Trill does activate those Obsidian Scales for that damage reduction. He also has that anti-magic zone, and he's sitting in it comfortably right now, getting topped off. And Sido also trading out the sacrifice. Now let's see what the damage looks like here onto Brain. Brain actually trading out that Gladiator's Emblem trinket. And with that and with the melee wings, he should be fine. But Prev almost getting sent here by Lord Mez, and that will be another big heal coming out. Trill though taking huge damage, massive spell coming out there as well, and now big damage coming out. You see it now in a Hammer of Justice. Brain on 1% HP. That will be his Divine Shield. Trill now 1% HP as well. What is he gonna do? He stays alive. Living Flames onto himself here. Actually manages to stay alive with that Renewing Blaze, with those Living Flames. Going for that Sleepwalk. Prev actually Shadow Word deaths it. Goes for the Double Fear, trying to set up the team. Can he grip Prev there? Can he grip Brain there? Actually, he gets the big damage judge here as well from Brain. Trill now on 1% HP. There's the Siphon as well. Trill, how is he gonna stay alive? The Blinding Sleep coming out by Mez, but it's not gonna be enough. What an insane rush down right there, and that is exactly what I wanted to see. That is the weakness of the Evoker. You need to send them, and you need to do it quickly right there. What an insane setup there as well by Prev. We're gonna see it on the replay. He deaths the Sleepwalk, gets the Double Fear, and sets it up. Drake gets there immediately, no hesitation, pulls the trigger. trigger, and also Trill actually stabilizing there for a second with those living flames on himself, but not going to be enough there. The damage comes through for Luminosity Gaming. And Aya, you said it, we've gone all over the world, from the seas to the sand, and we are going one step further here because we are going to Game 5.
You certainly are, Zico. What a way to end North America. We are here in the upper finals. Winner of this one heading to the grand finals, and we're having two powerhouse teams face off against each other. So it's really fitting that we do end up going to a Game 5. This just shows how strong both of these teams, how well matched they are. And we can take a look at game number 4, how it all went down in those final moments, Zico.
I feel like there was so much happening here. I'm like, okay, Prev is dying. What's going on? Our Brain is dying. What's going on there? Sea-Doo, he's dropping quite low here as well. And Trill is getting low. What is he going to do here? Trill activates that second charge of the Obsidian Scales. The Master Spell coming out. They get a Hammer of Justice onto Sea-Doo. Trill just can't get aggressive here. Doesn't have that deep breath either for another 20 seconds. And they're really just pushing down the gas here at this point. And then here's the moment there. Look at the Trill. Look at the death there on the Sleepwalk into the Double Fear out of that Repentance onto Sea-Doo, and then look at Drake just charging in there with the freedom from Brain. They're doing all that damage. There's a Siphon with the shield. There's the big damn judge coming out from Brain as well, and that blinding sleep by Mez trying to save his teammate right there. And Sea-Doo actually, I think, bubbled a little bit too late there. It looked like he had it just a second earlier, maybe could have kept Trill alive. I'm not sure what the communication was like there, but definitely an incredibly close call for Sea-Doo and Trill. And this is Luminosity Gaming. They're just turning up the aggression, turning up the heat, and this is what I like to see. I don't want to see them going after that DK. Get away from that DK idea and go after Trill, because he is a squishier target. Try to take him down, and that's exactly what they do here.
But I mean, here's the difficulty of where Luminosity is right now, because now we get to see the map chip pick actually go out by, I think that's going to be really huge determining factor. So blind pick obviously coming in really strong in game number 1. So we'll see what Luminosity does in this situation, because Liquid, like I was about to say, actually gets to lock in the map, and it's Dalaran sewers that we're heading to. And we know that it's kind of similar to Hook Point. Obviously a little bit different. There are a couple of choke points, obviously, with those boxes. So I don't know. We'll see what they do. Liquid likely to lock in that same composition, and we'll see how Luminosity responds. But I mean, is that even a reliable thing that they could be repeating here in this game? Zico, with training down Trill? Like, what does that look like here?
I think that's their best bet, but the problem is that, there's very close quarters. You're going to be stacked up. There's going to be a lot of setups happening as well. And I feel like for Liquid, it was their aggression that was the problem. They couldn't really get, completely topped off and get going offensively. And for Luminosity Gaming, I definitely think it is a repeatable thing, but it's not repeatable if you are bringing in Trill on that Demon Hunter. Now, this is where things get interesting, because this is actually what I thought that they would pick in game number 1. And this is the advantage, ladies and gentlemen, of winning that swing match. It gives you the opportunity to send a surprise like this, flip the script, swap up the matchup. They've done their work here with the Devastation Evoker, and now it is time to bring in Trill on the Demon Hunter. And now what I want to see here is a little bit of the European meta. Now in Europe, we love an English breakfast, but we also love a Paladin breakfast. Now, I want to see, Brain served up on a platter. I want to see Mez and Trill get in there, grip everybody in, get the Chaos Nova, and start the blender, blend up the smoothie and just enjoy it in the morning. Well, I guess it's kind of evening here in Europe, but still, that's what I want to see from Team Liquid here. Maybe some swaps to Drake, throw some kicks onto Prev and just take him down with some cleave damage, and then kind of go where the damage takes you, follow the damage, see who drops low and go after that person. This is a great map for a blender. You already have the water as well flowing here in the sewers. So we'll see Liquid if they can do it. But there is also a weakness here in that comp. They can take down the Demon Hunter on the side of Luminosity Gaming, and Luminosity Gaming can also take down Sea-Doo.
Nice brain smoothie. Sounds nutritious.
Yeah, it doesn't
Serve
sound
it
that
up
good.
on a platter. I'm sure somewhere in the world people do that, but I mean, either way, okay. Team Liquid proving me wrong with that Demon Hunter being locked in. So really excited to see what they can do here. It's going to be difficult on either side. We know that both of these teams really, really want this victory. They really want to just, kind of smooth sail over to that grand finals position. And we'll see what happens. It's game number 5. We're heading to Dalaran Sewers. This is Team Liquid's map, so we'll see if Luminosity struggles with this. Prev doesn't have a lot of room to operate here, especially in the face of that DK and Demon Hunter. So we'll see what happens. 2-2, Liquid versus Luminosity Gaming in game number 5.
All right, it is match point. This is not an elimination series, though. Loser will have to fight the Golden Guardians in that lower bracket. Winner will advance to the best seats in the house in that grand final here. Both teams 2 points apiece. It's anybody's game here. What are they going to do? Hodge coming out here onto Brain. They're already going after Prev right now. Here comes the Smoothie. Double Chaos Nova coming in. Big damage here coming in. And that will be the Blessing of Protection and the Sacrifice being traded there. 1 to Prev, 1 to Drake. And that should keep them nice and offensive for now. But Prev's still taking a lot of damage here. What are they gonna do? Sea-Doo getting Hammer of Justice right there. Brain now getting into the mix of things, and there's a kidney shot now onto Trill. Tries to glimpse it, but doesn't manage to time it. And Trill dropping dangerously low. Does have the Netherwalk, but doesn't want to access it. He gets a demon, and he does manage to leech off of it. And here comes the big Metamorphosis. There's the double Bob coming out as well from Sea-Doo. Huge damage coming out here. Prev might have to send out Dispersion. Trill though dropping dangerously low. There's the Fell Eruption as well coming out into the full fear onto Brain, and that will be the imprisonment as well onto Prev on his Dispersion into another kick here. Trill holding down the gas right now, and that will be the blinding light into the Hammer of Justice onto Brain. Brain trading out the bubble, but it doesn't have any cooldowns left. Prev dropping dangerously low. Trill dropping dangerously low. There's the anti-magic zone. There is the Nether Walk as well here for Trill. Void Volleys coming out. This is anybody's game. They don't even have the Void Shift. No cooldowns left on either side. Both teams holding down the gas. Triple Chaos Nova coming out. Huge damage here. Who is going to take it? It looks like Prev. He gets topped up somehow, and there's a kidney shot now onto Trill. What is Sea-Doo going to do? He trinkets out and activates the Avenging Crusader. Can he keep him alive? The Mind Games now onto Trill. Trill might fall here. He's got nothing left. No blur available. He does proc a demon, and he does manage to stay alive with that. It's self-heal, but for how long is the question? Full Hammer of Justice onto Brain. Prev dropping dangerously low in that Fell Eruption. Mez is all over him. Another Blessing of Protection coming out here by Brain. Sea-Doo now in a stun into a gouge. Trill, how are you going to stay alive? He goes for the claims. He goes for the hunt. He tries to win with offense, but I think he actually still had Bop there on that hunt. Trill not able to connect the damage, but Prev still dropping dangerously low. Doesn't have anything left. Dispersion still 18 long seconds away. Trill with the Triple Chaos Nova. He's dropping dangerously low. He manages to get the kill. Unbelievable there by Trill. Actually dashing through them for that selfie, but this could be a cross kill. Aya. Trill dropping dangerously low. Sea-Doo needs to keep him alive. The Blinding Sleet coming out from Lord Mez, but it's not enough. We got a cross kill in game 5.
Oh my god, there was like 3 seconds until Blur came up as well, but look at Brain. He just popped quite a bit. Avenging Crusader goes out, so he's got not a lot of health left. We'll see if Liquid is able to get them down, but things might stabilize in just a moment for this 2v2, so this may be a bit of a long one. We know that these cross kills end up being very deep into dampening, so sit back, guys, grab a drink. We may be in for a really long game. We'll have to see. It's Holy Paladin versus ZK versus Holy Paladin versus Assassination, so this might be a bit of a difficult 2v2 if you're on either side here, but I think I'm going to eat my words because it looks like Brain is really running away, desperate to get away from Mez, but he's got so much utility to just grip him back in, and he's not able to get that distance. You can see he's just trying to get some distance, some form of safety. He's going to hide behind the boxes for a second here. So he looks stable for now, but I mean, this is not looking good so far if you're on the side of Luminosity Gaming. And right now, we've got Mez stacked on top of Brain and Sea-Doo trying to run away from Drake at the same time. No one is safe right now. We're about 14 seconds in, 14% into dampening as well. We'll see how that affects things, Zico.
Unbelievable. I can't believe we're even at this stage of the game right now, but the death mark is rolling here for Drake. What is he going to do with it? He gets sacrificed there by his healer of Brain, and things are slowing down a little bit in that 2v2. I don't even know who's actually favored in this matchup. I feel like it could go either way here. You got Sea-Doo, you got Brain battling out on the two Paladins. You got Mez and, of course, Drake here on the DPS. The kidney shot followed up after that Hammer of Justice. They're going after Sea-Doo on that Paladin. He's got no cooldowns left. Brain has Divine Shield in about 25 seconds. Sea-Doo 40 seconds left on that cooldown. He gets disarmed there on the melee wings. You love to see that European blender coming out now that we were talking about. Brain now dropping dangerously low there as well. Does manage to stay alive for just a tiny second. 10 seconds left on that Divine Shield. Can he stay alive? Brain trying so hard, but his Battle Master is going to fall. He's going for the fake cast. He goes for the heal, but it's not enough. And it will be Team Liquid taking him out and advancing to the grand finals. Well played.
Well played indeed. This is huge for Team Liquid. This is a really good thing for them. I mean, this composition is really going to take them places, I think. They're going to head to that grand finals, like Zico mentioned. Luminosity now dropping down to that lower bracket to face off against Golden Guardians. But I mean, what a series. It went all the way to game 5, went all the way to a cross kill, in fact, and that Liquid was able to get that win out.
Unbelievable. Trill hits the triple Chaos Nova, goes for the Fell Rush there, gets a little bit of HP, just enough. And look at Mez here with the save. He goes for the Blinding Sleet there, tries to get it, but those dots are still ticking. Prev and that Rupture just taking him down from beyond the grave. And then, of course, this 2v2 playing out here. Sea-Doo dropping quite low, and it is so unfortunate here for Brain. I think he had like 5 seconds left on his Divine Shield when he actually did go down, but, beautiful setup coming out here. Sea-Doo activating those melee wings, getting aggressive here. The Battle Master coming out, and look at Brain's top right frame right there, that 10-second shield ticking down there. He goes for the fake cast here. He goes for the Holy Shock, Word of Glory, Flash of Light, tries to get it off, but Mez holding his kick, keeping his cool, and when he dies, it's actually 3 seconds left on that Divine Shield that would have saved him there, prolonged the game, and potentially allowed Luminosity to get back into this one. But it will be Team Liquid here in the grand finals of our first NA Cup, and it will be Luminosity going down to the lower bracket to fight off against the Golden Guardians in what could be a Rogue Shadow Priest Paladin mirror, by the way.
You sound really excited. Wait, do you get a cast that next one? Are you on for that?
I'm unfortunately not on for that one, but I will be watching it glued to my screen, and everybody else should too. And I don't know if Sea-Doo actually is streaming right now, but he was streaming their qualifiers yesterday, so definitely make sure to check out the players when they are streaming. We can probably get some magic up for them, and there it is. Thank you, production. You can see Mez at Not Mez, Sea-Doo at Sea-Doo X, MIM, and Trill TKO. Go give them some love, go follow them, and go congratulate them on advancing to the finals. I do believe Sea-Doo actually is streaming his point of view, so if you want to see what this looks like from a healer, you're a healer, you're always stressing out in your shuffles, Sea-Doo is one of the best people to watch. And if you're a Holy Paladin as well, you can definitely go there and check him out. And you just love to see it. What an insane series. I'm just happy that we got to see that. What a way to end it. A game 5 cross kill, 2v2, and it just comes down to those last seconds. And now, of course, we do have the bracket here to see kind of how things have shaped up so far. We got Where is Gordy getting eliminated by the Golden Guardians today in that lower bracket, 3-2, an absolute nail biter right there. And then now we got Liquid versus Luminosity. That was Liquid's win, also 3-2. And of course, now we have Luminosity Gaming versus Golden Guardians to determine who will advance to the grand finals and face off against Liquid. And here's the thing. Both of these teams play Rogue Shadow Priest Paladin in majority of their games so far. Who's gonna falter here from the mirror? Who's gonna swallow their pride a little bit and go for the big brain play here? Is it gonna be Brain and Luminosity, or is Golden Guardians gonna bring in the beans? Are they gonna go for that Whiskey Feral? I wonder what the players actually have planned here, because things are definitely getting exciting right now.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you already said it, Zico. You definitely don't want to be missing this one. There are only 3 teams left in the North American region, and we can see where we are right now. Luminosity Gaming, Golden Guardians. Neither of these teams have faced each other yet in this weekend. I don't even believe in the offline game, so this is going to be a huge game. So be sure to tune into this one. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Luminosity Gaming facing off against Golden Guardians up next. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting right into the game. We have Luminosity Gaming going up against the Golden Guardians, and we have exactly what we all wanted to see, the Shadow Priest Assassination Rogue Paladin mirror match. And Isaac, I feel like in this particular match, this is one that Absurd is going to have to really step up in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a lot of pressure when you're playing a mirror. There's some class envy involved, and you got to outperform your counterpart. But we'll see how they're going to be able to do. WizK got sapped up, and he's getting fully cleaned in the center of the map. Was trying to push in and just get in combat, and will do so now. Drake and Peekaboo both waiting in stealth. They don't want to be the first ones to open up. We'll see which 2v2 can kind of get the advantage, because whichever rogue opens first is going to get immediately opened on, and that could put them quite a bit behind. Siphene going to be used on Prev, and they're going to open now onto it with the Garou. The sap is over onto Brain, who had fallen out of combat. That was a big mistake, and now he's into the silence. Smoke bomb going to get dropped, and he's going to have to get into that, but he's kidneyed immediately as he enters the smoke bomb. Will the disperse or anything have to be used? It does. The disperse is coming out, but he's very low still. A great start for Golden Guardians here, and the pressure is not stopping just yet, as Drake is going to be feared off, and now another fear there does land onto Brain.
Yeah, Brain going to use a stone form racial. That was a great start there by the Golden Guardians. That smoke bomb coming in clutch, but now Luminosity Gaming is striking back. We have a fear onto Absurge. Peekaboo and WizK are both rotting down low. Peekaboo has to trade out his Cloak of Shadows. Absurge's there with some big heals to keep everyone nice and safe. And now it's going to be the Golden Guardians getting aggressive once again. We have a Siphene channeling out here onto Prev. Hammer of Justice into a double fear. Nicely done there by WizK, and Prev falls. Golden Guardians strike first blood in game number 1. A really impressive performance there on the Grand.
Yeah, that was a fast one. I gotta say, I want to see the first couple seconds, because how did Brain let himself fall out of combat and get sapped there? Like, that was a big mistake. WizK was pushed fully in on them, and they were spam dispelling WizK down, so it's not like he didn't have anyone to get in combat with. He just had to heal his priest to stay in combat, or judge the priest, or do something. And instead, I think he dipped behind the pillar. I don't know if he was like worried about getting dotted or what was happening there, but he dipped back behind the pillar, got full sapped, didn't want to trinket it, and they fell so far behind on that initial smoke bomb play that it cost them their disperse. And then pretty greedy, I have to say, on the defensives, in those last moments of the game. He did have bubble. The bubble came out kind of late. They did have life swap, but there was no trinket on Prev, so I'm not sure if he was actually CC'd. But we can see it, one more time here, as this was the push from Golden Guardians. They did get low. Sturge pops the melee wings, tops them back up. There's full kidney onto Peekaboo, but he's just going to sit through it, because not that much damage was really coming out. And then in comes Brain. It was a life rip on a Brain. It goes straight into a fear. Silence comes down. He bubbles that, but just too far behind at that point to ever actually be able to catch back up. Didn't have the globals to do it, and Prev couldn't get off the life swap. And yeah, I mean, to me, most of this game really did just come down to the opener. Like, it was so well played by Golden Guardians, and a massive mistake from Brain to get sapped.
Actually, a big difference. Peekaboo is playing that smoke bomb, and it felt like they got a lot of value out of that. Drake has opted not to play that talent, and I feel like Absurge had some really sick plays here, playing very aggressive on Brain, landing that Hammer of Justice into the double blinding light, just being on top of Prev, making sure he's getting out that additional damage, which is just so important for that Paladin. We can take a look here at the scoreboard and exactly how that damage breakdown was. Clear winner there. WizK able to get a lot of pressure on that Shadow Priest. And yeah, I think this is just one of those matchups very similar to like a jungle mirror or like an RMP mirror, where getting that initial momentum, having a good start is just so important for kind of the tempo of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Pally falls that far behind. It's just like, I like Smoke Bomb a lot. Drake is playing maneuverability, so he has the additional sprint, removes all root and stuff like that. It means that so you can't be reslowed, which is nice, especially if you are like rogue on rogue. You can't be reslowed by crippling poison or anything like that. You can get out of potential roots if priests are actually playing for the root talent. But I mean, Smoke Bomb is just an additional CC, right? It's like you get blinded, you get sapped, you get kidneyed, you get silenced. All this stuff finally ends as the healer. You're like, okay, it's my time to turn. And then they actually just drop the Smoke Bomb right there, right? And it's just extending the chain. Yeah, you can run straight into it, but as soon as he runs into the Smoke Bomb, then he's kidney shot, right? So, it kind of messes up your positioning. It can put you in really awkward spots. But I don't expect game 2 to look like that, just because I don't think there's any way that Golden Guardians should be able to get the sap in that type of situation where the kind of dispelling and everything has already started. So we'll see what happens, and if they can kind of bounce back here and have a little bit of a stronger start.
Yeah, I think this is really important for Golden Guardians, picking up that initial momentum. I don't know if they have kind of lost confidence in mirroring this particular team. It's really nice to see them lock it in for game number 1, game number 2. I feel like they kind of have to at this point, but yeah, for the longest time, they were kind of the Shadow Priest Rogue, and Luminosity Gaming kind of picked up that composition, have done such a good job with it, that I think going into this mirror, winning that first game has got to give them a little bit of confidence. Let's see how they do in game number 2. Triple Fear coming in from Prev, as it looks like Luminosity Gaming wants to get aggressive early on. Psychic Horror onto Absurge, but he manages to connect the Sacrifice onto WizK, slowing down some of that initial damage. The Psy Fiend is up as well onto Prev. Huge pressure coming in from Peekaboo as he is rotting down lower and lower. Brain trades out the Sacrifice and the Blessing of Protection. Another Smoke Bomb comes in, but Brain is there this time to get that Blessing of Protection, which is just so important.
Yeah, absolutely. But they did get the trinket off both Prev and Brain on that opener. It was an immediate trinket on the blind from Peekaboo. WizK getting low, though. He has no trinket either, so it is just a 1 trinket lead here. Gouge now onto Brain. Can they follow that up with anything? Doesn't look like the CC is going to come through. Prev, standing here over on top of Abster, so could land a fear when he wants to actually drop that. He's getting very low, though. He has no disperse, and he's not going to swap. Not going to swap again. Was not CC'd here. Not sure if Healer's just calling that he's okay, but Prev is just going to fall down again. And this time definitely wasn't CC'd. Had the life swap available, had, I think, potentially, some more cooldowns available from Brain as well. But pretty surprising one. Back-to-back wins here in about a minute apiece from Golden Guardians. And just like that, it's match point.
It is match point. Golden Guardians is 1 away from closing this out and eliminating Luminosity Gaming. I think for most, Luminosity Gaming is kind of the favorite to win this entire thing. So this is quite a statement. Golden Guardians coming out confidently with their Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin. And it was just so much pressure coming for Peekaboo. Look at these CC chains. Peekaboo manages to Shadow Step over out of the Blinding Light. He gets the Gouge. Previs' health is just going nowhere but down. Peekaboo is able to reconnect as another Fear on the Brain. Mind Game connects. He has the Void Shift. They do have some cooldowns, but they just don't make the trade. Brain, maybe he thought like a big heal was incoming. Paladin healing, the way it works, could be really spiky, right? When you have that Avenging Crusader up, if you are able to get the damage off, you can basically top off your entire team. So it might have just been one of those things where it was really, really close for him to actually get that massive heal. But I think Golden Guardians are going to be...
CC.
They're going to be happy to take that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, back-to-back games, killing them without all the cooldowns used is not something you expect against a team that's this good, right? But it, as you say, maybe Brain is saying, hey, like, I'm going to top you here, I'm going to top you here, I'm going to top you here. But it was blind into Gouge, into Garrote, into DR Fear. Like there's all these little 2 or 3 second CCs that were all DR CCs and little CCs that were hitting him. But it all adds up, right? It's just putting you further and further and further and further behind. And that's sometimes where you have to make that kind of a tough call to like just spend the cooldowns, right? If you're not sure that you're going to get out of it, you just got to spend those cooldowns. Either Pally needed to bubble there, or if you want to hold bubble, you needed to do the life swap. But in this case, not able to get it off, and now you're in the really tough position in a mirror matchup that can be really, really volatile. You now have to reverse sweep, right? So now there's absolutely zero room for error. You can't go for something that's a little bit risky. You can't try to take a bit of a risk and go for a win. Whereas, Golden Guardians see an opportunity to try to like get an easy kill that maybe could cost them their lives. They have a round to give, right? You can actually try to make those more aggressive plays and try to finish someone off behind a pillar or whatever.
It's funny because both these teams kind of have a history of stepping up in the final moments. Like when backs are against the wall, they're down 0-2. That's when they kind of activate their final form. No, it's true. I mean, Luminosity Gaming, they have a rich history of almost losing to a team and then coming back with a reverse sweep. So definitely a possibility here. But Golden Guardians, they're looking really good so far. All 3 of them. You could tell they are like a well-oiled machine at this point. They're looking really, really solid with this composition. And I think they've been looking really solid in general this entire weekend, bringing in lots of alternate compositions like the jungle, WizK playing the Feral, actually able to implement Jelly Beans in their matches. It's been nice to see. For Luminosity Gaming, I think this weekend we've only seen them play this one composition. I can't really think of anything else they could run, and they're not going to. They're just going to go straight up for the mirror once again. I love to see it. I'm sure you'd love to see it at home as well. We'll see what they can do, because this is not normal. Like, Luminosity Gaming is not a team that normally kind of fumbles and doesn't use their defensive cooldowns. This is like very out of character for them in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like especially like WoW PvP at the highest level for the last, I don't know, 3 years or something has been all about cooldown trades, right? And it's all about rotating through those cooldowns. And Luminosity, being one of those teams that has been so good for a long time now, is one of those teams that is the absolute best at that. So it is definitely surprising. Going to be interested to see if Drake does make any change, if he's going to actually swap it over to the smoke bomb. It was a really, really good bop that kind of negated a lot of what Peekaboo wanted to get done with that bomb in the last game. But still, if they're going to like full train onto Prev and it's just Espriest versus Espriest, I do feel like bomb has some pretty high value. Even sometimes you can just bomb the healer while you're not actually like on top of the Shadow Priest. Because it feels like Peekaboo is getting a lot more done to me in these games so far. He has really been getting a tremendous amount of CC, being really, really disruptive across these first 2 games, and it feels like that's putting Luminosity pretty far behind. Because in both of these openers, like the second opener was not nearly as bad because there was no sap, but still they forced double trinkets instantaneously, right? Like it's the Shadow Priest and the Holy Pally having a trinket within the first 5-10 seconds of the game.
Yeah, it's remarkable. So we'll see who's going to be able to pick up that early momentum. Will Luminosity Gaming be able to strike back? This is a lower bracket game. The lower bracket finals winner of this. I mean,
Sap
Golden
on
Guardians
Surge
wins this. Yeah, there's a Sap on Surge. A really, really good start here. He can be able to get the kidney shot off on a Prev. He's just going to trink it out. He does not want to mess around. They overlap it with the Blessing of Protection. This is a death mark, so not the worst, but having to overlap the bop and the trinket, not the best start, but they're getting aggressive here onto WizK. Abster's forced to trade out the sacrifice, trying to recover, but this is a lot more aggression coming in from Luminosity.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, Brain no trinket, Prev no trinket, no bop, no stone form. All these things are kind of going away very, very quickly. Now there's a Hodge onto Drake. Looks like they're trying to get that cross CC over, and they're continuing to chase after Prev here. A triple blind, though, comes out from Brain across all the Golden Guardians. The MD will land, but it's a sap off the blind there onto Sturge. He's going to have to trinket that for sure. He does, but it's into more CC. He gets Hodged on his trinket immediately. Prev now going to throw down the fear, and it's another triple fear. WizK getting very low here. He has no disperse, so may have to be the swap here pretty soon. He's going to use the stun, but he's actually full kidneyed, and he's going to go down here, I think, for sure. And he does. The momentum swung so fast. There was like 3 in a row, triple CCs, it looked like, pretty much coming out. There was like an AoE blind, and then an AoE fear, and then maybe even an AoE horror, like all landing on all 3 members of Golden Guardians there. And they just got rinsed as soon as they grouped up. Like, they had the better start, it felt like, but immediately it just swings. And in this meta, man, any mistakes you make and you are just screwed.
Yeah, yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. But this is the moment, the defining moment. It was a triple blinding light into a sap on Absterge. He trinkets and bops WizK. Well, guess what? WizK has nothing, and he's on Forbearance. Drake has Deathmark. That's basically checkmate. Absterge is not going to be able to heal through this damage. That's exactly what happens. Drake rips out the Deathmark. They get the silence on Absterge. WizK, no way to activate that swap. He's not going to get a bop. He's on Forbearance, and he's got no trinket. So Luminosity Gaming just set that up really, really beautiful. It's like a game of chess, and unfortunately, they kind of had him at check at that point. It was checkmate.
I mean, that sap off like 3-man blind, so no one can actually prevent Drake from being able to easily get that sap. He's able to get the sap on a Sturge. He's instantly hodged on it. They're all AoE feared off that. Yeah, it's DR, but still. I think the only thing that maybe could have saved WizK here was a really early swap, and I don't even know if that would have done it, but like he would have had to swap pre-kidney, so pre-kidney he was at maybe half health. So if you kind of make the read that like we're 100% dead here, you maybe could do an early swap and potentially live a little bit longer, because I think Sturge had bubble, but Deathmark, as you say, is just like so incredibly hard to heal through. If you don't have a major answer for it, your teammates just die through heals, right? Like you can be spamming heal in a Deathmark and they're just going to flop. Like that is why so many people are playing Dwarf. That is why, at least in NA, I think a big reason why Holy Pallies are so popular, because Bop and Bubble are obviously great answers to it. Preservation Invokers can remove the bleeds as well, but definitely a big swing in this series, and I think that's one that Luminosity really, really needed to get back to kind of get that confidence going. Because again, I still think Golden Guardians had the better opener, but it's just like we're like a minute into the game, and everything just swings off of Golden Guardians getting stacked and all that CC hitting everyone.
Yeah, well, that's a type of volatility in this matchup, though, right? It's like one thing, all of a sudden, one thing can happen, and all the momentum goes in the favor of the other team. Yep. So it's like if you ever are overreacting or ever overlapping defensive cooldowns, at the beginning of the game, Prev, I think it was Prev, he trinketed out of a stun and then had to get bopped immediately afterwards. I don't know if that was something that Peekaboo just wanted to kind of set up to overlap the defensives. Like, oh, okay, he trinketed the kidney. I'm just going to send Deathmark to get the bop and try to get like a 2-for-1. special. But yeah, it's just little things like that. And once you're out of cooldowns, if you don't have the right answers, especially for that death mark, it's going to be a good game. But like I said, it's looking like Luminosity Gaming, they're now at full power. This only happens when they're on match point, right? Now they're fully leveled up. Yeah, it is.
Think you're about to kill the raid boss? Had just started.
Yeah, exactly. This is the mythic
part.
phase. The mythic phase coming in for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah,
But,
they're through the LFR wings now. It's the mythic raid.
So this is where Golden Guardians are going to have to kind of just shake off that last game and go back to, the mental state they were in after winning those first two. And, these guys are all pro. All of these people at this point are tournament veterans. So I don't think the nerves are really going to get to them, even in a mirror match. We're going to Tiger's Peak, and I expect another very high-level game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a game that you lose like that. It's pretty easy when it's just one. Be like, we shouldn't have stacked like that.
Yep.
Okay, go next, right? And then you just don't even really talk about anything else. There's not that much to really talk about there, because again, they forced double trinkets instantly. They forced, they were getting a lot of things going for them. Sturge actually got sapped last game, and they still got more trinkets out from the other team. So, their openers have been really, really good. That was just kind of like one moment where Luminosity, really, really capitalized off that amazing blind. Prev's able to find the sap, and like everything, kind of swings on that moment. But we'll see. Drake obviously getting that sap, but we'll see who's going to be able to get the better opener here. Can Golden Guardians close it out, move themselves to the grand finals, or will Luminosity Gaming force a game 5 here? The sap coming out immediately onto WizK. There's the sap onto Sturge, and there's no counter sap coming out. Are they going to open? Drake seems a little bit hesitant to do it, so they're just going to have Prev coming in, spamming down those dispels, and now the kidney shot there onto WizK, trying to get the pressure rolling here immediately as Sturge is into the fear, Peekaboo is into the fear. They're not actually using anything. The silence comes out. It's a fear onto Drake to deny the dispel there, so WizK can try to survive through this, but Drake's just going to get a re-stealth. Deathmark is actually popped here. WizK should be okay. He's kiting back. But on the other side, it's a blind on a brain. Can they get anything to follow it up? No, they cannot. As the sacrifice is going to come out, he's going to be staying free of that CC. And both teams now slowing things down a little bit, but it's Peekaboo who still has his death mark available.
Well, there's the blinding light. Drake all over WizK. He's got the dispersion. Doesn't want to activate it too low. Will trade it out about 30% health. Kitty shot still active for Drake. Absurge in a Fury hasn't been able to get the heals out that he needs. These crowd controls are just unrelenting. Gouge now over onto Absurge. Peekaboo trying to help out WizK a little bit with a counter gouge onto Drake. He does manage to find it, but WizK's health is just going nowhere but down. Blessing of Protection does get traded out. WizK might have to activate his life swap. That would be an absolute disaster. Blessing of Protection, as well as a Divine Shield, as well as the Fireblood coming in from Absurge. He's now in a full Hammer of Justice. He has no way out, and WizK is forced to trade out his Trinket. He's got the swap, but there's just so much pressure. They're trying to turn it around here. Both teams in a little bit of trouble. You can see Prev is very low as well. Does not want to throw away the game. They're in such a good position. Smoke Bomb from Peekaboo, really trying to get aggressive here on Prev. Prev is so greedy. He's got the dispersion. He's got the swap. Finally, the heals come in, but that could have cost them the game.
Yeah, but it doesn't, so maybe they're going to be able to get the rewards of that now. The double blind coming through on Brain and Drake, but it's DR. Kidney shot going to land onto Prev. It's a gouge over onto Sturge as WizK starting to get really, really low. The silence to follow up the gouge. Can Sturge actually pick him up? There's the early life swap. WizK not wanting to make the mistake of last game and die with that up. Prev here trying to kite away as there's a Hodge over on a Brain. He still has his bubble, doesn't have his trinket. The dispersion will have to come out, and the disperse is not going to be available for Deathmark. That's going to be up in 30 for Peekaboo, but Drake is going to have his Deathmark here in 5, and that is not even going to be needed because WizK is just gone. And we are going to game number 5, man. These games are so hectic. When you have 2 Melee Wings Pallies, just like 6 people stacked on each other, and the momentum can swing so fast.
Yeah, Prev had such a nice play there at the end. He charged in. It's like probably one of the best feelings in the game. It's like being a priest and moving in. I know Warlocks can do it too, but getting that huge like psychic scream or howl of terror, just fearing everybody up and kind of securing the win. That was a great push. There was a lot of pressure on Luminosity Gaming. I think this is the moment. It was actually pretty scary. Prev is getting incredibly low. It's about 2 minutes elapsed into the game. And this is where, momentum is picking up for both these teams. Absurge and a gouge. We have Kidney Shot onto Prev. And it was just so back and forth. These teams just really making calculated decisions. There's a life swap from WizK trying to stay ahead of the damage. Prev getting exceptionally low. The Psyfiend is up, so Peekaboo is kind of distracted with that one. And this is where I think Prev actually moves in and is able to get the double fear out of the dispersion. He's in trouble, but he just cancels that dispersion, gets the fear on Peekaboo, gets the fear on Absurge, And those are the kind of expert plays you really have to make. Even when you're kind of in the looking at the face of death, you still have to get aggressive during the right moments, and they were
Look
able
at
to
the
get it done.
damage. It's the exact same for both. 2.2 million from each rogue, 2.1 million from each priest.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of crazy, right? Just like how much they're mirroring each other in this, almost exactly the same. Brain actually did way more damage, extra 300,000, like almost doubling the damage. Not sure like how relevant that damage was in this game, but sometimes can matter. And yeah, I mean, as you say, like Prev just seeing that moment to actually go offensive, find the fear, finish off WizK. I was thinking that there was going to be potentially that opportunity for them to get a kill, if they could have lived to that second death mark, but it just didn't even happen, right? Both these rogues not even needing to actually land to that second death mark. Both Pallies are just getting destroyed by CC. It's so tough. The HPS coming out from these healers is incredibly high, but there's so many micro CCs that are landing on them that it's like 4, 5, 6 little CCs land in a row. You just start falling so far behind, and teams are having to use multiple cooldowns in a row. But I do think that Golden Guardians now, it's twice in a row that they have actually had Absurge get sapped, and they are falling a little bit behind off of that. So I think they need to either change up on their positioning or like fully commit to everyone sitting back or do something a little bit different, because at this time for sure it was a much better opener for Luminosity, and twice in a row it's been a sap on a Sturge without them being able to actually get that sap on a Brain on the other side.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we'll see if they can kind of adapt, change up the positioning, and get a little bit better of an opener. Because I think for the first 2 games, it was kind of all Golden Guardians with their pressure. Luminosity Gaming has stepped up in a big way, but we are going to Runes of Lordaeron. I'm not going to tell any jokes. I know Super T is probably very happy about this particular map, but on this particular one, it is going to be an elimination. So the loser of this is out of the tournament. The winner will be going to the grand finals to play against Liquid. And Liquid has actually beat both these teams, but you and I were discussing it on the break. Liquid beat both these teams, but it was close. Like, it is going to be an insane grand finals either way.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a 3-2, and then whatever team barely wins 3-2 here is going to go and fight a team that they barely lost to 3-2, right? Like, it's definitely a pretty crazy set of games that we've been having here. Has been really exciting, back and forth. And you know it as well as I do, when you start up 2-0 in a series, you start feeling really confident, right? It feels so good. But then when you lose that first one's easy to shake off. When you lose back-to-back and you're on the precipice of being reverse swept, it's only one game from winning for both teams. It should be even, but you start feeling so nervous, right? Like that, I think, is a really tough position for Golden Guardians to be in.
Yeah, I've been there. I've definitely been there. But yeah, I think for both these teams, like I said, they are experts. Let's see, Drake's going to be able to move in. He gets a sap here onto WizK. And we get a counter sap onto Prev, though. So this is perfect. It's kind of an identical mirror at this point. Peekaboo moves forward. I don't know who he's going to open on. He actually gets a sap onto Absurge. We got a full blind onto Brain. So the sap is definitely going to come out ahead here. But that double fear from WizK. A lot of pressure here onto Prev with the Psyfiend. He is rotting down, taking a lot of initial damage. That's a smoke bomb as well. Beautiful smoke bomb there by Peekaboo, denying a lot of the incoming healing, but that sacrifice is enough to bolster the damage. Not a bad start here for either one of these teams, but I would say Golden Guardians is slightly ahead.
Yeah, it does look that way. There's the cheap shot, though, onto Drake. The Garrote onto Prev. Kidney shot following this up, but there's a Hodge over on Absurge. That one is DR'd, and the Bop is going to have to come out very quickly here onto Prev. WizK getting low as well, though. He's under a lot of pressure. There's an early life swap. Will they try to turn this around on Surge? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Nice kick onto Prev. The Garrote ticking away here, trying to get those full dots up. And there's that Stone Form going to be used there by Prev as a Hodge comes through onto Brain. Kidney shot over onto Prev. They're trying to keep this damage rolling. Bop now used onto WizK. So Bop is down on both. Prev gonna have to disperse here, and he does. He still has that life swap available, but on the other side, it is the dispersion available for WizK, but no life swap. Now, trying to land the CC on Absurge as theirs was a stun into that full fear onto Sturge. Can they get anything out of it? It's a silence out of that. They're trying to force this disperse here from WizK, but a heal landed in between that CC chain. The gouge came out a split second too late, and WizK caught a big heal there, and now it's Prev under a lot of pressure here. Brain has some work to do, landing the flash of lights here, trying to pick him back up as WizK is getting dangerously low, and the kidney shot is going to have to be trinketed there from Absurge. Everyone is stacked up here. Another pop coming out onto WizK, trying desperately to stay alive here. His disperse was used. He's got nothing left.
Yeah, and Drake has Deathmark. WizKay is in so much trouble. They just have to hold on a little bit longer. Prev, he has the tools to survive. I'm really afraid for WizKay here. This next kidney shot with Deathmark is going to be absolutely devastating. I don't think the Golden Guardians really have an answer. There it is, Garrote, and that is the Deathmark. WizKay in a kidney shot. He could fall. And Luminosity Gaming, they strike back with the reverse sweep. Golden Guardians, unfortunately, will be eliminated. This is such a close series, but once again, Drake just has that checkmate with the Deathmark. There's no answers left, and they are able to get a really clean game number 5.
Yeah, that was so well played by Luminosity. 3 straight games. And just being able to really kind of ride that momentum. You're forcing out so many cooldowns. It often felt like in the early situations, Golden Guardians is getting like one more thing or one thing that's a little bit better. But Luminosity just seems to kind of find these moments where one cooldown is not enough for Golden Guardians, and all of a sudden they're using, you know, Trinket and Bop and Undisperse, and then a life swap, and everything is starting to kind of be forced out, you know, back to back to back to back to back, and it becomes very, very difficult. And you can see there, you know, Drake was playing on top of Sturge. Sturge tried to go for a heal, gets kicked on it, gets kidneyed off the kick lockout. The Bop has to be used, the bubble has to be used. You know, everything is kind of getting overlapped there at that same time. And Prev here, you know, going aggressive. The fear comes out from WizKay, but it was a pre-Bop from Brain on that go that was so good here to really set up this final moment. You called it out. There's no Bop, there's no Trinket, there's no Disperse. The Deathmark is available, and that was really all she wrote here. As they have the cross CC, Garrote into the Shadow Priest stun onto Sturge. There's a kidney shot onto WizKay. No shot that they were going to live through this one. And really, really well played by Luminosity, showing their class to be able to come back in what was a really difficult series for them. You know, the start of it down 2-0, able to win 3 in a row here against Golden Guardians is pretty impressive.
I mean, it definitely is. This team just never fails to impress. Quite honestly, they're just, it seems like they're getting better and better as time goes on, which is pretty remarkable considering they're always winning. So Luminosity, they do manage to make it into the finals once again. They're going to be able to get a potential revenge here against Liquid. Their last series was a really close one. Do you have any kind of predictions for it?
Oh, I feel like honestly, because it was so close and because of the nature of TL's comp, I think Luminosity is going to win. I think the more experience you get against this Evoker setup, the better you can get at kind of rotating through your cooldowns, because everyone knows what Mez and Trill want to do, right? There's no like real variation on that. It's just about how you respond to their goes. So I do think potentially, you know, they could actually adapt here and be able to answer that. But of course, last time they weren't able to find any real answers. You know, Liquid did take them out in the upper bracket, you know, pretty convincingly. So we'll see. You know, Luminosity has just been so good for so long that, you know, I have some confidence that they may be able to kind of adapt their strategies or maybe change up some compositions or anything to be able to try to answer, because it does feel like there should be an answer to what Liquid are doing.
Definitely. I will say, I think Mez swapping to Unholy makes it a little bit less predictable, right? Like with the Frost DK, you really are about that 1 minute wonder. And I feel like if you can survive the 1 minute goes from the Evoker and the Frost Death Knight, then you're going to be, you know, just pulling out ahead. The Unholy Death Knight makes it a little bit different because I think you just have a lot more consistent damage. And we're really seeing Trill kind of shine with what he does best on that Evoke. Hard to pull off. But what is hard to pull off is, you know, the survivability Trill is pulling off, as well as, you know, the consistent damage he's able to get out and just really creating a lot of pressure all over the place for his team. So I'm curious to see if we see that or if they're going to go back to kind of the Demon Hunter line of play, right? Because it was a Demon Hunter that was tagged in that game number 5.
Yeah.
The Demon Hunter Death Knight. Very close game, 2-2. I don't know how confident I would be locking in that composition, but I think the fact of the matter is no matter what Liquid plays, they're in for an intense series. I don't think there's anything they can run where they're going to have an easy matchup.
Yeah, because the graphic there showed it was a 3-0 for Liquid, but that was a 3-2, right? And that final game 5 came down to a 2v2 even, right? You know, so unless I'm completely confused here and misremembering, but that series was really, really close. And I do think that it's going to be interesting to see what the adaptations are, right? You know, as you said, they did bring out the DH. Will it just be DH all 5 games now? Is that what TL's read is? That, okay, it's all about actually playing the DHDK, you know, swap it up that way, because Trill was so close to dying so many times even before that 2v2 happened. And then even in the 2v2, I don't know if Liquid would have just won anyway in the long game, but it was 3 seconds away from bubble and 5 seconds away from Bop when Mez killed enemy Paladin, right?
Yeah.
So like it was down to the wire. So I think we're going to be in for a really exciting series. But I do generally feel like in all the times that I competed and all the times that I've watched WoW, the more reps you get against setup-based comps, the more easy it becomes to kind of solve it, right? You start to get more comfortable with, okay, what is the real damage threshold here? Just how much do we need to use? And teams need to kind of spend that minimum. So I do think Luminosity would be more comfortable if they're playing against the Devastation Evoker again. But that being said, could just be the Unholy DK and the DH all 5 games.
I'm really excited to see. We have Liquid versus Luminosity Gaming for the North American Grand Finals of Cup number 1. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a crazy weekend between Europe and North America, and there is one final series to be decided here today. It's Team Liquid versus Luminosity Gaming. It's a rematch. Azael, you saw them go head-to-head previously in the tournament. Do you think Liquid can do it again?
Ven was pressing me for a prediction. I feel like Luminosity may be a little bit favored because I think that they've probably learned a lot. And when you're playing up against those setup comps, I think you can kind of adapt the situation, get more comfortable with it. But what I'm really interested in is if Liquid is actually going to bring out the Devastation Evoker, or if they're just going to be playing DKDH the whole way through, right? Because that's what they actually brought out in Game 5 to close it out. So if it is that, maybe it's a little bit different story. But those games were so damn close. I think it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, the surprise factor of Liquid's Devastation Evoker, how much practice did Luminosity Gaming have into that specialization up to this point?
It's like no one playing it.
Yeah, exactly. So they got some surprise wins with it. Obviously, they're well executed on it, but over time, this damage is going to become more and more predictable, as you say. So are they going to rely on this in the blind pick? Just go straight for the standard play of the Demon Hunter Death Knight. We've got these key abilities. If Trill does end up stepping into the arena on the Devastation Evoker, and you're wondering what are these little icons on your screen, what's going on, and their importance, the Dragon Rage is a key ability alongside Deep Breath for amplifying the damage of the Devastation Evoker. It's these moments where they're soaring through the air with giant pyre fireballs lobbed out onto their target that you need to be ready for a massive hit of damage from that tip the scales. Fire Breath, they do of course bring excellent utility alongside with Rescue, pulling your ally, and also when talented, providing them a significant shield, and of course Hover to fly around the battlefield. And it's so important to pick your timings on it in between going offensive with it or defensive with it. You can see even just one false move with this, the limited range on the class is going to be a huge punishment, which is what we saw Luminosity Gaming start to do against Liquid previously, and likely going to look to do the same here if Liquid blind lock it. But their Demon Hunter DK looked so good that I'd almost be surprised to not see them lock it in a game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could definitely bring out DHDK for game 1. And they did win with it, but it was literally a 2v2, and even the 2v2 was close. So it's definitely not an easy match for them by any means. We'll see. You know, Luminosity coming in off of 3 straight wins over Golden Guardians. They got to be riding high off the momentum from that one. And we'll see, you know, what these two teams have selected. It's gonna be Holy Pally here. So it's gonna be Holy Pally, DH, as well as that Devastation Evoker, and we have the same comp we just watched Luminosity mirroring Golden Guardians with. So gonna be interesting. Expecting them to be going for Trill here and see if they can actually punish this Devastation Evoker
and protect the dragon. Trill's also running a really cheeky talent, the Chrono Loop, that little bronze yellow icon at the far end of his health bar there, that he can activate on a player. It will reset their position in health from 5 seconds previous. We see an opener though immediately onto Trill. Is he going to be able to survive this first attack? So far so good, as Mez peels away Prev with that asphyxiate stun and buys time for Sidu to get out of crowd control. It's those kidney shots on Trill that are going to be the scariest moments. Trill is trying to set up for some damage. Eternity Surge trying to knock Drake away, but unfortunately Drake's still just right on top of him. Hover plus Freedom. Going to be getting Trill across the battlefield, channeling out those Disintegrates, trying to bait some cooldowns, getting a lot of Eternity Surge procs. Here comes the Deep Breath, and Prev immediately trades out Dispersion, but Brain as well, Trinkets and Sacrifice. That's going to redirect a lot of damage. Is he going to be able to recover through it without using Divine Shield? He's trying to hold strong, but the damage is endless, but Trill at the same moment, almost going down, gets into the cover of that anti-magic zone and is laying in now onto Prev. Who will fall first, Trill or Prev?
Yeah, Trill is way behind here. Sidu has no trinket. He does have that bubble, but Trill's still down dangerously low. He used the last charge of his shield wall there. Trill does have his trinket, but he's sitting through this, and Prev is going to be casting Mind Blast. You see him down to 5% HP there. He's got to try to get out of here. It's a Repent onto Sidu. That's not going to last long. It is actually broken. It looks like the MD's coming across. It's the AoE Fear. That's full onto Sidu, and Trill is surely slated to fall. Goes down in a hurry. The bubble gets MD'd off immediately. Sidu gets feared up. They were all stacked up, and Sidu just got hit by CC after CC after CC, locked down, and Trill gets burst down very, very quickly. Luminosity is showing off their ability to just control the enemy healer. It just felt like in the last 5-10 seconds, Sidu couldn't get anything done. You're looking at this situation, it's like, okay, there's a blind, but Sidu has trinket, he has bubble, he bops out of the blind. Trill's getting dangerously low here, but so is Prev and Drake. This was their go, and you're thinking, okay, as long as Sidu can get Trill back up here, as long as he can recover, he's going to be fine. I mean, he was down to about 5% HP there. At the same time, Prev was getting really, really low. And now, again, in this situation, C2 does have his bubble, but down to about 5%, 2% HP there for Trill. And then you see the bubble's going to get popped here on that Repent. And around the corner, Prev lands that MD, comes in, AoE Fear, lights out. They just shut down those defensive cooldowns so incredibly well.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming, it's one of those opponents where, like, you better make sure they're dead when you beat them, because they're going to come back like twice as strong with a vengeance. And today was honestly the closest I've ever seen them to elimination in North America. Usually they're always in the #1 position, only one game away in that previous series against the Golden Guardians, but now they're back twice as strong as they were the first time. That Evoker Death Knight strategy not going to be working for Mez and Trill nearly as effectively as it did in the previous time that they met, which is now going to cause some disruption amongst their roster. I can only imagine some discussion, like, can we rely on this? You still could probably make it work, because I feel like here's the ability I was talking about before the game started, the Chrono Loop. You can trap an enemy in time for 5 seconds, and then afterwards they'll be returned to their position and their health. So as an evoker, you have a lot of burst damage, but you kind of run out at a certain point. So if you get someone to 10% health, you can chrono loop them, which will pause them at 10% health. And even if they heal back to full, 5 seconds later, they're going to go right back down. And you can finish them off. So it's really well synergized with the way that Devastation works as a reverse execute class. So this ability from Trill was really clutch in their series against Flop yesterday that they utilized. So it could be just as effective here against Brain Drake and Prev.
I mean, it's so strong, and it's so difficult, because it's like, even if you dispel the time loop, you still get sent back, right? So if you're at 5%, 10% HP and you get time looped, like, what's the right play here? You have to try to dispel it, but then you're spending the global doing. It's definitely incredibly powerful. And I learned something. I didn't know that you could actually do it into the Tranquility bubble on Resto Druids, right? And they were using that on Flop, you know, at low HP and Trank, to just completely negate that, because it's not like you can cancel the Trank, dispel yourself, and then heal yourself back up, right? You're going to die. So definitely can be very difficult to deal with. But we have to see the adaptation here from Liquid. I think the difficulty after a game like that is that it was more of like a defensive fail, right? Like they couldn't live long enough to get another go. You're never expecting to win on your first go, and they couldn't live to the second. So they are just bailing out right away. It can be a tough decision. I wasn't sure if they would try it one more time and see if they could kind of live to that second go and then win there. But instead, it is going to be on Sewers, where their last series ended, and they're going to be bringing out that same composition, the DHDK here, which was incredibly close. And it was mostly Trill that felt like he was the target for a lot of it. You know, he was the first one to die, but Mez has been living with very, very low health in a lot of this as well. So it's going to be huge pressure, and I think that they're going to have to do a really good job of actually breaking up the CC chains on C2 when those are coming across from Luminosity, and at the same time, Luminosity needs to play like triangle formation. You've got to stay spread and never let Mez get 3-man blinds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, stacking up in general is just not a good idea with the way these powerful classes work at the moment. You're just going to have it reversed on you quickly, whether it's a triple Demon Hunter stun or a triple blind or a triple fear from either side. So is it more deadly though? For which side? I feel like it's almost more deadly for Luminosity to stack up if a Death Knight and a Demon Hunter are able to get on the Paladin and cleave.
You just get cleave, your whole team will die.
Let's see if Luminosity Gaming can keep their space, keep their distance, especially considering it's Dalaran Sewers, one of the most difficult maps to do it. You fight a Death Knight, one of the most difficult classes to avoid it happening, but if they're unable to, then Liquid could take this. This was a nail-biter game the last time we saw it on Dalaran Sewers, so I'm imagining it's going to be very similar, just cooldowns, just like it's like when you're trying to shovel water out of the boat and it just keeps coming in and you just can't get it out fast enough. Like the ship is sinking. Who can prevent their ship from being completely submerged first is going to be the question.
Totally. And I mean, it's also really interesting because people for a long time in NA, you know, were like, Holy Pallies are trash. And in EU, it seems like people still think Holy Pallies aren't very good. But like Holy Pally is the meta, at least on TR now, right? And people are really realizing the strength of this class because it's so incredibly strong, you know, when it has those cooldowns. Yes, you can kind of get CC'd sometimes. Yes, you can run out of gas. But like until that happens, you basically can't kill through their cooldowns. Like they just heal too much, right? And they're one of the classes that really does have a lot of the utility and the power to be able to answer things like Feral Bleeds that are really strong, like Deathmark that is really strong right now. So Holy Pallies are kind of the meta, but you know, if you watch C2's stream, you know, he didn't play Holy Pally basically at all on live, right? So I'm assuming like he's played a lot of Holy Pally even in last expansion in Shadowlands and obviously in the past. But almost exclusively his practice will have been like on TR and maybe a little bit alive, because the classes that he was grinding was really Preservation Evoker and Druid, right? Like those were the two classes that he was really spamming the most by far. So you know, he's got to make sure that he's playing at his absolute best here. You know, maybe not as practiced as Brain is on this pally right now, and Luminosity is going to punish you for any tiny mistake you make.
Oh, let's see what they decide to do. Drake is sneaking past the Abomination, gets D&D'd out of stealth. No, he actually avoids it and saps Mez. He's avoiding the Abomination AoE. He's not getting pulled out of stealth. This could be a nasty opener for Drake if he's able to get to his target cleanly. He's going to cheap shot Mez, move forward, try and get a Garrote for bonus damage onto Trill, into a full kidney shot immediately here on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Shadow Priest Crowd Control coming in onto Seeded with a full fear, hammers down onto Trill. Is anti-magic zone. Is Mez going to be able to save him here? Drops a double blind into a triple stun. Excellent setup here by Liquid as they're trying to turn it around, but they're just getting beaten down. Seedu's caught in a gouge. Is Trill just going to fall over at the same moment? Prev has to void shift. Absolute chaos. Divine Shield as well out from Brain. If Trill can somehow stabilize here, his team is going to be in such a great position.
Yeah, they're going to be in a really good spot, but Trill's under a lot of pressure here as well. That was bubble, that was swap. That's a lot of cooldowns used on that other side, but Seedu's got to be able to stabilize here, and the CC is going to be coming up here pretty soon for Prev. He can be looking for that stun fear onto Seedu just like he did last time. Seedu, though, with the self-bop, they want to go aggressive on Brain. They know he has no bubble. They're looking to try to run him down, but Trill's getting really low here. The darkness comes through. Will he have to nether walk as well? He's into the full kidney. He's going to have to be a Trinket Nether. So Trinket, Nether, Dark all overlap there at the same time, and Brain gets the repent. It's going to be a reverse back onto Brain, and it's a bop here onto Trill preemptively before Seedu got fear, but that's just dispelled off, and they're going to try to finish off Trill here as fast as they can. The silence comes out there onto Seedu. He's going to get dismantled on that melee wing, so no Crusader Strikes, no healing coming out. The blind is going to be across multiple members, but Trill still in a lot of pressure here. Aura Mastery will be popped. AMS used there as well by Mez, but it's Trill who's in trouble. Seedu does have the bubble, but the sack and the wings is up, and he feels he can top him off. Brain's into the bop. They can't actually get it off. He's sitting back down at about 30% HP, but Trill is on the run. This should give time for Brain to be able to actually top himself back off. The fear is going to land there onto Mez, and Seedu's got to get back to his team here, try to top him up, but it's Drake just getting crushed right now by Mez, and at the same time, it's a Hodge there over onto Brain. It's going to be MD'd. Stun from the Shadow Priest onto Seedu as he gets back to that pillar. MC is going to be channeled out here as Drake is looking to continue getting offensive. Here comes the hunt onto him. Could he be in trouble?
All right, let's see if he can survive here. Kidney shot, 2 seconds left. Seedu's right next to him, but it doesn't look like it matters as Shadow or Death comes crashing in from Prev off to the side, closing out game number 2. And despite having such a great start there, it's just at any moment, a huge swing of momentum just takes so many cooldowns away from you. Do you use Trinket Nether on that go, or do you try and greet it with Darkness and hope you can hold Nether for the next one? It's such a risky gamble to make at this point, especially with the game's ending only at 2 minutes and 30 seconds here. Luminosity Gaming up 2. This is really bad now for Liquid. Their swing match advantages, their map pick advantage, most importantly, I think. I don't imagine there's going to be many comp swaps in this series.
Yeah.
It's mostly going to be based around map. If they're not winning on their Dalaran pick, how are they going to win on the big maps where their enemies can spread out? And it was this moment here, I think, where Trill uses Darkness and then has to Trinket Nether on top of it. So here he drops Darkness preemptively. He's anticipating damage, and he gets it. He hits the CC, but he's just going to die through it if he gets unlucky. So he can't risk it. And he has to use 2 major cooldowns. And then later on, if there was some way to get him offensive when Brain was at like 30% on the other, right here, if he could have got Trill to Brain right before this moment, I almost wonder if they could have finished the game and just used Seedu's bubble, because I feel like they had to end it, because you've got nothing here. Even if this game keeps going, I don't think you're going to live much longer.
It's tough, right? Because Seedu had bubble here, and you know, he's not able to actually keep Trill up. Trill goes for the hunt here. Seedu goes in. He's silenced. He doesn't bubble it immediately, and then he just kind of falls too far behind. You know, not able to actually have the healing there. Trying to throw that blind down, trying to keep him up, just didn't have the output to be able to actually top off Trill. And again, it's just all these little CCs that Luminosity are using to put Seedu behind. At this moment, look at that Seedu. He's into the gouge. He says, okay, Darkness. Then he's cheap shot. And then cheap shot's ending, he's DR cheap shot. And, you know, out of that, he's Hodge, right? It's like all these little micro CCs that are just landing and landing and landing. And then he's into a DR repent. And it's just putting them behind and forcing out these multiple cooldowns. And, you know, in some of those situations, maybe Trill is just going to have to make the hard call and just Darkness, or instead of Darknessing, you know, just use that Nether Walk high, right? And use that before the rest of that damage comes in, and maybe save the Darkness for a later time. But it's really tough to know. You don't want to overspend or underspend on these cooldowns, or you're going to get absolutely crushed. And here, you know, Seedu does have the bubble available Could have bubbled the silence. I don't know if it would have mattered because it didn't look like he had nearly enough healing to actually top
Yeah.
Trill off. So it's hard to say if that would have actually done anything. Also might have just got MD'd. But definitely a really close game. You know, even with Trill running a lot of time, I mean, you see how much damage Mez did up at the top of the scoreboard there. Mez was getting people really, really low, like multiple people really, really low. They almost killed Prev early, which forced that super early life swap. And then Brain was 10% HP, and he was stacked on a DK and TH. He's like, I don't want any of this. So he had to bubble immediately as well. So we'll see, but it's going to be really tough for Liquid now, right? You've got to come back from 2-0.
They're picking a big map. So if they don't bring the Evoker back in or bring in some type of different composition, I'm a bit surprised that they would do this without anything else in mind. Like, what else could they possibly do? Like, they've got Sam-I-Am on the bench right now,
I
but
doubt Sam's going to
his
play.
classes just don't work with the options they've got. Like, I can't see a Shadow Priest, Demon Hunter working here or a Moonkin working here
Could
at
be
all.
healer change, maybe. Maybe you try changing healers or something if you're feeling like
Druid?
that's not working. Yeah, you could try going Druid. You know, potentially try to go Shaman and get them more offensive or something. I know Shaman CD's really not a fan of Shaman though in general, except so maybe not going to be bringing that out. I could also see them maybe thinking that like on Ashen Mains you can retreat to the pillars more easily. You know, stay a little bit more spread if CD's getting CC'd. Maybe Trill can kind of like escape back to a pillar or something. I'm not really sure. But you know, I don't think that Sam's going to come in. I don't feel like they're playing with him that much. It seems like it's mostly Trill and Mez and Cedu that have been practicing together.
Yeah, maybe a Windwalker. I feel like Windwalker would get rolled by Paladin.
Yeah, I feel like Windwalker would just die. But
They're
maybe
taking
not.
the full time. Oh, same comp. They just want to do
Same
a
comp.
big map.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess Cedu, like, and to be fair, Cedu is getting really punished by all these CCs, but that's kind of just the nature of playing a paladin. When you're playing melee wings, it's just 6 people. It's just a cluster, right? It's like everyone's just standing on top of each other. It's like little kid soccer, right? Like there's all 6 people like all around the ball, all standing on top of each other, which means you're gonna get CC'd. And you know, maybe this map is gonna allow them to actually like pull back more easily to the pillar and try to like cut it out. Or maybe they feel like Brain is getting more of an advantage from that small map and being able to kind of avoid there. So it'll be interesting to see what they can get done, but they definitely need a really, really good opener. And I will say, at the very least on big maps, it's so much easier for Rogues teams to always get the sap and get the start they want, right? Because like on sewers, they still did, but it's very easy for a DK to cross that map in 2 seconds. That's not going to happen on Ashe Mains, right? If you just pop A-bomb and stuff first global, they can like sit back and wait that out and get around, get a sap on the healer, get the proper opener, and makes it, I think, a lot more difficult.
Yeah, this is a strange direction for Liquid to take. Maybe it's experimentation, like, hey, let's see if this works on a big map, but you did win one game on a small. You know the small maps work, so although it was really close, they got to be working better than this. So I'm really curious to see how they're playing this out, if it's going to be more defensive, if Trill's going to run away with Cedu a lot, or if they're still just going to full gas pedal down, train ahead, like no breaks whatsoever, and just run in and just, it's a big map, I guess, to see if they can make it work here. But it's starting to look grim for them overall. Luminosity Game is just one of those teams where they'll just come back even stronger if you beat them. And they got that second chance taking down Golden Guardians earlier in that mirror, that 3-2. Now they're up 2 in the grand finals. They do need to win 4 games, so Liquid still have 2 more to kind of play around with here and figure out what they want to do in terms of a plan and strategy. It seems like big map, maybe more focus on defense is going to be their next move. The gates have opened, and let's see if that works out for them.
Yep, Mez just going to be charging straight on in. He's going to pop that A-bomb immediately here. But this is what I'm talking about. Prev and Brain are just going to play so far back, so it is a little bit spooky to run all the way in behind the pillar, but they are able to all get in combat here. And in goes Trill, trying to start this off immediately over onto Prev. They're looking at Brain. They actually want to run at the Paladin. They're just going to go straight onto Brain here right off the bat. It's a Hodge over onto him, but the cheap shots are coming out to Peel. The AoE Fear is going to land onto Cedu. He's going to have to sit through this one. And will he be falling behind? Because it's Brain now already having to bubble. This is a brilliant start for Liquid, getting that bubble out of Brain already, and Prev is just getting crushed. Prev is down dangerously low as well, so Brain has got so much work to do to try to catch back up. He has the sacrifice out, but he's taking so much damage, Brain just might be dead here. He's just ping-ponging his health back and forth, up and down here, trying to pop the freedom, trying to get back to this pillar. He's gonna have to trinket that immediately, but he's into a DR stun. Now the life grip comes through. Life swap is not available, but Brain will be able to top himself, I think, behind the pillar, but it's Trill now in trouble here. The bot's gonna have to be used.
Yeah, Deathmark removed with that. Good trade by Sea-Doo. Now they're pushing for the kill, and Brain, he gets gripped in. Is Trill going to be stabilized enough to finish off Brain? They've got massive pressure here. They drop Darkness to go for the kill, but Brain clutches out a big heal, but he's into that full Hammer of Justice. Where's the Master Spell? Master Spell clutches out onto Brain. He gets a big heal and bounces everybody back to full health, and this could be devastating for Trill. He's got no trinket. If he's caught in a kidney here, he's got to get a pre-blur off, or Sea-Doo needs to be ready to use something big, but he doesn't really have much. Actually, Brain is still the one on the back foot. Double blinding sleet. Mind control spam out from Prev, trying to do whatever he can to buy Brain an extra second. Is that second enough? No. Liquid are going to crush him outright. Honestly, on Luminosity Gaming's turf, I would have said for a big map. And man, if they can connect onto Brain, this is going to be a very scary team.
Yeah, I mean, Brain is going to have to play this pretty differently. Just got rode kind of start to finish, right? They did attack other people, but pretty much only during the bubble on Brain, right? To continue that pressure. And they got right on top of him. They forced the bubble out almost immediately, the trinket out almost immediately. Sea-Doo still had his trinket, still had his bubble, and Brain was just under so much pressure. As soon as he goes into the bubble, they were just crushing Prev, and he has to actually sack Prev coming out of that. So it's just every cooldown having to be used here. The DRs come back up, they land the stun, they blind him down, and the mind controls from Prev just not enough. As Sea-Doo running over there trying to get the rebuke onto him, trying to force that cancel, but Brain, nothing left in the tank here, just getting run down, put into the grinder. Look at Mez's damage. Oh my god, 900,000 damage more than the other team did. And Trill was pumping as well. It's a 99% parse if I've ever seen one from Liquid.
You get their legendary parses in here in game number 3, putting a point on the board, still showing signs of life. It's not completely hopeless to all of the Team Liquid fans out there in the chat right now, but they certainly need your energy if they're going to still pull off 3 wins in this grand finals. Because I can only imagine that Luminosity are now like, oh, that's a strategy you can do. All right, I'm going to do a couple tweaks of talents here, maybe use my cooldown slightly differently in that position, because they ended up using so much all at once. They bubbled immediately into Void Shift. He got Void Shifted while he was running around, and his health just was like where is it going? Like, we're using too much. How can we make this a little bit more calm? Maybe you can't. Maybe it's just the damage is so high you can't make it calm. But I feel like maybe a slightly better order. We're going to be going to Maldraxxus Coliseum, which is another large map. So Luminosity Gaming obviously want this. Liquid, honestly, though, winning that Ashemanes mean there's one big map out of the way. They don't have to worry about. And in a best of 7, we still got 12 Ron.
That was
and
their
Imperium.
pick, so I don't think they were worried about it, right? Like, they wanted it. So to me, it's like, if you're happy playing on that, Maldraxxus is basically the same map, right? They're very similar. They're large open maps with big pillars. Like, they're very similar maps. So I do think that, if Liquid wanted the other map, there's no reason that they wouldn't want this map too. I mean, I think the big change, though, is just going to be Brain is going to be positioning himself way more defensively. If you know that that's going to be Liquid's strategy, I think he's going to be trying to play a little bit further back. They may position a little bit differently, try to not stack with the Shadow Priest as much, potentially so you can get really, an early life grip maybe on the first stun or something like that. But I think they can kind of change some things up, even just with their positioning, to try to make it more difficult for Liquid, right? If you can force Liquid to use a lot to even get to Brain, then I think it's much more difficult for them to stick to him.
Yeah, just keeping distance. Obviously,
Yeah.
Prev staying far away, so life grip can be utilized as it was. Not going to change comp at all. Still riding on that Assassination Shadow Priest, Holy Paladin here, moving into game number 4. Perhaps this is one that just goes the distance, goes all the way to a game number 7, because it just seems so chaotic that it could. You just possibly get swarmed, and all your cooldowns don't matter seemingly in one round, and a game is over for you. So we have to wait and see. Moving into this, I really want to just jump into the game at this point. Drake, in the last game, he dodged all the AoE. Mez dropped an Abomination and 2 Death and Decays, and he actually avoided all of those. I wonder how the game does go, though, if Mez finds him. Just even though it might be unlikely, if he does find him, he loses out on that Subterfuge opener. He loses out on a lot of bonus damage from Garrod, a lot of free crowd control. So that might be a way for Liquid to even just turn around the initial stages of the fight. And grabbing momentum seems so important, because if you got the other team 3 cooldowns behind, they're thinking like, what can we do to survive, rather than how can we run you over? You get a mentality shift that's going to be way more favorable for your side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they can pop him, it's going to be a big deal. But I'm expecting Drake to literally just play out of range of it all, right? Like he's probably just going to be stealth to the edge of the arena, and then once Mez uses that stuff, he's just going to go right in, for a step sap or either just the step opener if they're already in combat. So, I don't think he's going to really play it too risky. He can kind of just wait those out and try to get his opener from there. But it brings a very different dynamic to the game now. Can Liquid actually consistently just run at the Paladin? I think that's kind of the big question now, because it did feel like things were not really going their way at all in the first 2 games. Game 3, they completely ran over Brain. And I mean, healers getting attacked, I think, is just kind of underutilized in general, right? Like it can really put you behind no matter what healer it is. And Holy Pallies are no exception. When you can get pressure on that Pally, good things start happening, right? Because he's taking damage. There's so much AoE damage coming out from this comp that other people are getting low at the same time. He has to top multiple people. You're coming out of a stun. You're low. Your teammate's low. Who do you heal first, right? It can get very, very difficult. So you want to try to force, Brain to continually make those right decisions over and over and over and over.
Yeah, I mean, triage healing is going to be rough. You might be lower health at a certain point in the game, but they can't attack you any longer. So your heals need to prioritize to somebody else, even if they're 30% higher than you. Get them top before you top yourself off. Use like slower paced heals over time to top yourself, because you're not the priority target. And that's the main difficulty of being a healer right now in this meta, with how fast it is. Because you might think, well, I'm really low, I need to top myself, but oh no, they swap targets now. That now I'm 1 second behind on that guy, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to save him anymore. And juggling those priorities is what is so difficult. But we can see Drake moving in. He gets the sap onto Mez, cleanly dodging the death and decay here in the initial stages, then pulling away for a moment, moving back in, sapping Mez, imagining Trill is going to be the target again. Trill tries to find him with a Fel Rush, but Drake Shadow steps in for a kidney shot. Seadu's caught in a stun. Prev gets gripped away from the fear, but Prev still connects the silence. He's not going to be in range, though, to get the fear, unfortunately. It looks like he might have missed it, actually, because of that death grip. So Seadu's going to be out of crowd control for some time, which is great. This means Liquid can get right on top of Brain, and look, they're doing it already. Leap of Faith comes out, but the hunt will allow Trill to connect almost immediately, and Brain is struggling as soon as Mez gets there. I think Divine Shield's going to get forced. Mez is right on top of him, strangulate, silencing his heals, and is he going to Divine Shield? He's down at half health right now. He's got to take a risky gamble. Is he going to be greedy and try and hold on to it? He is trying to be greedy. Blinding Sleet on the whole team. Freedom gets stunned up. Seadu is chopping away, and Divine Shield is forced. Now Trill into a kidney shot. Seadu needs to keep Trill healthy and keep him aggressive, keep him on the Paladin at all costs.
Yeah, he's really got it, because they're just going to continue chasing after Brain here. Trill, though, getting pretty low. The Darkness is going to be popped this time relatively early, but again, here comes the little micro CCs onto Seadu. It's a gouge into a silence. Do they have anything after that? Doesn't look like it. So Trill should start to stabilize, but didn't really get topped. Even with that Darkness, he's still down about half HP, but it's Brain that's in the most trouble now. The Hodge comes out. It's mind controls defensively here from Prev. That's going to have to be an interrupt over onto him, but you can see the kick onto Trill. He's going to have to go into the Netherwalk. Seadu is bopping himself to try to get out of that CC, but it's straight into a Hodge. And Trill's Netherwalk is going to expire, and he's down to 5%. This could be it. He's going to go down as Luminosity just push through here and crush Trill in game number 4. That's going to move it to 3-1.
It seems for Brain, it's all about just trying to hold on to the Divine Shield as long as possible. Like just giving as much time to get to that next stun, to get to the next silence. And he was able to hold on to it for a very long time comparatively to Ashamane's fall. And now it's match point. Liquid, they got no more room for mistakes or no more room for hesitation in this specific match. And with the game so fast, like you don't get time to breathe. You don't get a pause button. You don't just get to reset behind the pillar and kind of wait for your next go. Like the game is going to be over at that point. I really like Prev just staying far away. Look at this mind control. It stopped a lot of heals from Seadu. Then it forced a bop on a blind. And then Trill just gets low. Seadu gets crowd controlled further. Netherwalk at low HP. And look, Trill dies through a demon. I actually have never, like, he kills this demon. Did he get, he Psy-Fiended. The Psy-Fiend reduced the heal on that demon and was just more than enough to finish him. And I guess that's the danger of leaving a Shadow Priest open is Psy-Fiend. It's going to reduce incoming healing by 50%. Yeah. And if that Psy-Fiend was dead, even right here, Psy-Fiend, look at it, just freely channeling on Trill in that kidney shot this whole time with a powered shield. So, but you have to go after Brain. There's no, I don't think you can kill, maybe you can kill Rogue in a swap, but Brain needs to be that priority target. So whose job is it? Whose responsibility is it to kill the Fiend? Like right here, who kills this Psy-Fiend? Prev puts it down. Mez? Seadu? I mean, Seadu's got to kill it through his shield, but nobody can.
You can't. Yeah, like with shield, it actually takes some committed damage, right? You can't even just like throw a glaive at it and one-shot it or anything like that. When they're getting shielded, you need to actually hit the thing. And that can make it pretty damn difficult. because as long as Brain is staying really far away, it's like if that Siphon is getting dropped 20-30 yards from you, you either have to use a dash or you have to just completely let Brain escape to be able to actually go back to the Siphon and finish it off. And if you're doing that, well, then it's already served its purpose. Even if you kill the Siphon, now Brain's behind the pillar, and you're doing this very all-in strategy. If you go for him, you have to win quick because the DPS are completely free. The Shadow Priest is going to land CC guaranteed on demand on your healer. There's no one keeping him away. There's no one interrupting him. There's no one harassing him. If you bubble, it's going to do nothing because it's going to get MD'd right away, right? Like, so you are letting the Shadow Priest and the Rogue do whatever they want for that hope of being able to rush down this Paladin. But it just means you've got to be really on point, rotating through those cooldowns incredibly well. But Darkness and whatnot is just doing almost nothing for them. It feels like they almost have to use it in a different way. To try to like prevent Sea-Doo from using a cooldown earlier because it's not allowing them to top, right? Last game we saw that Darkness and Trinket Netherwalk had to be used, or 2 games ago I should say, and then the game we just watched we saw Darkness get dropped. Trill was at 50%. He was at 50% at the end of the Darkness. Like, it didn't do anything for him because Sea-Doo just gets gouged silenced, right? They're gonna have those CCs coming out. So I think Liquid maybe needs to try to find a way to like just use those defensive cooldowns more offensively, so to speak, if that makes sense. Like if you're popping all your cooldowns on Brain at the start, maybe just drop Darkness really early so Sea-Doo doesn't have to use his first melee wings at the same time, something like that. Like if there's adjustments that they can make like that to try to allow Sea-Doo to have his cooldowns a little bit later into the game, I think that's going to make more of a difference because it doesn't feel like Darkness is really doing it.
Well, there's like 3 priorities you want with Darkness, right? You want it to negate some of the most powerful cooldowns, which is 1. You want it at a time where Brain isn't going to immediately run out of it. Yeah, completely. And then you're stuck sitting there, which is like the 3rd problem. You're just stuck sitting inside of it while Brain goes 80 yards away and you're never getting back to him again before you die. So dropping it down in the opener when you stun Brain, assuming that it doesn't trinket, assuming you have more crowd control, would be the best time to mitigate damage, but it might not be the highest priority damage if Deathmark gets held. But you've got Bop for Deathmark. I feel like you shouldn't be as worried about that. That should be Sea-Doo's responsibility to deal with that
if they
cooldown.
PI and you can stun Brain, maybe just press it, right? If that can delay the melee wings, I don't know. Like you don't want to use it if it's not going to prevent anything. But like I think that's the trick. Is Liquid is going to have to find some sort of a way to like really stay on top of Brain and reduce damage so that Sea-Doo's cooldowns can last longer into the game, right? Because Bubble is basically not a cooldown for him if they're going to go with this strategy. If you're going to ignore the Shadow Priest is going to MD the bubble every single time. It's just a CC removal at that point. It's not actually like an immunity, right? You can use it to remove a blind or a silence or whatever, which is nice, but it's not going to be that freedom to have like a full top. Whereas like if you have 2 melee on Shadow Priest, he's going to get kicked on MD and you can just chill. So it is a very different strategy. We'll see if they're going to be able to kind of pull this off here, if they're going to be able to get a really effective opener. The other thing is I think Liquid really need to be able to get to Brain without using grip, because I think that if you can get onto him without using your grip, then when he actually like goes and Freedom Horses away, then you can grip him back in and kind of like reconnect. But if you're actually forced to use the grip, pre-life grip or pre-Freedom Horse, then you're not going to be able to stick to him very well.
I mean, the other problem is removing freedom, right? Like there's no, well, Trill could try and gamble it, which I'm imagining that's what he's saving his purge for, is to try and get the freedoms off.
Bop and freedom.
And at that moment in time, but it's just so tough because like, how are you going to get on top of him without getting sapped? Maybe that's what they need to do. Just run straight in, use A-bomb right away. Maybe use Metamorphosis like immediately just to immune getting crowd control on their way in, so that they can be on the Paladin and still have that extra utility to pull him back, because that's the entire fight, is just being healthy enough that you don't need to stand still in Darkness, you don't need to stand still in Zone, you can just be on top of the Paladin.
You gotta run at him,
killing the
hold
Paladin.
that W key.
Like Sea-Doo should maybe just bubble almost immediately if it's just going to get MD'd later anyways, just to get as many heals out as possible so that they don't have to stand still. Use everything they can to keep them as mobile as possible onto Brain. But it's game 5, it's Runes of Lordaeron, it is match point. This would be a very fitting final resting place for the weekend due to that factor. I'm very happy to say that a lot here with a fast-paced meta. This map is getting picked a lot, and Drake does not get popped out of stealth, but Mez is very close on top of them. It gets combat. Do they get any sap at all? No, they're just going to go for a kidney shot. Prev is stunned and can't see Sea-Doo, but 2 bops come out immediately. Grip into double blinding Sleet, setting up Trill here for a double, and they're going to chase down Brain in the room. He's immediately going to start kiting across the map, but gets intercepted by a Fel Eruption. This is the race has begun. How long can Brain hold onto the Divine Shield in the start of the fight? So far, so good with that dismantle onto Mez, hammer onto Sea-Doo, slowing down his assault. They drop the anti-magic zone very early, but Trill can't really use it. He doesn't want to stand stand still. They grip Brain back to it, try and finish him. If they don't get Divine Shield here, this is really bad at the moment. Trill into a kidney shot. Mez is trying to solo go for it, but he gets blinded away. Trill connects with the hunt. Brain gets a big heal off here. Silence onto Sea-Doo. It's match point. Trill could fall as Sea-Doo gets stunned again. He's at 50%, just barely holding on. A demon proc. He's going for the kill onto it, trying to get the heals out. Is he going to survive? Netherwalk at 10%, double fear, and he's got a demon to kill after this, but there's a mind games being casted to negate that. Heals full kidney, connects, and Trill gets wrecked. Luminosity Gaming 4-1 are North American champions for Cup 1.
Oh, they just crushed him that game. Not even able to force the bubble out of Brain. You know, Sea-Doo super early buff to actually break some CC as he was running in, it looked like. And I don't think he had the bubble cooldown back. You know, I'm not sure he was able to actually do that or if he was still on forbearance. But again, you know, there was Trill kind of charging in. It looked like he LOS Sea-Doo on that tomb, you know, just ever so slightly, goes behind that pillar. Sea-Doo charges in to try to land a heal on him, gets gouged, gets feared. You know, all of these little CCs start to land on him. And I don't think he had bubble or he would have pressed it there. And it's going to be another win for Luminosity Gaming. So well played defensively. You know, they got Brain once, but they were just forcing out so much in the situation. There is Gouge, and then Sea-Doo dispels so that VT Fear comes through, you know, and into the Fear again. Then you can see Mind Games is coming out. Now Prev starts casting a Mind Control on Sea-Doo, and Sea-Doo has to worry about trying to rebuke that. Did have the bubble, but I'm guessing he was still in forbearance from earlier, so not going to happen. Luminosity playing it really, really well. Just great adaptation, I think, from the first series that they played to the second. They had the answer to the Devastation Evoker this time, you know, right after game one. Liquid had to drop that comp, had to try to swap it up over to this one, and they bring it out, and they find one strategy that works, you know, trying to kill Brain. But again, you know, Drake and Prev, Brain, they make the adaptations. They make it very difficult for them to actually start on the Paladin. This time, you know, TL tried to do something a little bit clever. They try to get the double blind into the double stun onto the DPS and then run to Brain, but then they didn't really have enough stuns onto Brain to actually force that bubble out early. So it was definitely a tough match.
Yeah, tried to take it a little bit slower here, but this is just not the meta of taking it slow. Drake, Prev, and Brain, they strike back hard, man. They came back for this rematch. They were not going to go out of this tournament without a fight, and this is why you can never count them out. I said Brain is the most difficult Paladin to kill, and he lived up to that here in this final game, like not even having to use Divine Shield, facing down the onslaught of Mez and Trill, who are doing monstrous amounts of damage every single game. So very impressive feat on their part. They're looking like a strong team overall, and they're all capable of playing other classes, other comps, and we didn't even see Ceralium coming out from this roster, and they used to dominate with him with that Windwalker mage. It was just, they were just tyrants in the North American region with that. So this is a threatening team still after being picked up from Luminosity Gaming, formerly known as Kawhi. If you remember them winning in North American championships prior to this point, they're just absolutely dominating. Although I will say for the rest of North America, they're looking a lot more threatening. They're taking games off of them. They're just getting clean swept and rocked around by them. They're knocking them down to lower bracket, taking them all the way to game 5. So North America has leveled up in terms of competitive play. EU has leveled up in terms of competitive play. It's been an absolute blast this weekend. Did any moments stand out to you particularly this weekend?
I mean, there's a lot of really good ones. I think reverse sweep in the lower bracket for Luminosity was pretty amazing. It was really exciting seeing, you know, in the upper bracket as well, the previous match between Liquid and Luminosity coming down to a 2v2 for the final game was like one of those kind of like things you're like, that would never happen. That's so cheesy, you know, but it actually happens. The EU games, I think, were really, really exciting. It was cool seeing all the Hunters and Thug Cleaves and stuff do well. So I'm just really excited to see what the adaptations are. We know there's a big patch right around the corner. What is that going to change things, you know, like for the next cups? Are the metas going to drastically change? Are these teams really going to totally pivot away from things like Ferals and moving more heavily towards like warrior compositions, which could be really strong? So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, which teams can really adapt, because when these patch changes are coming in fast and furious, the teams that can adapt and change to them the quickest are going to be the ones that get the biggest advantage. So I think, you know, that's a really interesting skill to test is your adaptability, and it'll be fun to see, you know, which teams can kind of come out on top.
It seems like the healers are probably going to be the ones that need to start adapting the most. Like Druids are getting some pretty hefty nerfs to their survivability, and how many Druids got cut down today throughout the competition? It was quite a few. And Disc Priests are getting huge changes. The entire talent tree rework. They're getting 2 charges of pain suppression. Monk's getting massive buffs. So to me, it's kind of like the healers, like which one's going to end up being meta after this weekend. We saw a lot of Druid, saw a lot of Paladin. There's changes coming into the melee wings effect for Paladin. So there's no certainty whatsoever as to what classes are going to be strong, and they're only going to have a week to prepare. That patch comes out on Tuesday, and then open brackets on Wednesday, right? So like you got Tuesday, like, okay, this priest looked really good. Let's try it for a couple games. Maybe we're not going to stay with this, and it could be a completely different landscape next weekend compared to this weekend.
I mean, I will say one thing. I think is a certainty is that rogues are still going to be remaining at the top, because rogues I don't think are really getting hit, and rogues already clearly were S tier in both regions. So I think they are going to be rising even more so to prominence. So it's definitely going to increase the importance of having a really good rogue on your team. And the teams that aren't playing with rogues, are going to have to find answers. They're going to have to be able to find, ability to actually try to answer that death mark, whether that's through playing Holy Pally or whether that's through the low cooldown Life Cocoon. Maybe you can just Life Cocoon every go or something. I don't know. But it's going to be really, really exciting. This was just the AWC Cup number 1. We've got another one coming just next week for AWC number 2. So really, really excited. All these top teams going to be funneling into, of course, then the grand finals, the AWC Gauntlet and everything. So it should be a really exciting year.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get through. This is a really cutthroat year, and also to anybody out there interested in earning the Thundering Banner of the Aspects, just got to sign up. It's open sign-ups. You just go over to the website, you sign up, get a couple players. You can pull them from Trade Chat if you want. Go to WoW Forums, doesn't matter. If you really want the Thundering Banner,
he's down to play.
Yeah, I don't know about playing Moonkin right now. I just I don't know if I'm gonna try and tread that water at the moment.
You'll see him on there. You can get the Misfit Island of. You can have Moonkin. You can have Ven on his Frost Mage. Get something else. You guys can play that up.
Get a Mistweaver Monk. I mean, that sounds like a good comp. I would sign up with that comp. That's exactly what everybody should be doing right now, to be getting their Thundering Banner of the Aspects. And we can take a look at the results here, the point standings. And these are the really important part, because only the top 3 teams from these point standing tournament, single elimination tournament, really cutthroat to get into that 4th spot. So Luminosity currently in first with 120, Liquid at 100, and GG or Golden Guardians at 80. Whereas Gordy, Powerman, RNG, they're going to need really good performances if they want more certainty performance from everyone. I love the wide range of compositions and strategies. Some teams coming in with multiple comps, some teams coming only with 3-player roster, and trying to make a run with that. Perhaps they're going to pick up a 4th moving on into next weekend, or along those lines, because everything is changing always, it seems like. So at any moment, another one of these teams could find the secret. And it seems like keeping those little pocket secrets, right? Like that Devastation Evoker of Trill got them some wins. It got them a series win against Luminosity. So if somebody finds that little trick spec or trick combo and can keep it a secret for the next weekend or something like that, and they end up pulling off some big wins as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, both these teams that we just watched in the finals, like you said, have 4ths, right? So those guys could be practicing up. Maybe bring in the 4th member, try to mix up some of those compositions. Both regions, I think, have things that they can learn from the other one, as far as what comps you could try out, what comps you could work, things you might want to incorporate into your own play. So it's definitely going to be really, really interesting to see the adaptations week over week. And I've been really happy, honestly, just seeing how many PvP balance changes there are. I think the designers are doing a really good job with Dragonflight PvP so far. So it's been really fun. I'm hoping for my own kind of like greedy enjoyment of watching these, that the game doesn't slow down too much with the patch changes that are coming. I'm hoping that we're still going to have like relatively fast-paced games. Obviously, it's very stressful to heal, but I also think it makes the games really exciting to watch. Right? It makes those plays that you can make feel way more meaningful. Because one of the things that I really enjoyed about watching the games this whole weekend was you didn't need to have every offensive cooldown up to get a kill, right? We didn't see that it was like, okay, nothing's happening, and then death marks popped and now you're under threat. It was like people were able to force cooldowns with death mark, but you could still actually kill outside of those cooldowns with proper CC and proper coordination. And I think that just makes it kind of really fun and dynamic to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is a very entertaining week. It was super awesome to see the players and the teams adapt to a play style change, because the meta had been previously so much oriented around defense, stalling the game, waiting for your cooldowns, lining them up, and getting into dampening. So I was just excited to see a shift here, a change, which teams can adapt to this. And Luminosity Gaming, they hit the whole spectrum of strategies. They can damp you out to 99%, and they can kill you in 9 seconds. So really good if you're a roster that can
orient.
Team that
can do both.
You can orient all of those different strategies. So once again, big congratulations to Luminosity Gaming on their success here in North America. An astonishing performance. And I do believe that we've got a winner's interview with them here now. Oh, sorry, we have no interview, unfortunately,
Baited.
for Luminosity Gaming. I thought I got baited there, but no interview, unfortunately, for Luminosity Gaming. Regardless, congratulations to them. They will remain in silence here in the shadows, the heroes, the Batman of the North American region, and I'm really excited to see their performance next week. Thank you to everybody involved with the show and everybody for tuning in. It's been an awesome experience, and we will catch you next weekend.